scanning the QR codes around the ground or speaking with the nearest steward. All that said, have a great day with us here at the Kia Oval. Today's fixture, Surrey against Lancashire, starts just a few moments' time at 10:30. And welcome to today's on-field umpires, Grace Mowbray and Julia Giles. Today's scorers are Sue Robinson and Julia Farman, and our match referee is Alex Swan. And time to welcome the Surrey side led by Kieran Chapley. And to open the batting for Lancashire, number 11, Eve Jones, and 47, Seren Smale.
Hello and welcome to the Kia Oval for this Metrobank one-day cup fixture between Lancashire and Surrey. Surrey have won the toss and they're going to have a bowl first. Eve Jones is going to open up. Looks like we're going to get Clear Moore opening up from the Mickey Stewart members pavilion end. Bit of off-spin to start this morning, Katya, Witney.
Yeah, interesting. We saw the pitch for the match on Tuesday against Essex, which just got over the line, and we saw a decent bit of movement through the air first up. So it's interesting they're deciding to start with the off-spin of Clear Moore.
Yeah, Maitland Brown and Danny Gregory opened up last time out. This time, Clear Moore, her off-spin to Eve Jones. That was some game last time out, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was brilliant. Bit of a scrappy game, I think, from both sides, they'll admit. There were a couple of fielding errors that I think they won't want to see again, a couple of missed run-out chances.
Runs and Lancashire are up and running. Eve Jones cuts that behind backward point and to the shorter side. So if you're watching us on the screen, Eve Jones, the left-hander, her offside boundary particularly short this morning towards the gas holder side of the ground. Not a lot of width, no width at all really. Eve Jones doing well to manipulate the ball behind square on the offside, and Lancashire up and running.
Yeah, worth saying on that last game, it's a brilliant end with Eilish Cranstone and Priyanaj Chatterjee getting Surrey over the line, 3 weeks to spare. It's the kind of game that you never felt one side was on top of the other, and then the momentum would suddenly shift. I think it was, I came onto commentary at 35 overs into the chase and proclaimed just before coming on that Essex had it in the bag.
They did.
They did. And then 5 overs later was like, oh God, Surrey now.
Yeah, Chatterjee with a 37 not out off 38 deliveries from number 9, getting Surrey over the line against Essex. Smale on strike for the first time. more from around the wicket. Play and miss. No one on the offside boundary. Smell looking to access the area behind square on the offside. Doesn't get hold of it, but you can see why she's trying that shot.
Yeah, she's been promoted up to open Sarah Smell for the last few games because of that injury to Gabby Lewis. She normally bats at number 3, but now she's opening up with Eve Jones. It's a big blow for that, Lancashire, to have Gabby Lewis out. She was meant to be with them for most of the season, apart from when she was on national duty with Ireland. She was so impactful for them last year. Scored 272 runs in 5 matches last season, including that brilliant innings in the final, which got Lancashire over the line. It's going to be a big, big miss.
One change for Surrey today. Kira Chatley, the skipper, back into the 11. Bryony Smith rested today ahead of the Vitality Blast campaign. And as we've seen throughout this season, Maitland Brown will take the new ball. She starts from the Vauxhall end. Batted 5 last time out against Essex, but she will take the new ball. Eve Jones on strike. One slip in place and a gully. Eve Jones with a shorter leg side boundary. What have you made of Surrey's campaign so far?
Well, that win they had at the Oval came off the back of 3 losing streaks. I think it's been a bit stop-start. I guess that comes from having so many players rotating in and out of the side with England duty. We saw Danny Wyatt-Hodge batting at number 6 last game, but she's not in the side today. We've got Sophia Dunkley coming back in. We've had Alice Capsey through 3 periods. And I feel that's been kind of indicative of Surrey's campaign, that it just hasn't felt that settled. England playing earlier in the summer, this time around. So you had that period last year at the beginning of the season when England players were pretty much all available for a good block of games. And because of the intra-squad training camps, they had one at Millfield School early in the season and had the army camp before the start of the ODI series.
Do we know what that entailed?
Well, I was looking at some of the Instagram posts from some of the players and you could see them kind of covered in mud and crawling under barbed wire.
I think I saw one where they just were having a fancy dinner. Oh, big appeal.
It's Boulder. It's Boulder.
Boulder. Brown strikes. And Surrey have an early wicket. Smell bowled. Top of off stump. Beauty delivery. And Lancashire 7 for 1.
Yeah, just trim the bails, that one. Beautiful delivery from Maitland Brown. Want to see that one again.
No, I do, because there wasn't an immediate celebration. That was what confused me. But yeah, that has trimmed the top of off stump. Basically the perfect delivery for a new ball bowler to bowl. That is angled in. That's pitched middle, and that's swung away and just clipped the top of off stump. And Surrey have an early breakthrough. Lancashire 7 for 1.
Yeah, there's not a lot Sarah Smell could have done about that. Tuck the bat under the arm, chalk that up as one for the road, and put your feet up. She struggled for a bit of form so far this season, Sarah Smell. She had that 46 in the Roses match against Yorkshire, but after that she got a duck in the next game, then 5, then 14, duck again here. It's been a bit of a struggle. And then when you're out of form or when you're struggling for runs, you get balls like that.
You know, her story is interesting. 21 years old, already played for England in a position that England are looking for successes in. But anyway, Brown to the skipper, Ellie Throcold.
Yeah, the Sarah Smell story is very interesting. She's naturally a keeper, but doesn't keep for Lancashire because Ellie's record always takes the gloves. But you think with England looking to, at some point, replace their keeper when the next generation comes through, when Amy Jones does at some point go out of that side, she would be the kind of player England would look to if she can get some time with the gloves. Kira Chatley, of course, an important part of that story too. Back off England duty today.
Yeah, Chatley, part of England's ODI squad. Back skippering Surrey this morning. Player miss from Thalgold early on. Brown getting the ball to shape away from the right-handers in her first over. Induces the cover drive.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting that England selected Chatley for that squad, given that Charlotte Edwards was quite explicit about the fact that Alice Capsey is their backup wicket-keeper for the T20 World Cup.
Yeah, it's an interesting time as Thalgold defends that to mid-off, completes the second over at Lancashire 7 for 1 after 2. It's an interesting time for the England team in that it is simultaneously just before the T20 World Cup, but it is also the absolute beginning of a new World Cup cycle in the 50 over stuff. And I suppose that England might be looking to the future. They look like they're looking to the future in some of their squad selection. We saw Jodie Grucock make her England debut last week.
They're opening the batting as well, although potentially down to the players England didn't have available to open the batting. They had Alice Capsey out with illness. They also rested Sophia Dunkley from that ODI series. And Danny Wyatt-Hodge as well. Had another couple of injuries and illness come into play. Nat Silbrunt also not playing. So I think that led to Jodie Grucock moving up the order to open the batting rather than that natural number 4, number 5 spot she would fill in.
Oh, big appeal of LBW. Ooh, not given. More just gesturing that she might not have been as enthusiastic about it post-appeal as she was during appeal. Yeah, just sliding down the leg side. What we will see during the first 10 overs is more will race through the overs. Surrey with 2 fielders out on patrolling the offside boundary. Bit of width. Opportunity missed for Eve Jones, and another not quite on the boundary, but out on deep mid-wicket. It's massive boundary towards the Harleyford Road side of the ground today.
Yeah, and Lancashire have been pretty dependent on Eve Jones's runs this season. She scored 98 against Essex, just short of a century. She scored 80 odd in the opening game of the season.
Friend of the broadcast, Cameron Ponsonby, likes to point out that Surrey enjoy interesting boundary shapes. They do their research and they construct dimensions that suit both themselves but also suit themselves specifically against the opposition on a given game week.
Well, it's a similar shaped boundary to what we saw against Essex on Tuesday. Again, using a pitch closer towards the gas station with a big boundary over towards the left-hand side of the pavilion.
Brown to continue from the Vauxhall end. Yeah, there's one slip in place for the Lancashire skipper, but there's also, again, potentially due to that smaller boundary towards the gas holder side of the ground, there's a deep third, but there's also 2 fielders around about backward point, quite close together. Brown getting the ball to move away from the right-hander.
That's well placed by Ellie Threakold.
So going back to the England conversation, throwing it forward 3.5 years as it is to the next 50 over World Cup, who do you think England are going to look at most in the wicket-keeping department if they do move on from Amy Jones?
Well, I think it's clear that they've signalled their intention that Kira Chatley has moved ahead of perhaps Rihanna Southby. We know Rihanna Southby was their preferred option as backup wicket-keeper for the 50 over World Cup last year. She was on standby in England for that tournament. So I think at the moment, they're looking at Kira Chatley. I think they also want someone who can bat in that top order, which of course Kira Chatley can do. It's interesting to see how the capsy conversation develops as well, to see if that does become her primary skill. Or at least that becomes a skill over the overs she offers with the ball. Well, it is interesting to have a backup wicketkeeper for a T20 World Cup who's never kept in a professional game.
Not quite timed by Jones, but gets it through to the offside for a couple.
We saw a lot of wicketkeepers on those intra-squad series over the winter. We had Ellie Threakold out there when Kira Chatley broke a finger for that final one. Rihanna Southby was out there as well, plus obviously Amy Jones. So that's four keepers, in and around the group. I think it's interesting that Kira Chatley has moved ahead of Rihanna Southby, given Charlotte Edwards' relationship with Southby. She signed her to the Southern Vipers a few years ago. She's been an integral part of that side in Southampton. She also batted up the order a bit last season, above Elise Perry at one point, which was lovely to watch.
Brown will have to bowl that one again. It's a fascinating dynamic with Capsey, because I wonder, and it's very hard to make judgments on Alice Capsey's wicket-keeping because we just haven't seen it. But I wonder if her off-spin is so useful at a domestic level within the Surrey team that we might not necessarily see her keep wicket at domestic level. Jones pinches the strike.
I think as well, the really important thing is that Charlotte Edwards will want a keeper who can bat in that top order, given how many all-rounders England have now got available to them, with Freya Kemp fit, with Danny Gibson fit, with potentially Jodie Grewcock to come into the side as well. Jodie Grewcock and Freya Kemp important because they give England left-handers that they haven't had probably for about a decade. I interviewed Mark Robinson a few months ago, and he said that the reason England struggled to kick on after the 2017 World Cup win is because they had no left-handers and no leg spinners. And Jodie Grewcock as a left-hander who also offers some leg spin, that's two problems solved in one. And if you look at the best women's 50 over sides in the world, if you look at Australia, you look at South Africa, they've got keepers who bat in that top order. You look at India, they've got a keeper who bats in that top order. And Alice Capsey is someone who naturally would bat in that top order.
Yeah, no, it's a good point. And it's more that it's not necessarily, if you're wondering at home why you need to have your keeper in the top 6 or 7, it's more in terms of what it does to the balance of the side by having a wicket keeper in the top 6 or 7. Driven crisply away to the offside boundary. The boundary for Eve Jones. She's 15 off 17, Lancashire 18 for 1. It just allows another bowling option lower down. And going back to my previous point around Alice Capsey's off-spin, it's potentially less necessary in an England team with Charlie Dean. Even though that we see it in the 100 and the WBBL, Capsey's off-spin is incredibly useful. Oh, that's a beauty from Moore. Grip off the surface. beats Jones's outside edge. Fired into the pitch. Oh, that's a beautiful delivery. Very unlucky not to draw an outside edge to either Chatley behind the stumps or to first lip. I think another element to the wicket-keeping conversation for England is, particularly in T20 cricket, if you were to look at the English batters who kept wicket during the 100 last year, Kira Chatley aside, there weren't many options. So when Charlotte Edwards is trying to conjure up a squad where you have a substitute wicketkeeper or a long-term replacement for Amy Jones, it is quite difficult to work out who that person might be. It's not as if there's a standout candidate who is dominating the run-scoring charts.
No, there's not. But I think the other thing that comes into the Alice Capsey conversation, which is perhaps, I guess, overemphasised her importance as an all-rounder, is the focus on all-rounders as a whole in the women's game at this point. If you look at the players who are going for the highest amounts of money in the franchise leagues, it is all-rounders. We saw Danny Gibson going for, was it 190,000 in the 100 auction this year? And the players who went for the most amount of money were the all-rounders. And I think perhaps that's almost elevated Capsey's value as a player, as an all-rounder, because she does give you those overs, regardless of whether that is her best role in a side or not.
Lovely morning here at the Kia Oval. If you're nearby, come on down. Lovely Saturday morning. The sun is out. Got two high-class operators in Surrey and Lancashire on show today. The Aussie Maitland Brown bowling to Eve Jones. Slight field change for Surrey. Cover is up short to Eve Jones.
Yeah, and I mean, if we're talking about all-rounders, we can look at Maitland Brown and think, I've already pinned it as the signing of the season.
Down the leg side, but not given as wide. That presumably flicked Eve Jones's thigh pad on the way through. Yeah, she's a really excellent signing for Surrey, and I think that a huge part of what makes a overseas signing particularly useful is, and especially in a year where you have a World Cup in England, is availability. And Australian cricket so strong that Maitland Brown, a veteran of the WBBL, an overseas player in the 100 previously, not a current international, so she should, barring her first Australia call-up, be available as much as Surrey need her.
Yeah, it's always wild that Maitland Brown isn't an international. If she was in any other country in the world, including England, it'd snap her straight up. I guess that's the story behind the influx of overseas Australian signings for this year anyway. If you're looking for quality and you're looking at players you won't lose to international cricket, just go and look at the rung below Australia selection.
It's the Australia A team.
Or even players like Jess Johnson. Jess Johnson currently the third leading wicket taker in the competition.
Yeah, we'll see another out on show for Lancashire today. Maddie Penner. Another Australian overseas who's yet to play international cricket for her country.
Yeah, she had a decent season in the WNCL South Australia this year. She is that signing for the injured Gabby Lewis to replace her.
It's quite interesting in terms of how players like a Maitland-Brown are talked about, because they haven't played international cricket, but you sort of wonder, that always means that they go under the radar quite a lot more than they ought to be. Really impressed with the pace that she's bowled with so far this season. Jones slightly late onto that delivery. Just one run from that over, wide down the leg side. Lancashire 21 for 1.
I think a lot of it as well is the seniority that she brings to a squad and the experience of that Australian domestic system. I was speaking to Lauren Winfield-Hill about it this week, Yorkshire captain who plays in the WNCL and the WBBL. The difference a lot of the time between the English domestic system and the Australian domestic system is almost the athleticism of these players and the seniority and the confidence that these players who've spent years and years in the Australian domestic system bring. The way they move, the way they carry themselves, without wanting to gush too much about Australian players. But having that kind of experience and seniority from an overseas is invaluable. And if you watch Maitland-Brown in the field as well, there is an intensity there. There is an urgency.
Change of bowling brought to you by SSE Energy Solutions. Step up to the crease. Let's bat for sustainability. Together. Priyan Naz Chatterjee into the attack for the first time today. Surrey's hero, last time out against Essex, came in at number 9 when the game looked done in the wrong direction for the home side. At 150 for 7, 37 not out off 38 deliveries. Got Surrey over the line with Ailish Cranstone at the other end. But now with the ball, Chatterjee. Well, that's a lovely shot. Beats the diving mid-off. And it's a first boundary for the Lancashire skipper. That'll feel good. Surrey have been able to keep a lid on the run scoring over the last few overs. And slightly full from Chatterjee. And the Lancashire skipper licks her lips. Punches that through the offside for 4.
Yeah, I think what was really impressive about that innings from Chatterjee on Tuesday, the absorption of pressure, but also if you look at her strike rate in that innings, she got 37 off 38 in a game where most of the top order batters struggled to rotate the strike and to score with any kind of impetus. She very calmly adopted a senior position in that partnership.
What I found fascinating about that partnership was just how quickly the game changed.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you see a side chase, and when they're 7 wickets down, where they've got a lot of runs to get, they, with overs to play with, they tend to almost go consolidation first, ensure they don't lose the game, and then having a counter-attack towards the end. Whereas in this case, at the moment, you realise that actually Surrey have a chance if they'd won the game.
There was an over from Grace Scrivens. She was
Yeah.
bowling herself, and then she bowled her, and she bowled one too many overs. She got taken for a few boundaries in that over, and you could feel at that point that that was the turning point, that getting those boundaries away, there just weren't those runs for Essex to play with anymore. And you had Kate Kopak with overs left, who'd taken those 2 wickets in the middle. Just waited 1 over too long to bring her on. Because that partnership was the game.
Yeah, Chatterjee, part of Scotland's T20 World Cup squad. Headline news, I suppose, is Kirstie Gordon's return to Scottish colours. Started out her international career with Scotland then played for England, now back with Scotland.
Yeah, she's selected. She'll be the first female player to represent two nations at a T20 World Cup. Played for England in the final of the 2018 edition, where they got absolutely hammered by Australia. I spoke to Kirstie Gordon on Thursday, actually, not to name drop. She was very, very interesting, very philosophical about slipping behind, about kind of existing in the shadow of Sophie Ecclestone as a left-arm spinner on the English circuit. It's actually wild how many left-arm spinners, or how many really good left-arm spinners there are on the English domestic circuit. But Kirstie Gordon's probably been involved in almost every England A tour over the last 4 years. And her numbers in domestic cricket are pretty outstanding. She's been up and amongst the leading wicket takers in the domestic seasons for the last 3 years. Captained a very successful Blaze side. She's a very competitive player on the field.
Brown to continue.
But also what I got from that conversation with Gordon was just how jarring she found it actually qualifying to play for England and actually putting that England shirt on as a Scotland player. Because at the time when she had to make that decision, you had to give up. If she wanted a domestic deal, she had to give up playing for Scotland. That's not the case now. That's why you see so many Scottish players playing domestic cricket, because they don't have to give up their qualification for Scotland. But at the time when she did that in 2017, it would have been, on paper, a no-brainer. Given the different points of development of English cricket and Scottish women's cricket. But that part of her identity, I think she found it quite difficult to actually give up and to actually play for England and put on an England shirt and sing the national anthem. And I think it's almost quite cathartic ending her career at Scotland, with Scotland. There's that England-Scotland clash at Headingley, which I think could be quite juicy. And also just a massive boost for Scotland, really, to have a player of her seniority.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you've got the Bryce sisters in that squad. With Kirstie Gordon as well, that's a hell of a lot of experience.
Yeah, Scotland in the same group as England, also in that group. Ireland, New Zealand, Sri Lanka and West Indies. England kick off their campaign on June the 12th against Sri Lanka at Edgbaston. Scotland against Ireland at Old Trafford the next day, June the 13th. As you say, England versus Scotland at Headingley on June the 20th.
Yeah, without wanting to jinx it, there's a definite group you'd rather be in that competition, and England are in it.
So, why is it that I think casual fans would look at Australia, India and South Africa and think those are three of the best teams and England are maybe the fourth? And add to that, you've obviously got New Zealand, who
Reigning world champions.
Win the World Cup in 2024. But I think it's fair to say that wasn't expected.
No. It's a brilliant story, though. It's very emotional watching Sophie Devine and Susie Bates and Leah Tahu on that pitch. It'd be another incredible story if they managed to defend it with Susie Bates and Sophie Devine and Leah Tahu definitely retiring after this tournament.
I believe it's due to the world rankings at a given point. And actually, South Africa, despite their consistent excellence at ICC events, their bilateral record isn't as good as you might expect. They don't necessarily field their strongest squad every time out.
No, and they do manage a lot of workloads, especially with players like Marizanne Kapp. She doesn't play every bilateral series. Also, I think you've got to take into account that these groups are done by ICC rankings at a certain point, so it doesn't take into account that South Africa have just hammered India in a bilateral series. I also think South Africa are peaking at a very good time. They've had big news that Shabnam Ismail is coming back into their squad for the T20 World Cup. They've had Danny van Niekerk also unretire. She might not even make their best 11.
Yeah, it's interesting with South Africa. Even with that recent win over India, they are still 5th in the rankings behind New Zealand. And if you're looking at the rating points, it's Australia way out ahead. Then it's England. Big gap to India in 3rd. So England actually clearly 2nd best according to the ICC rankings. Then New Zealand behind India in 4th. And then South Africa in 5th. And actually in a cluster, very, very close to West Indies and Sri Lanka in terms of rating points. And actually, you'd think that, based on the major cricket that's taken place over the last few years, that South Africa are much, much better than that.
Yeah, they've been in, every ICC final since 2023? They're in the final against Australia on home soil in the T20 World Cup in 2023. Lost that T20 final to New Zealand in 24. And then again in the final against India in the 50-over competition in 2025. But the South Africa, I would even put South Africa as almost in a favourites position going into this tournament. Obviously, it's hard when you're saying that anyone other than Australia is favourites. But I think this is the hardest competition, or the hardest ICC competition in a very long time to actually pinpoint who that favourites is. It could well be Australia, it could well be India, it could well be South Africa. I think they're very evenly matched, and it is actually a crying shame that they're all in the same group. South Africa have had a lot of very good young players come through in the last couple of years.
Something I'm quite keen to repeatedly point out is that despite England's ranking of 2 in the world, I think it is almost unhealthy to have expectations of England winning the competition. I think there's a lot of hope around England in that they look at what the England women's football and rugby teams have done on home soil and what that's done for the respective women's games in those sports, and almost assume that the cricket team will do something similar. I think that sometimes draws unrealistic expectations and occasionally harsh expectations, because if you actually look in the cold light of day at what England have produced at major competitions for a long time now, you mentioned the 2018 T20 World Cup final that Kirstie Gordon was part of. Well, that's the last time England have got to a final of a T20 event. We've had 3 World Cups in that time and a Commonwealth Games.
It is
that'll be 4. Flicked off the legs from Throcold. And that's her second boundary. Lancashire 34 for 1.
It is a sunny Saturday morning. Let's try and have a little bit of optimism. Yeah, that's well played. Straight off the legs. Pinged off the bat and straight down to the boundary. I agree with you. I do agree with you. I'm trying to be slightly optimistic.
But I think my point is that I think sometimes the criticism comes from a place of unrealistic expectations. And if you just look at what the team has done over the best part of a decade, defended him off 5 runs off the over, Lancashire 34 for 1. It is on just paper unrealistic for England to be considered one of the favourites of the competition. They have literally, for a long time, the discourse was, well, what can England do to beat Australia? Well, for a long time, England actually don't do well enough in competitions to even face Australia, let alone lose to them.
No, I do agree. I also think the expectation is still catching up to the point where England and Australia were basically the only 2 sides to put any investment into their women's game. And now we've seen with the WPL, South Africa have put more money into their women's game, although South Africa are the outlier in that they don't have a well-funded and well-established professional domestic circuit, and they've still managed to put performances in that have defied that at international level.
Change of bowler powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Stay ahead of the game. Implement a winning sustainability strategy. Alice Monaghan on for the first time this morning from the pavilion end. Ooh, starts with a footy. And that'll be for freebie for Eve Jones. And she was going to miss out on that.
Yeah, that was an absolute gift. Just get a bit of bat on it and straight down to the boundary. Yeah, if you watch here, just slips out of her hand. Not a great start from Monaghan. But yeah, I do agree with, and I think that part of that does come through this piece about replacing those players who've been so dominant for you over the last years. We've seen England. Ironically, I think that the part of the side where they've most well replaced those players is their bowling attack. So Anya Shrubsole and Catherine Brunt were so dominant, and so much of the conversation around it was how on earth are England going to replace those two? And you've got Lauren Bell, you've got Lauren Filey, you've got a good battery of pace bowlers. But actually, as batting standards across the world have risen, England's haven't quite risen in line with them.
It's another wide, expensive start for Monaghan. Boundary first up, 2 leg side wides to follow that. So 6 runs off the first legal delivery.
I wrote a piece last month actually about why England, after that 2017 World Cup, didn't go on to be one of those dominant sides in the world.
What's the answer?
I think the answer is a collective kind of doing something but not enough.
Ooh, that was extremely close to the helmet of Kira Chatley behind the stumps.
I think when you look at you mentioned the Lionesses and the Red Roses victory, when you look at that 2022 Women's Euros that the Lionesses won, at that point, the WSL was established and the women's football in England was ready to have that kind of moment. And when you have a moment like the 2022 Euros and like the 2017 World Cup win that actually cut through, you have to be ready for that. And 2017 came before the English women's game was ready to take advantage of that moment.
Another full toss, but gets away with it this time.
We were still in the very early days of the KSL at that point. The women's regional structure was just around the corner, and the regional structure was more like a bridge to get to the point where you had the actual depth in the domestic system that we see now with the county structure, or we see now starting to come through with the county structure. And it meant that after that, England kind of was still cut off from the feeder lines of the domestic system, whereas you look at Australia at that point.
Played a miss from Threlkeld. So it's part of your point that actually in 2017, if you were someone who was engrossed by England's World Cup winning campaign, there wasn't a lot of cricket to actually watch afterwards.
Completely.
Whereas in the WSL and the football comparison, if you were someone who got into women's football for the first time during the Euros, that you have something to then watch the first week of the next football season.
Yeah, I mean, don't forget, in 2017, there were 18 professional female cricketers in England. Whereas now we've got, I think, bordering on 150 at this point. Whereas when you look at the 2022 Euros, the WSL had been professionalised. Not that long ago, but it had been professionalised. And you look at Australia at that point, the WBBL, I believe, was in its early seasons at that point. And there had been heavy, heavy investment into the Australian system at that point, whereas that investment was only just starting to come into the English system.
Oh, that's a lovely shot from the Lancashire captain. Bit of width from Monaghan and cut behind point for 4. Expensive first over, 11 from it. Lancashire 45 for 1 after 10. If you're just joining us now, Surrey struck early. Brown claiming the wicket of Smell with almost a perfect right arm seamer delivery. Angled in from wide of the crease. Bit of shape away and claiming Smell's off bail. Just trimming it. And Katya, it's been an interesting power play, and Lancashire have actually done quite well because Surrey started very well, not just the wicket of Smell, but they kept a lid on the run scoring for the first 6 or 7 overs, and actually they've consolidated and managed to accelerate since.
Yeah, just in the last few overs, seen a couple of loose deliveries capitalised on. This partnership building very nicely. Eve Jones. Definitely a huge, huge wicket if Surrey were to get her here.
Yeah, we've not seen Danny Gregory yet. She's opened the bowling for Surrey for this season. Trying to work out where everyone's batting for Surrey today. Incredible batting depth. We talked about Chatterjee's work with the bat last time out. There's a very realistic possibility of her being carded. They're coming at 10 today.
Paige Scoville's been opening up. Well, she opened up last time, opened up in a couple of games. It wouldn't be out of question for Sophia Dunkley to replace her at the top, but they could also put Sophia Dunkley at number 3. That would be fine. I think that then Alice Davidson Richards will come in at number 4. Kira Chatley at 5, although Maitland Brown batted 5 the last outing. There's a real flexibility in that Surrey batting lineup.
Just unable to get that away. Jones now 23 off 27. She started quickly enough, got a couple of boundaries away. But Surrey, with the exception, you'd say, of that previous over from Monaghan, they've been able to exert some control on the early proceedings of this contest.
Sunny start, we're just seeing some clouds come over. I don't think we're expecting any rain today. When I was looking at the forecast this morning, it said potentially some showers later on, but hopefully they'll miss.
Field change for Surrey. Deep fine leg comes into the ring. So we have 3 fielders in the circle on the offside, 2 on the leg side. Got a deep mid wicket, deep backward square leg, and a deep cover point patrolling the longer side of the ground.
The start of that England game in Cardiff today has been delayed. Although potentially might be looking at a pitch inspection not too far away. It's a very depressing day in Northampton.
I was going to say, you were there, weren't you?
Stress levels were quite high that day. England men announced their test squad while I was on a train, struggling with internet signal. Simultaneously at the time, the ticket inspector was trying to check my rail card, which I couldn't access because there was no internet.
Wait, so the squad had come in as your ticket was being
Yep.
inspected?
And then on getting to the ground at Northampton, there was no Wi-Fi in the press box.
All day?
For the first half an hour, there was very limited Wi-Fi. And there was also very limited seating. So it was a standing desk. For
Oh, really? All day?
not all day, for the first 10 minutes until more seating could be sourced. But after that, it was plain sailing, apart from the rain that completely cut out any sign of cricket that day. And then it took me 5.5 hours to get back to London.
Sounds like a great day.
It was a wonderful day.
Ooh, chance. That was close. Throw had to hurry. Walked into the leg side. And Alice Davis-Richards had an opportunity at mid-wicket. So where are we at in the England game? Have they had a toss yet?
No toss as of yet. Looks like there should be an inspection that's either just happened or is happening now.
Timed nicely, but straight to short cover. Yeah, when it comes to England men's or women's games, if you're after a sense of how much cricket you might get, I would suggest following at Miller_cricket. Andrew Miller, ESPN Cricket Info, is a lover of the weather radars. That's a lovely shot. Drilled past short cover for 4. Shot the day, you'd have to say. Bit of width. But pushed hard past a diving short cover for 4. Have a look at the replay here.
Glorious, that.
Bit of a way shape from Monahan. Not a lot wrong with that delivery. Wonderful shot. So yes, I was saying Andrew Miller from ESPN Cricket Info. When the weather is bad or is predicted to be bad, he tends to share that on social media. And what bad news for you, Katya. The weather today looks not good.
That's fine, I'm not trying to get a train there today. I find weather radars deeply frustrating.
Go on, talk us through it.
I don't want to sound a million years old, but stick your hand outside.
But that just tells you if it's raining now,
Well, I have
rather than what's going to happen in the future, which is what weather radars do. I'm not looking up a weather radar to see if it's raining now.
So, I think my frustration with them has started in my days, well, I still do, but following Formula One, as I know that you also loosely follow Formula One, the amount of times that weather radar would come on screen, Formula One teams have got enough money, go and pay 2 people to go and stand in different places near to the circuit and tell you whether it is raining or not.
Yeah, but very different worlds, Katya. So in Formula One, they're after whether or not it's raining at one corner at that specific moment in 2 minutes' time, whereas in cricket, you just want to know if it rains, and it might be raining in 3 hours.
Again, use your networks. Is it raining in North London? If so, it might be raining here in 20 minutes' time.
Well, if you've got anyone in your network in Swansea...
I do, actually.
Well, message them, because Miller's weather radar looks pretty bleak for the entirety of the day. Anyway, Monahan to continue and complete her second over. Defended by Threlkeld. 9 runs from the over. Lancashire 55 for 1 after 12.
Yeah, they're just building nicely here, Lancashire. Lost the early wicket, but this partnership is starting to flow. We saw that beautiful drive from Ellie Threlkeld just a few moments ago. That run rate, which was hovering around 4, is just creeping up to 4.5. These two have laid the foundations. It's up to them to now capitalise and get a big score. Eve Jones looking dangerous. But Threlkeld definitely the aggressor in this partnership. 20 off 29 now. She's caught up. Hello, Phil.
Morning. How you doing?
Doing well, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, not bad at all, thanks. Been a good recovery, this. bowl that one again. A bit floaty outside the left-handers off stump. Yeah, these two have consolidated very nicely, really. Just one run shy of the 50 partnership. What a delivery first up. If you haven't seen it, folks, make sure you get hold of the highlights at half-time here. A real stunner from Maitland-Brown.
Yeah, that's one. If you're Maitland-Brown, you're asking for the clip of.
Yeah, yeah.
Anytime you're feeling low on confidence, just play that again.
Yeah, absolutely.
Back in business.
Yas described it as almost the perfect delivery. I don't know what more he wants.
I would think the mark of actually a really good delivery, or that kind of delivery, is when you fail to realise it's actually bowled the person.
Yeah.
It's shaved the bails by that much that it's not obvious.
Yeah, there's something special about the bail trimmer. The Jofra Archer delivery in the World Cup against Bangladesh when he went for 6 off the top of the stumps.
Yes. My reference for those deliveries is there was a test match. What year would it have been when the West Indies were here and James Anderson was bowling to them? It bowled an amazing spell, and I can't remember which umpire it was. I can't remember a lot of this story.
You're going for it, though.
But there was a ball that he bowled. It just snaked past the outside edge and got so close to the stumps. And on the replay, you could see the umpire cover his face with his hands.
Oh, it's an errant one. Well taken. Tidy work. There's just been one or two loose ones the last couple of overs. Monaghan and Chatterjee just spraying it around a little. Monaghan not settled. 20 from her too so far. Another very good looking shot. They're both very strong on the drive, these two. Very easy on the eye. So no play in the England game and not much chance of it. Is that what you were saying?
I believe that's what Yas was saying.
Okay.
The toss. We have news of a toss.
Oh, okay. So we may get some kind of game in.
Toss at 11:40. Start to follow at 12. Should there be no more rain?
Starting to feel they're a little bit jinxed, this England women's team. They've had various aborted missions across the course of a winter that was pretty empty anyway, and now they can barely get on the park. Less than a month away from the start of the World Cup.
Yeah, so that ODI up in Durham was their first match in 6.5 months.
Yeah, which is faintly ludicrous.
Yeah, it feels like a lot, doesn't it? Especially when pretty much every other side in the world was playing at one point.
Short and wide, and taken at backward point.
Thrakow's furious with herself.
Is she ever? It was there to hit, but she's just leant back a touch, and rather than rolling the wrists on the conventional cut shot, just tried to punch it, you fancy, and all she's done is just pick out backward point, and so Chatterjee picks up her first of the day. It's been a slightly errant over in truth, but she will be more than happy to see that one swallowed up. And so Maitland-Brown in the game again at backward point.
Yeah, she barely had to move there, Maitland-Brown. Got a bit of foot either side of her. Would have been down to the boundary.
Yeah, frustrating. So that very promising partnership of 51 comes to a sudden, abrupt end. They were ticking along very nicely without any real pressure. No dramas. Just takes one slight miscue. She'll look back on that and think there's neither one thing nor the other, betwixt in between, trying to execute the cut shot and that temptation to go up and over and play the uppercut, in effect, as it was. It was a little bit of nothing in the end.
Yeah, she just started to flow early Thrakeld as well. Been a little bit tied up earlier in innings, but found the boundary a couple of times. There's no need to do anything rash there. Just an error in execution. Maddie Penner, Australian all-rounder, in here as we said earlier as a replacement for Gabby Lewis. Played for Essex last year.
Yeah, she's bounced along a bit this year. Just her 4th game for Lancs. She's made starts in every game. Unbeaten 36 on debut earlier this month against Hampshire. 22 against Essex and a 38 last week against Warwickshire. Or earlier this week, indeed.
Yep, handy leg spinner as well. Got a decent few overs in.
Yeah, Gabby Lewis out with injury. Do we know how bad it is?
Pretty significant,
Okay.
I believe.
It's going to be a change of bowler then. The ever watchable Gregory into the attack. Powered, of course, by SSE Energy Solutions. And Jones taps it into the offside for an easy single, so bringing Maddie Penner onto strike for her first delivery. Yeah, one of my favourite cricketers in England is Danny Gregory to watch. I think she's a fabulous, much underrated leg spinner. Really becoming a mainstay of this side now. She can bowl in the power play. She can bowl up front even. And she's a game changer in the middle overs as well. Always offering you something. She's quite a brave leg spinner as well. There's point, in fact, always prepared to try and get it above the eye line and drop it on that length, encouraging the batter forward all the time. Got to be good as well to bowl to this field. It's a tight offside field. Not much leeway. Just 4 fielders with that one sweeper. And the boundary's no more than 50 yards. You fancy out that way towards the gas holders, and so her lengths and crucially her lines have to be absolutely on point. They have been so far. And again.
Yeah, just on that Gabby Lewis injury. She should be back later in the summer, but out for the rest of this opening block.
Yeah, big loss.
She scored a 130 odd in the opening round of the season. With Emma Lamb also not around on England duty. Emma Lamb was so important last year, by far and away the leading run scorer in the competition.
Bit of a drag down, but it's got the wicket. It's a rather errant shot by the newbie. Penner has to go. Suddenly this game is tilted. 3 down now for Lancashire.
Yep, bang bang. And that game was completely changed.
Yeah, it was there to hit, but it's maybe just skidded on a little bit quicker through the air yet. Well bowled, really. Just that element of surprise. She's tossed most of this over up and then fires one through. And Penner's played all round it. She has to trudge off for a blob, unfortunately. 3 down now, Lancashire, and with a slightly depleted batting unit, as Katya says. No Emma Lamb, no Gabby Lewis. This innings, well, they need to consolidate here, or else it could fall over in a heap if they're not careful.
Yeah, just not getting as much bounce there as Maddie Penner expected. Under the bat. Looks like an ugly one, but as you said, that was a brilliant setup from Gregory.
That's exactly what it was, yeah. It looked initially like she may have just lost her lengths, but when you add it up from the earlier part of the over, it was a really good setup against the new batter, itching to get going. Thought it was there for the cross-back hoik, and all it does is just open up the stump. So 3 down. Fee Morris joins the fray. Fine player, of course, very experienced. What an over then. Just one from it. Excellent start by one of the most impressive, charismatic cricketers in the English game, Danny Gregory. She doesn't get an enormous amount of props. The headlines tend to go elsewhere, but she's become a really key part of this bowling attack. Often wondered why she's not recognised a little bit more at higher levels, but of course England are well stocked with slow bowlers and wrist spinners as well. So, good stuff. Surrey going for the jugular here, bringing Maitland-Brown back into the attack. Change of bowler, of course, as ever, powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Stay ahead of the game. Implement a winning sustainability strategy. She's going to go round the wicket to Eve Jones, who's sitting on 28 and suddenly a whole heap of pressure on her shoulders. Surrey are thinking they can basically prize this game wide open here, bring their strike bowler back.
Yeah, they can smell blood here, Surrey.
It's a good move, I think.
Getting down into the all-rounders. Got Grace Johnson down to come in next. She can definitely hold a bat, as can Alyssa Lister. Kate Cross played a few decent cameos.
Short one. Don't mind to see that either. We saw this earlier in the week in the Essex game here, where Kate Copter came in hard with the slightly older ball, banged it in and shook Surrey up for a time. There is enough life in this pitch if you have the pace, and Maitland-Brown is the right side of that equation, so don't mind to see it. Keep the batters honest, keep them stuck in the crease. We have a bit of sunshine threatening to break through here. Throwing her hands at it first up, why not? No slip, no gully. You can't just sit on your bat here either. You've got to take a chance. You've got to make a play. Just ticking over, just 4 and a bit, 4.2 and over so far. It's not bad, but you can't play passive cricket here, not against this side.
Yeah, it's an interesting dilemma for Eve Jones here, because she'll know that she's the game. She's where the innings of substance is going to come from, if it's going to come.
There is another short one. So this is a ploy here. Long leg side boundary to the left-hander as well.
Yeah, Jones found it difficult to score off Maitland-Brown when she was on earlier in the game. She knows that she has to stay in here, but she can't get tied up. It's a tough dilemma to be in as the senior batter. We've got the best strike bowler on, someone who's difficult to face, difficult to get away, difficult to score off.
Slow ball this time, leg side, and that will run away for 4. Maybe a touch of bat. Yep, got enough on that. Well played, Eve Jones.
Just evaded Kira Chatley there. Diving to her right.
Yeah, she'll be a bit cranky, will Maitland-Brown there, because it just releases the pressure a tiny bit. And again, running in hard now. Another short one. 15 gone. And 65 for 3 now. Well, it's been a big 10 minutes in this cricket match. Because Lancs, after losing that one up top, we're going along just fine. Threlkeld looked excellent. A couple of glorious cover drives. Looking in very good order. Gets one to hit outside off stump. Plinks it to backward point. And as Katya says, suddenly Surrey go bang bang, and the game is now tilting their way. 3 down for 65. Danny Gregory already well into her work. Picked up that wicket of Penner from her first over. Still 5-4 leg side field. Tossed up. Lowish full toss. Tidily played round the corner.
Yeah, Missed the length there, Danny Gregory.
Don't mind to see it though. I'd rather she misses on the full side than a drag down. It's a sign that she's always attacking, always coming at you.
Yeah, you saw the setup in the last over, lots of loopy stuff, and then one fired in a bit flatter.
Well, I've got you here, Katya, as that's squeezed away. That will run away for 4, in fact. Off the bottom toe of the bat almost, with enough propulsion on it to scurry away up towards the pavilion for 4. So, more useful runs for Eve Jones, who's going along serenely enough. Up to 37 now. Chopped away for another single. Did you say you took you 5.5 hours to get back to London from Northampton?
It did indeed.
What happened? Did you go the wrong way?
I did not go the wrong way. Many, many things happened.
Is this Broken Britain again doing its thing?
Well, it's partly Broken Britain. It's partly broken intentions of me.
Well, bold, beautifully dropped on that length. Okay.
What happened was that I left the Wantage Road, plenty of time to get the train back to London. Got to the station, ready to go through the ticket barriers, only to find that I'd purchased the wrong ticket.
Nice. The classic.
Yep.
Uppish, just shy. Sophia Dunkley's down there. At one point she thought she was in the game. Even if she'd haired in, she wouldn't have made it. Fortunate though, top edge for E. Morris.
Yes,
Right.
So I'll take responsibility for that one.
Yep.
I'll fully hold my hands
Did
up. That
you-
was my fault.
Did you try and plea and
I did.
beg? And they just said, sorry, mate.
Yeah.
No dice.
So I purchased another ticket, through the barriers, waited the next 40 minutes for the next train down to London, sat on the train, got my laptop out, ready to, hard at work.
Yeah.
Announcement, sorry, there's a train on the line, this train is now cancelled. Off the train,
Super.
back up, wait the next 40 minutes for the next train.
Yep.
Back down to London, get to the next stop, get to Milton Keynes. Held in Milton Keynes for half an hour
Right,
while
okay.
they deal with a problem on the train. Get back to London, get on the underground. It's
Yeah.
my stomping ground near Wimbledon. Victoria line straight to Vauxhall, get to Vauxhall. No trains going through Wimbledon. Back down into the underground to get the Northern line.
They're just trolling you by this point.
Yep.
Yeah.
Back down, get the Northern line. Need to get a bus after getting off at South Wimbledon. Bus doesn't arrive for 20 minutes. And then I was home.
Yeah. What time did you get in?
10:30.
To see not a single ball bowled.
Yeah. Not a single ball.
Still, Wantage Road is lovely in the rain.
It's brilliant. It's gorgeous. Although, what I will say, this is the first trip to Wantage Road since they have got Uber in Northampton.
Oh, have they?
They have got Uber. So I didn't have to do the
Hold the front page.
either 40-minute walk from the station to Wantage Road or navigate the bus system in Northampton. So that, if you're looking for positives from the
Yeah,
trip,
right. Good again from Brown. Beat the bat previous delivery. And homing in on that off stump. All the pressure on Lancs just now. Yeah, I came down from Sheffield last month after that Joe Root interview I did with him, and not just a couple of trains cancelled, but a whole line was down. A whole organisation was down completely, and a reduced service on the only one running through that part of the world. Just wide of backward point. Run away down to Danny Gregory, but she's got a good arm.
Yeah.
Excellent outfielder.
That's the shot Ellie Threckle was looking to play.
Yeah,
Got out.
indeed. Just a bit more conviction in it this time round. Yeah, so I got my 4 o'clock train down from Sheffield to London, thinking, well, it's a nice time to get it. Just an hour before rush hour. Easy peasy. Booked my ticket, booked my seat. And it was sardines for about 4.5 hours, going through every single stop. Another short one. Good aggression. Like to see this. don't fancy that Eve Jones is going to take it on with those two fielders in the deep on the onside.
There was something going on with the trains that day because good friend that I am, one of my friends, I knew was coming back from Birmingham that evening. So I texted her, said, don't even try and get the overground. Go straight on the Northern Line.
Yeah, it was.
She got back, I'd say 2 hours after I did, decided to chance the overground, and she was right. It was back running.
And another one, slightly telegraphed perhaps this time.
And then she messaged me to say, I did chance it, everything was running. Got to Vauxhall, they chucked us all off the trains because the train doors were broken. So there was something going on that day.
Yeah, we pulled into Chesterfield after about an hour and a half, and we're literally cheek by jowl, right up against the windows. They'd managed to find us some water. People were crying, bent double, phoning home, wondering if they'd ever get out. And the doors open, and this fella, red trousers, checked suit, looked a bit like the way Yas was dressed this morning. And he says, "Oh, are there any seats available?" And I said, "No, mate. Of course there are. We're just standing here just for a laugh.
Yeah.
Just enjoying ourselves. Yeah, just put yourself down there." "Oh, no, I didn't mean it like that." My word. My word. The depths of hatred for a man who simply asked an innocent, albeit idiotic, question. But it really kind of brought us together. There was a blitz spirit in the carriages afterwards, in the corridors. We're all laughing and joking. It's like that British spirit, the best kind.
Yeah, the one when you've got something to unite against.
Yes, exactly that. Yeah. Anyway, surreybroadcast@gmail.com. Tell us your train nightmares. Gregory, in again. What a spell this has been. Just into her third over, but she's offered maybe one ball to hit that lowish full toss. But aside from that, she's been bang on. The squeeze is on here. And again, it's a lovely time to bowl. You've already got one in your back pocket. You know that the batters are facing that age-old dilemma. The overs roll past. Do you twist? Do you stick? Do you make a play? Do you sit in? She has great control this year. So she's gone after it from off stump, I fancy. Got enough of it. Come back for a couple useful runs. But yeah, DG throwing her hands to the air. She thought she'd squeeze through there for a moment.
It's a brilliant over so far from Danny Gregory.
Yeah, it really is.
Just 2 from it, 2 to come. Getting the squeeze on. It's another perfect one there. Straight back to her. Female was just walking away to compose herself slightly there. Just get through this over.
Nicely played, but there is a sweeper. That'll make Fee Morris feel a bit better about life, though. He's got one out the screws. Just a single, though. Final delivery taken through mid-wicket. 3 overs now under Danny Gregory's belt. 1 for 11, 76 for 3 from 18 overs. Surrey doing this well. Katya, good stint. Right from ball 1. So she is taking a well-earned breather. Cup of coffee. Calm those post-Wantage Road nerves. Kirstie White joins us. How are you doing?
Morning, Phil. Yeah, I'm really good, thanks. How are you?
I'm all right, thank you.
Good.
I'm feeling better by the minute. I had quite a long evening. My wife she's got a new job, so it's kind of like an unofficial leaving drinks last night. So it's one of those where you go along for a couple, and then suddenly it's 2:30.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. It was in a hotel bar, so you kind of lose sense of time a little bit, you know. Anyway, it's all good. Another change of bowler, powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Kalia Moore back into the attack. She was good earlier. Into her 4th over.
Yeah, first time bowling in the power play this season, I think, isn't it, for Katya Moore? So, change in role for her.
Dropping it on a length, but pushed tidily into the covers. So, Fee Morris is just getting going here nicely. So, leg spinner to left-hander.
Yeah, I think Fee Morris is going to be really important in this setting of a total here. Eve Jones is solid. She's always been solid, but she can put pressure on the batter at the other end. She doesn't score at a high rate. She never really goes at a runner ball. She can consume quite a lot of dot balls as well, so you can put pressure on the batter at the other end. Fee Morris is going to be instrumental here, although she's striking at 50, but she's getting her eye in. She's certainly more than capable.
Tidily played round the corner. Little paddle sweep. Just a single.
Yeah, big features of her game, actually, paddle sweeps and sweeps. Surrey will be well aware of this. Having played against her for few years. She's a good manipulator of the field.
Nice. Nicely floated up. So as I say, good match up here. The finger spinner moving it away from the left-hander. 2 fielders behind square on the offside. As much for the skewed drive on the catch as a run saver. And the sweeper as well coming into play now. So good stuff, good inventive stuff by Surrey this morning. So 80 for 3, 19 gone. It's one of those quiet periods that you often get in a 50 over game after a couple have gone down quickly.
Yeah, and Surrey will be keen to get through a good few overs during this period as well, to just pile a bit of pressure onto Lancashire for sure. Not set huge totals so far in this competition. I think 257 is probably the highest that they've set. I haven't seen any major totals of late, not like the start of the season where we saw quite a few in and around 300 and above.
Tossed up, punched tidily down the ground. She's looked good all day as Eve Jones plays within herself, as Kirstie acknowledges. She's more of the anchor really in this innings, but doing an invaluable job here and going along at a tidy enough rate. 41 from 61. She's seen 3 fall at the other end.
She's very, very strong down the ground as Eve Jones.
Clever. Little paddle over the shoulder. Pick up a couple. Dunkley, good to see her back in the black. Back in this side. Just tidying up round the corner. But I think this is going to be, by the looks of it, Morris's approach here. She's going to look to sweep. The hard sweeps, the laps, the paddles, the full repertoire. But that then brings Danny Gregory, who's very much a wicket-to-wicket kind of leggy. Doesn't turn it an enormous amount. She's got real control of line. So it brings us squarely into the game here.
Yeah, if you were to look at her stats of the number of deliveries she bowls that are hitting the stumps, I think you'd be really impressed.
Yeah.
And what she doesn't offer in spin, where she hits the length, because she sometimes tops the ball, it can offer that shoot on and that skidding on, and it can rush a batter.
As we saw with Penner's wicket.
Absolutely.
Oh, brilliantly done and given. Superb. DG's getting it done here. 2 now. for the leggy. And she enticed Fee Morris out of her box. And there was spin there.
There was.
Kirstie away from the right-hander. Brilliant work with the gloves as well.
Yeah, and what I was going to say just before that ball was delivered is then every now and then she finds that ball that just comes out of the hand beautifully. Almost a little bit slower out of the hand, that one. And it's turned and bounced. Definitely a slower delivery. Done in the flight.
Yeah, so Kira Chatterley's had a good day in the field from a captaincy point of view, and that's a fabulous piece of glove work. Quick as you like, 4 down, Lancashire tottering now.
Yeah, I think Fee Morris will be really disappointed with that because there were lots of runs out here if you can find the gaps.
Incoming batter, number 53, Grace Johnson.
And the pressure starts to pile on the lower order now.
Yeah, indeed. So, Grace Johnson doesn't have much recent form to write home about. Made her first appearance in the OD Cup earlier this week. Failed to trouble the scorers. So, big moment for her.
Yeah, I've just watched that delivery back again, and that's the one delivery that Danny Gregory has not directed at the stumps. I think it's completely premeditated from Fee Morris. She's played what line she thought Gregory was going to bowl.
Yeah.
And actually, she's thrown it wide and picked up the turn.
It's one of those
Morris
lovely
can't
ones as well for a keeper, isn't it? When you see it the whole way.
Yeah. So much time. It's just the case of don't miss it, don't fumble it. Keep it simple. Take and break.
So Grace Johnson off the mark, first delivery. That'll make her feel better. She has a run this year in the tournament. Can she stick around and support Eve Jones? So Jones retains the strike going into the 21st over coming up now. It's a long haul from here, still 30 to navigate for Lancashire, and with a rather exposed middle order. Takes something very special from Eve Jones here. If she can just haul her team up to a competitive score. We've seen it before though here. We saw it in the Yorkshire-Surrey game first up when Yorkshire struggled really, got up to 185, and 1 point Surrey were in a bit of a pickle. We saw it as well in the Essex-Surrey game the other day. You can pull it back in 50 over cricket. Score anything around 200, they'll feel like they'll have something at least to bowl at. It's a long way away at this juncture, of course.
Yeah, and that's something that Surrey have really developed over the last 2 seasons. And in previous years where they found themselves in a bit of a sticky situation, things have gone downhill quite quickly. And the experienced players haven't been able to get the team over the line, but now there's a real understanding of how to win games from sticky situations.
Going back to Danny Gregory then, Kirstie picked up 3 for earlier in the week, picked up another good 3 for in late April against Somerset. She's been economical this year. She's bowled her full quota every time she's taken the field. She's 27. I've watched her intermittently over the years. I was really impressed with her at South East Stars. I remember she bowled a fabulous spell for that team here actually at the Kia a couple of years back. I was really impressed and kept an eye on her ever since. Why do you think she's not yet got the nod? What do you think she still needs to add to her game to get that elusive first cap at international level? Do you think she's in the conversation even?
Do you know what? I'm not sure. I think what Katya was saying when she interviewed Mark Robinson a while ago is following the 2017 World Cup, the thing that they didn't have was left-handers and leg spinners, and now there's an abundance of them. And I think Danny Gregory's worked incredibly hard on her game over the last few years, particularly as a professional cricketer, but I think there are still elements of her game that she needs to continue to work on. She's not the strongest batter. She's a genuine number 11.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that could be a part of it?
It could be, and I think it depends what you're looking for. If you're looking for a leg spinner that consistently turns the ball, and you've got someone like Sarah Glenn who can offer you that as well.
She's a bigger turner of the ball than DG, you feel? Yeah.
Yeah. I feel that she offers a little bit more with the ball. I think, if I'm being brutally honest, I think there's elements of Danny Gregory's fielding that need to develop further. She's worked incredibly hard on it still, but I think fielding off her own bowling is a challenge at times.
She's a very decent outfielder. She's got a good arm.
Yeah, and she's absolutely rapid. So she'll field on the boundaries because she is absolutely rapid and she can cover ground quickly. But is a fielder that you would want to either have behind the bat in the ring.
Yeah.
And England are in a position where actually their fielding has let them down quite a lot lately, and you don't want to be a captain that's trying to, and I don't want to sound harsh, but think about where I can potentially hide a fielder.
That makes sense. I think the point about her limits as a batter, I think, is key. Modern day cricket, multifaceted cricketers is the name of the game these days, and especially if you are a slow bowler in England, then you need to be able to offer something in that 7, 8, 9 slot at the very least, really. Yeah,
and I think you're competing against some good left arm spinners as well. And that's the challenge too. England have some seriously good left arm spinners. So you've got Sophie Eccleston who can hold a bat, Lindsay Smith who can hold a bat. Obviously you've now got...
Gone up for it, nothing doing. Maybe just flick the pad. In fact, flick nothing at all. Delayed decision, but...
Just to add insult to injury, it's not out and it's not hit anything in my opinion. So you can take a look at this again.
Hard to see. Anyway, no danger, no damage done. Turn your heel and bowl it again.
Yeah, and because I was listening as well on the way in on my train. I was having a few train issues, but managed to make it in.
No, she has squeezed that through rather beautifully. In fact, really well timed. It looked nothing more than a push initially up the ground for a couple. It sped away. Not much gap either between a tight extra cover and a wideish mid-off, but that's a very, very useful opening boundary to Grace Johnson, who's looks okay here.
That's just managed to find the middle of the bat, and it is that short boundary out there, and this is what we were saying. There are runs out here if you play and give yourself a little bit of time.
Just dropping onto that lowish full toss length, but...
I was listening to you talking to Katya about Alice Capsey as a wicket keeper, and we haven't actually seen her keep. I saw her keep coming up through the Surrey systems.
That would have been Yas, by the way.
It was Yas and Katya, and they were talking about what level of keeping she's at. And I think you've got to give credit where it's due. There's no way that she's going to be picked as a second keeper if she can't hold the gloves. So there will be an element of confidence that should Amy Jones go down, that Alice Capsey can do a blooming good job. But the days where being a wicket keeper is your primary skill are gone. Now that can't get you. If that was the case, you'd have Rhys Southby in this England squad without a doubt. No questions asked. But
is she the best for you?
I think she's certainly up there. Yeah, I think she is probably the best, if not the best next to Amy Jones. I think she would be the next keeper in line if we were talking about skill set for me. But it's not a primary skill anymore, and we've had the likes of Bess Heath in England have kind of flirted with popping her into the squad for what she can offer with the bat and with the gloves.
How excited are you about Jemima Spence's progress, or do we not go there yet?
Yeah,
A lot of people around these parts, they talk very highly of her indeed.
I really like the way that Surrey are managing her, because she has tremendous potential. She suffered I think it was an ACL injury
That's right.
a couple of seasons ago, which sidelined her, and that probably would have been a breakthrough season for her, I'd imagine, had that not happened.
Still just 19, I think.
Yeah, and then I've set back on the way back into playing. But no, she's got tremendous potential. She'll certainly give Kira Chatley a run for her money with the gloves. That's for sure. And that will be another challenge at some point for Jemima Spence, if she wants to be consistently wearing the gloves, and Kira Chatley's going to maintain the gloves and captaincy. What does she need to do for her game to progress through those next levels?
Yep. Good problems to have, though, for
Absolutely.
the think tank here. Building a very good squad indeed. Stifled appeal, just a little inside edge onto the pad, I fancy. Have you played yet this year?
No, I have
Jacked
well
it in?
and truly retired. Absolutely. When
shame.
I put my kit away, that was it. I don't think I'd be a nice club team member to have, to be honest.
Uppish, but no one there at cover point, so we'll pick up just the one. Explain.
I'm just so competitive, and that is just not where...
Isn't that a good thing?
Well, it is, but I think I'd ruin people's weekends, wouldn't I?
Oh, if they let you down.
Yeah.
If they showed fallibility.
Absolutely.
If they dropped one.
And I just think, why am I trying to ruin someone else's weekend to win a game?
That's excellent stuff.
I like the speed. I like to, get on the park and get through the overs, and I just, I think I just wouldn't be nice.
So you'd
to
be
play
too
with.
intense.
That's it. Yeah, I think I'd just be too intense.
So you're doing a civic duty by not playing cricket.
Absolutely.
Right. Interesting.
Yes. Yeah.
All right. Let's have a chat in a couple of years and see if you.
My other half asked me the other day if I were to go out, do I think I could, score some runs? I said absolutely. Without a doubt.
Yeah. Oh, the pride is still there.
100%.
Yeah, that never goes.
I had a 4-year hiatus and getting back, and I feel like I could probably... I probably wouldn't be able to throw myself all over the pitch anymore. I'm certainly...
Charity
my
game?
body's a lot older. Yeah, maybe.
Media
Maybe.
game? We got a team. Cricket media
Yeah.
11.
Yeah, it depends, yeah. I might not ever get booked for any more gigs anymore. What a way to go.
Oh, don't worry. They're a riot, those games.
Oh, dear. Patrolling that big, big boundary so well out there, Jemima Spence.
Yeah, she's a good outfielder.
It is an absolute monster of a boundary. To keep the batters to one is an impressive task. I mean, it does travel quickly across this oval square. That is the width of Vauxhall, I've heard. But...
we never mention it.
No, we don't. I don't know if anyone realises.
Another lowish full toss, but just dropping nicely for the bowler. Can't really get much purchase. The squeeze is still on here. 2 for 23 into her 6th now.
Yeah, don't be surprised if you see Danny Gregory bowl 10 straight here.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. I think you're right.
That is what she offers too. Is she's so reliable in that sense. She will do it game in, game out.
And that does clear mid-off. Solid shot. So second boundary for Grace Johnson. Same area, this time more airborne. But all useful runs. 100 comes up then in the 24th over. 102 for 4. As I say, you just maybe double it. We've seen here that scores of around 200. They do take some chasing. Really was a fascinating game the other day against Essex, when it looked for all the money as if Surrey were just going to cruise home in that chase. And then Essex really got to work. Blew Surrey's middle order away, and at one point Surrey needed, I think, the best part of 90 odd with 3 wickets in hand, or maybe 80 odd it was. They got it done quite easily in the end. It was a remarkable game of cricket. That's what Lancashire have to keep telling themselves.
Yeah, and this is what's so great about 50 over cricket is nothing is given. You could be in the best position possible and the tables can turn so quickly and it could just ebb and flow.
Yeah, just going back to that game briefly. Yes, it got 2-2-7. Keeps a bit low this time. Watchfully played up to long on. Mid on, rather. Nothing doing then for Lancashire. Going nowhere fast at the moment. 103 for 4. I'm going to jump out in a sec. But yeah, just that Essex Women game against Surrey earlier in the week. Essex scrabbled up to 2-2-7. And Surrey started very strongly. And then a sudden middle order collapse. Saw them really staring down the barrel in the end. Chatterjee and Cranston got it done with a couple of unbeaten 30s, but a real seesawing game. This is what you get 50 over cricket. Could be another change of bowler, powered of course by SSE Energy Solutions. Get the whole team involved. Yas Rana to take over.
Morning, Yas.
Afternoon.
Afternoon. I feel like every time we come on air, there's something that goes wrong for me. And I had intentionally, before coming on air, repeatedly said your name in the right order with the right letter. And I still made a mistake. So the last time I was on air with Yas, I called him Yas Rana.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Straight away as well. It was great,
yeah,
great
straight
start.
off the bat.
Great start.
With conviction also. Well, I flagged it immediately because I knew I was wrong and I just, went back on it. And then I also recall there was one time and I was thinking about what I was having for dinner whilst saying your name. I do that quite a lot. And I called you Yas Ramen. And I knew it wasn't right, but nobody said anything, so I just thought, I'm just going to leave it. I do like ramen, though.
Well, anyway, Alice Monaghan started with a couple of dot balls.
Yes, yes, let's talk about cricket. Much better start for Alice Monaghan this return spell. Couldn't quite find her line and length in the first couple that she bowled. Thoughts this morning, Yas?
Yeah, it's been a very good 14 or so overs for Surrey since the end of the first power play. Lancashire 45 for 1 at that point. Since then, 59 for 3 from 14.4 overs. So Lancashire consolidating, but they've also lost 3 wickets in that point of view. They've not really got the run rate going over the last hour or so. What do you think the game plan is here for the visitors?
Yeah, see, I've been looking at some of their stats and their runs that they've accumulated over the season, and they play a very different game to Surrey, and it feels like strike rate isn't their main focus, and it's more, for me, I get the impression that they bat 50 overs, and what they've got at the end of their overs, they then go out and defend. I'd like to see a bit more intent, if I'm honest, because at the moment, Surrey are just continuing to turn the screws with a number of dot balls. Considering we're out of the power play, Surrey have 4 fielders out, and they're just... Ooh, just the one from that over as well. So a little bit of intent there. Johnson probably will be a bit frustrated that she didn't make contact with that. So yeah, I feel that Surrey are in complete control of this game, and if Lancashire want to get anywhere near 220, which is what they're going to need to have that scoreboard pressure, they need to start to show a little bit of intent. We've got Lister still to come, who's very strong with the bat, with lots of potential. Kate Cross, Tara Norris, Grace Potts. So they're going to have to make a decision on how to proceed following the drinks.
So if you're just joining us, some of the highlights from today's action, and Lancashire are up and running. There's that delivery from Megan Brown for a new ball bowler. Basically the perfect angled away swinger to Smale early on. She fell crisply through away to the off. Now with the ball, Lancashire consolidated in the power play. Beats the diving mid off game. Joined Eve Jones in the middle. That before flicked off the legs. 45 for 1 at the end of the first. Lovely shot from the Lancashire captain. That's a lovely shot. Drilled past short cover for 20.
Short and wide, and taken at backward point.
Yeah,
see that one swallowed up.
Chatterjee getting the wicket, the Lancashire skipper.
Maitland Brown in the game again at backward point.
And then
bit of a drag down, but it's got the wicket. It's rather
Danny Gregory, she's picked up 2
this time.
wickets
Leg
so
side, and that
far.
will run away for 4.
The Aussie, Maddie Penner, falling for a 4-ball duck. And then
brilliantly done and given, superb.
I was listening as well on the way in.
The umpire was stationed point rather than
she has squeezed it through rather.
Immediately turned to her left,
and that does clear
leg,
mid
so
off.
there's no one there.
Solid more,
and then
airborne.
Turned around to point. But yeah, Lancashire steady progress, you'd say. Not loads of support so far for Eve Jones, who's 48 off 76. As Kirstie says, you think at the moment, given the way Lancashire played it over the last 20 or so minutes, that their main aim is to just get a score on the board and back their bowlers. Really strong attack to defend it, rather than necessarily play risky cricket to try and get a score in excess of 250, 300.
Yeah, and it's interesting, isn't it? Because there is definite movement in the air, and the bowlers have been swinging the ball, which can pose challenges. But Eve Jones is such a strong driver of the ball. Bowlers, when they're searching for swing, can obviously over pitch at times. I just feel that there's something not quite missing and clicking into place here for Eve Jones. She just looks watchful. And she's been at the crease now. She's faced 76 deliveries. And I just feel that I wonder, maybe, if she's trying to get to that 50 milestone and then we'll relax and start to kick into gear. I think Lancashire will hope she has that mindset, potentially. Johnson looks strong. She's played some powerful shots down the ground. She could be key here. But again, it's facing enough deliveries to be able to make a good contribution, which at the moment I think Eve Jones is just holding the strike, which can then put more pressure on Johnson at the other end to score and score quickly.
Yeah, I thought that was a quietly important over for Surrey, actually. Alice Monaghan, she was expensive first up, 2 overs. First 2 overs went for 20. She's the 4th bowler used for Surrey, but effectively the 5th bowler in terms of how many they've used today. That was her 3rd over, and maybe that's someone that Lancashire might look to target, but for her to be able to get away with just 1 from that over was a good sign for Surrey. Another change of bowler for Surrey. Clear Moore back into the attack. Change of bowler powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Stay ahead of the game, implement a winning sustainability strategy. She's going to bowl around the wicket to Eve Jones.
Sorry, I've got plenty of bowling options here as well. Sophia Dunkley can bowl some leg spin. They've got Alice Davidson-Richards, who can obviously bowl a little bit in the middle overs as well. Some seam. So they've still got some more options up their sleeve if they want to change it up and challenge the batters. I don't see a reason to change what's currently working, though, do you? Yes.
No. Again, the spin working really well at the moment. Moore and Gregory been hard to get away so far. Although that's a bit of width there, and Jones wasn't going to miss out on that one. Cut away for 4, and that brings up her 50. 52 not out from 79 deliveries. Her third half century of the season. Kirstie, she's held the Lancashire innings together thus far.
Yeah, Amy Jones had a nasty shoulder injury during the 100 last year. I think it was in July last year. So I think her winter would have looked a little bit different. She had reconstructive surgery, or certainly had a slightly different winter to what you would look at normally. She's been doing this for a very long time.
She's got to be one of the best players on the circuit, never to have got an England call-up.
Yeah, which is interesting because she is that left-hander that offers that option. And I think it really just is about who's in charge and what they want to do in terms of the way that they want to play. I think during Mark Robinson's reign and Lisa Cartley's reign, it clearly just wasn't a match for the way they wanted their teams to play. And I think also she's been on the circuit for so long, but only professional for the last 5 years since the game turned professional. And that's been huge. You see the number of batters now that are starting to perform and make scores at county level. Young batters coming through as well. I think over the next few years, you're going to see some real chops and changes in that England squad, which is really exciting.
Yeah, I think with Jones, that something that might have been held against her is that in the 100 era, because that is the most high-profile domestic cricket, performances in the 100 can almost turbocharge a player's career, and you'd say that 50-over cricket is her strongest format.
100%, yeah.
And she's not had like a totally stand-out 100 campaign, even though that she's someone who's had multiple BBL deals over the years. She's not had a campaign that's almost got people talking, if that makes sense, even if her 50-over cricket has been outstanding for a long time.
Monaghan bowling with some good pace today. Yeah, and that's the thing, and I think in the short format, your stats are where you get picked up. How many dot balls you face versus how many boundaries, or, if you've got the first 17 balls of an innings, how many runs does that batter score off of those? Line just straying a little bit again for Monaghan.
Yeah, she struggled with the line in that first spell. 4 wides in her first 2 overs. You'd think actually that even though she was used early on in the first power play, that actually with the field out, this suits her style of bowling a little bit more. She's speedy, skiddy, and if, reflection of what she's trying to do actually is the Surrey field, with fielders out square and behind square. She's going to be a difficult bowler to hit hard and straight, but you think that a little bit extra protection, she can be quite handy here.
Yeah, she bowls a heavy ball. She hits high up on the bat.
good comeback this from Monaghan. Initially expensive from her first 2 overs, but she's conceded just 3 runs from her first 10 legitimate deliveries back into the attack. And I guess just watching this, Kirstie, I almost wonder what the Lancashire boundary options are. She's bowling speedily, just back of a length, hitting the top half of the bat hard.
Yeah, and just the 12 boundaries so far this innings. So restricted in the power play, which will be a big tick in Surrey's KPI box, I'm certain. Having a bit of insight from that dressing room. But yeah, I think a little bit of intent there, given straight back from the Surrey team as well.
Yeah, intent, but just 3 runs from the over. Lancashire 113 for 4. Eve Jones, 54 not out of 82 deliveries, 6 boundaries in her innings thus far. Opened up. She's been strong square of the wicket, a couple of boundaries through the point region. It's been a mightily important innings for the visitors, who've not quite got going. It's been a stop-start innings. They lost the wicket of Smell early consolidation afterwards, but Surrey struck 3 times in the space of 7 overs. Threlcold, Penner and Morris falling after the first power play. And they've struggled a little bit for momentum.
Yeah, they have. They really have.
You mentioned KPIs there, Kirstie. Is that how it works? Do teams have KPIs?
Yeah, they certainly do. Yeah.
What sort of things will they be discussing on that front?
It depends on the format. It was obviously changed between 50 and 20 over. It'll be something like wickets in the power play, obviously. How many can we take 1 or 2 wickets in the power play? Can we restrict a score? How many boundaries we would be happy with conceding within that first 10 overs? It's usually a very good indicator of the line that you've bowled.
Is that almost having an appreciation of sometimes things happen that's not out of your, not within your control, and actually that is almost a more measurable mark of how you've done your job?
Absolutely. So we might not take any wickets in the power play, but if we haven't taken any wickets in the power play, but have stayed within our range of how many boundaries that we're happy to concede, then we consider that a tick. That's a win. Because it could just be a flat deck. There could be absolutely nothing going on with the ball. Obviously, taking wickets in that phase is really important. But if you're bowling good lines and lengths.
Swept hard by Johnson and past the fielder at deep, fine leg, a much needed boundary for Lancashire.
Then when you move out into the middle phase and then into the final 10 overs, I wondered if Ailish Cranston got a slight hand on this as she dives to her right. Couldn't quite see, but Sophia Dunkley was a fair way in off that boundary. It is such a big boundary and just couldn't quite cut the corner off to stop the 4. And then as a bowling team, it'll be about how many dot balls you can concede. How many dot ball strings? That's what we tend to call them. Before a boundary or before a 1. As a batting team, the flip side of that. So as few dot balls as you can concede, picking up boundaries regularly.
So within a dressing room, for example, in 50 over cricket, I think the perception sometimes is that the middle overs can be quite boring. It's a rotational strike, the field's out, the batting team's not taking many risks. But within a dressing room, is the taking of a single almost like a minor mistake from the bowler. They haven't quite nailed it, and that is why the dot accumulation is something that is measured.
Yeah, and I think even the taking of a single, if you're bowling to your field and that's exactly what that field is there for, then that's a win in your column. Because you've put that fielder there for that reason, so you can bowl there. You'd happily pick up the single. If you've missed your line and they've picked up a boundary, then obviously that's a win in the other column. But yeah, I think those middle overs are the ones where that game can just ebb and flow really quickly, and that lapse in concentration can occur.
Side leg side, that's a misfield on the boundary from Chatterjee. I was just going to say that Monaghan have got away with that delivery. Leg side, Johnson flicks it round the corner. Fielder was there though, and Chatterjee, well, that's a poor piece of fielding on the rope, and it just gives Lancashire a little bit of momentum. Boundary in the previous over, another boundary there. You talk about bowling to the field, Kirstie, even though that was leg side, that was where the protection was.
Yeah. She's bowling extremely straight, which is quite an interesting ploy, because this side of the boundary, if you're bowling straight, is very small. This side of the ground by the gas holder. She's almost got a little bit more lenience in terms of bowling that fourth stump line. There's a clear ploy here to target the stumps, which I don't mind. You've just got to be able to execute it. She's backing herself.
Oh, lovely pickup. Mid wicket on the bounce. Paige Schofield, I think, mid wicket. A lovely piece of fielding.
Yeah, excellent fielder, Paige Schofield. She's had a quiet start to the campaign so far. She's had a few starts, but not quite found the rhythm that she'd be hoping to find.
Very, very full again from Monaghan. Jones unable to get that away. But yeah, she's only 22 off 30, but a couple of signs in the last few overs of aggression from Johnson. Not just the two boundaries, but you can see that there's an increase in her intent. Found the fielder in the ring a couple of times, firmly struck shots short and pulled the leg side by Jones. That would be a single. 6 runs from the over. A couple of decent overs in a row for the visitors. Lancashire 1-2-7 for 4.
Yeah, and I think what would be really important here for Johnson is that aggression doesn't turn to frustration. She's not facing the bulk of the strike, but she's scoring well. She just needs to keep a calm, level head, but ensure that she's still making good decisions without becoming too assertive, potentially. There's lots of opportunity to score some runs out here. She's 21 overs left in the innings so far.
So return to the attack for Maitland Brown. It's a change in bowler powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Blow the competition away with renewable energy from one of their named wind farms. Starts the full toss, but well fielded at short cover by Monaghan.
This cold snap's supposed to end next week. Yes, I can't wait.
It's 26 degrees, I think,
Lovely.
on Thursday.
Lovely. I've just got some new grass seed put down in the garden, so that germination will start kicking in very quickly, that ground temperature rising.
It has been really cold this week.
It's been outrageous.
Really, really cold.
There was one morning and I got in my car and I don't get up to go to work exceptionally early. I'm in the car by 7:30. It was 2 degrees.
2
degrees. I refuse to put a coat on, that's for sure.
I went for a walk a couple of mornings ago. I got home and I was like, my nose is really cold.
Mm-hmm.
This is December weather.
Yes. Even the evenings have been cold.
I noticed yesterday I was watching one of the men's live streams. I think the umpire in the Surrey Yorkshire game was wearing gloves.
Gosh. Your hand warmers in the pockets.
Interesting use of Brown here. She's into her 7th over, 20 overs remaining in the innings. Sometimes with the Premier Quick you leave maybe 4 overs towards the end of the innings, but Surrey have been quite proactive with the use of Brown so far today. Initial spell of 4 and a burst of 2 relatively early on after the power play, and another burst here. I asked you a few overs ago about what Lancashire might be doing. What do you think the game plan is here from Surrey? Are they reasonably content watching Lancashire go about their business in this way at the moment? Or do you think frustration might be growing in the home camp?
I don't think there's frustration. I think they'll be more than pleased that the scorecard reflects a really solid bowling effort in the main, but that's a very good bouncer and that's really well played in the end. Takes a bit of a top edge, but goes fine. Dunkley can't prevent the boundary. And I think Kira Chatley sees an opportunity here where the run rate is really declining to just throw a little bit more pressure into the mix as well and say, look, you're not scoring and we don't have our Premier Quick bowling at the moment, so we're going to put her on, and then if you think you're under pressure now, let's bring some of our frontline bowlers back into the attack. So I like it. I think it's really proactive captaincy from Kira Chatley.
I suppose there's a hint in that delivery in itself, in that if there's a side you're bowling defensively, you probably don't bowl a bumper as sharp as that. Very good delivery, top edge for 4 from Johnson, who took it on to 27 not out.
Yeah, and it's a slightly different bowling lineup to the lineup that Surrey usually have. And these middle overs would be predominantly bowled by spinners.
So nearly chopped on from Eve Jones. Inside edge onto the pad. And it just rolls past her leg stump. Monaghan so close to picking up the elusive wicket of Jones.
I thought that went through the stumps then at some point.
This is so close. Yeah, you can
goodness
tell by
me.
everyone's body language that was mightily close.
And this is it. So these batters are now going to have to make a decision about what bowler they're going to go after. And if it's not Brown, it's going to have to be Monaghan.
Pulled straight to the fielder at fine leg. Yeah, and Monaghan's bowling quietly. A really good spell here. 3.2 overs. No wickets so far, but just 10 runs conceded. Bowling at this phase of the innings, that's really, really impressive work.
Yeah, I don't know about you, Yas, but I can feel the tension rising. I can feel a little bit of tension from the batters, and I can certainly feel, it feels as though Surrey have an idea that something's about to happen.
No, I like it that they've actually been quite aggressive. I was talking earlier about how, you know, the uncharitable view of 50-over cricket is this point of an inning. Sometimes you almost kind of want to just simulate, where singles are taken, not many risks are taken, and both teams are sort of happy with that. But Lancashire, they've just looked to be a little bit more aggressive in the last few overs, and Surrey have responded by being aggressive themselves. Monaghan and Brown both digging it in short.
Yeah, and Surrey of past years would be probably bowling 3 or 4 spinners. So obviously no Tilly Courtine-Coleman, no Alice Capsey. Bryony Smith would potentially lend some overs. Hasn't bowled anything this year. So just the 2 spinners now, and they would just be rushing through these overs. But I really like this. This is a different sort of Surrey bowling attack in these middle overs.
Oh, it's a no ball. It's a no ball, and
A drop catch.
judging by everyone's body language, also a drop catch. That was given as a no ball very early on, but I don't think that Kira Chatley was aware of that at the time. It's a really good spell, this, from Monaghan. Thick outside edge. Chatley diving to her right. Shells it. Wouldn't have counted had she kept hold of it.
That was a genuine edge. Excellent delivery. The frustration of it being a front foot no ball. But the relief for Kira Chatley that it was.
I don't know. I don't think she showed many signs of relief straight away.
I think that intent there from Eve Jones to duck that delivery, I think, speaks volumes for me. That's a free hit. You can swing. It might hit you, but you've got to be brave in those moments. I think she might be kicking herself that she's just done that.
Yeah, she's been strong square on the offside, but so we've had protection for that shot for a while now. End of the over, 6 from it. Lancashire 140 for 4. You mentioned Tilly Courtine-Coleman. Not in action today for England, who are underway now at Cardiff. New Zealand won the toss, chose to bowl first. Bree Illing picked up the early wicket of Emma Lamb. She fell for 7. Steady going for England since then. Jodie Grewcock 5 off 23 and Heather Knight in number 3 13 off 21, despite the early rain that led to a delayed start of an hour. Still scheduled to be a 50 over contest.
Jodie Grewcock's an exciting player. Really exciting player. Left-handed opening batter. Well, top order batter. I don't think she opens at the moment. Leg spinner. Very good fielder. And full of youth.
Yeah, she's had an excellent start to the summer for Essex. Short again. And pulled towards the vacant final leg area. Johnson not quite getting control of that shot. She took it on. It's a career best score for Johnson in 50 over cricket. She moves to 30.
What are your thoughts on Davina Perrin being left out of these series?
Oh, appeal for LBW. It's a bit leg side. Really good question. Her innings here in the 100 last year was the clear announcement of a very special talent. I think sometimes we can get almost greedy with a young player. And I'd say that as exciting as it would be to see her in the England squad up until this point, you know, in either that T20 World Cup squad people were talking about with her, or the 50 over squad here, that knock in the 100 was actually quite a long time ago now, and she has had the opportunities to replicate that, and it's not quite happened.
Yeah.
WBBL, she had a first stint, which would have been a really big moment for her, but she didn't produce anything that suggested that she absolutely had to be in an England squad. Oh, short again. Brown tests Jones with a short ball. It's gone for 4. Not overly convincing from Jones, who ducked underneath one in the previous over, takes it on, picks up 4.
Yeah, I don't think Jones is comfortable with this short ball at all, and Surrey will be chomping at the bit now to keep on bowling these chin music esque deliveries. Sorry, I can get my words out then. Just thinking of too many things all at once.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. Both deep third and deep fine leg are very fine, actually, for Brown. And the over 6 runs from it. Intriguing passage to play here. Middle overs of a 50 over game, but Surrey looking to be aggressive towards Lancashire. Digging it in short. Testing both Jones and Johnson with the short stuff. But yeah, going back to your question about Davina Perrin, I think that had the last 6 months gone differently, we may well have seen her in a squad. But she hasn't quite grasped the opportunity yet, and that's fine. She's so young. Her time will come. And I think that innings in the 100 showed her ceiling and potential. But in any senior international squad, you're looking more for the here and now. And I think actually it's a potential reflection of the strength of the domestic game and the faith in which the England hierarchy have of the domestic system, that they are comfortable leaving her in it. And that actually is the best thing for her development right now. Change of bowler, powered by SSE Energy Solutions, your business energy partner, meeting you where you are on your sustainability journey. Where do you stand on it?
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree, actually. Yes, and I think no one's sitting on the fence about Davina Perrin, which I quite like. They're either in one camp or they're in the other. And I am inclined to agree. I think she will play for England. I think there is absolutely no doubt about that. She is oozing with talent. But consistency is everything when you're competing for a spot in that top order where, she does bowl leg spin, but she's not a primary bowler. She doesn't bowl consistently. I don't think she's bowled a lot really for Warwickshire this season. So she's trying to get in on that primary skill. She's an outstanding fielder, incredible athlete. So for her, it will be that consistency that revolves around scoring, accumulating, in both formats of the game. And I really like that Charlotte Edwards is looking at who is in form, who are the players that are doing it regularly, regardless of age and experience, which is refreshing, if I'm honest, having been around women's cricket my entire life. And it's testament to where this women's professional game is going. But yeah, I think she's an incredibly exciting talent. And her time will 100% come.
Yeah, if you look at the leading run scorers in the One Day Cup so far this season, the 2 new call-ups in the England squad, Paven and Grucock, they're averaging 92 and 80. And Perrin started this summer well, averaging 45. But as you say, early season form has been rewarded. And again, it's almost like a reverse conversation of what we were having about Eve Jones earlier. If you were to pick a format for Perrin at this point. Now leg side, that'll be another wide. What she has that might be missing in camp is that destruction and boundary finding and boundary clearing ability. And I guess for England, with a T20 World Cup on this summer at home, it would have been such a huge call to put her straight in. And there'll be some people listening to this thinking they should have done.
Yeah.
But that's her strong format. So you're looking at this 50 over series against New Zealand at the moment. On form, she's not the most prolific young batter in the country.
Yeah, and then you have the argument of, so why are we playing 50 over cricket at this point in the season when we have a 20 over World Cup around the corner? And, you know, there's a lot of talk about.
Knocked down to mid-on for 1. 4 runs off the over. Lancashire 150 for 4 after 33.
The runs just keep flowing. What a performance it's been. Very eventful innings here in South London. That's out and he's off in celebration.
Welcome back to the Kia Oval. Single brought up the Lancashire 150. Loads of Vitality Blast action coming up from next week. Double header against Lancashire. Women's and men's sides here on Friday afternoon, Friday night, 22nd of May. Come down.
It's the first time the men have played Lancashire in the group stage of the Blast in a significantly long period of time, isn't it? Yes.
Potentially ever. I think.
There you go. Come down for a first.
Danny Gregory into the attack. Change of bowler powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Slight change of pace. We saw Surrey looking to test Lancashire with the short ball. Monaghan and Brown.
I'd like to see spin at both ends now. Whiz through, bit of pressure into the final 10 overs and say to Lancashire, you've got to do something now to get yourself to a respectable score here.
Yeah, so Gregory into her 7th over. Brown's got 2 left. She's 8 overs, none for 35 so far. Yeah, more 8 overs, none for 35. Cut not a million miles away from Monaghan. The mid-wicket. So I guess just in terms of the bowlers that Surrey have used today, at least I know that Dunkley bowls leg spin, but she's not been used so far today. Not as much spin as we usually see.
No.
With Surrey.
No. So yeah, Kira Chatley's captaincy has to take on a slightly different approach today. Bit more thinking. Actually watched the a bit of content that Surrey put out on their Instagram page this week with that car journey in with Kira Chatley, and she speaks about taking on the captaincy and wearing gloves, and actually how it's been really good for her keeping because she just then relies and doesn't overthink her skill, which is nice. She's having to think a lot about captaincy and who to bowl next and who to move where, so she's just got to trust her skill.
How set are the bowling almost patterns of a 50 over game? Will they have a clear idea of who's bowling which overs before they go out, or is that something that the captain feels on the day?
I think there'll be an element of
pulled 2 deep mid wicket, and Gregory picks up her 3rd. Jones can't believe it. She's unmoved at the striker's end. Short delivery from Gregory, pulled straight 2 deep mid wicket, shorter side of the ground. Jones falls for 69 off 104 deliveries, and Surrey have their 5th.
It's not quite got up to the height that I think Eve Jones thought that was going to go. Shorter boundary. She's certainly capable of clearing it, but hasn't quite got all of it. Has been pouched nicely by Paige Schofield on the boundary. Safe set of hands there.
Actually, looking at the replay, not quite as short as I initially thought. But Jones quick on the back foot onto the pull shot, sensed a boundary scoring opportunity, but hits it straight to Schofield in the deep. Didn't have to move.
The curse of drinks. Village shout, one after drinks.
Ailsa Lister, the Scotland international. Next bat in for Lancashire.
Made a good name for herself in the 100. Took some outstanding catches on the boundary.
Yeah, we're interested to see how Lancashire play it now. That partnership was worth 70. Maintained a run rate of around about 4.5 runs and over. 16 overs left in the innings. Still a long time to go.
Yeah, I think I'd be really interested to see how Lancashire approach this, because if it was Surrey in this position, you don't want to leave runs out there. So you'd rather be 180 all out, but you've gone for it, than 200 from 50 overs with 5 wickets remaining and a lot of runs left out there. So really, really important passage of play here for Lancashire in terms of how they can flip the intent and set the tone for what they want to achieve with their bowling innings as well. There's a real lack of energy at the crease, and I feel if you're a bowler just trying to go and follow up on that innings, you know, the energy's not there. The dressing room's probably quite flat. You're going to have to really find something to go out and think, you know, I've got to create some intent, some energy, some excitement.
Yeah, credit to how Surrey have bowled. It's contributed to that energy. They've made finding the boundary a risky option, not just for the wicket of Jones there, but even a couple of times recently where they have found the boundary coming through edges. There was that top edge from Eve Jones a few overs ago. And it's overs like this one from Chatterjee where they've just hit back of a length, maybe just slightly fuller. And they've got protection in the ring. Slight misfield allows them to get through for a single. For straight, sorry. Really good over this from Chatterjee. Allows Lister to get off the mark as well. Two Scotland teammates bowling against each other, Chatterjee to Lister. But yeah, it's a lot of overs like this one where you've got 4 fielders in the ring in front of square, and it feels like those fielders get hit time and time again, and Lancashire have had to take risks to find the boundary. Slightly different field for Johnson, the set batter. She's on 35 with a long on out. No fielders in the ring on the leg side in front of the square.
Johnson there, I just noticed, is a very, very low grip on the bat. I think that might be me finished, but just when she's on strike at the start of this next over, just look at how low down the bat she's holding with her grip. I might be wrong, I might be on for another one here, Yas, but yeah, very, very bottom-handed grip. You can see a good 1.5 inches, 2 inches of handle at the top of her bat, which when the bowlers are bowling incredibly straight can make it hard to pick up a little bit of momentum through that leg side. It gets you a little bit cramped.
I think you are off, Kirstie.
I am. I've said my piece.
Well, that is something we can keep an eye on in the following overs. Kirstie White's going to take a break. Katya Witney in for the final 15 overs of this Lancashire. And it's Gregory to continue from the Vauxhall end. She's bowled brilliantly so far today. 3 for 31 from 7 overs so far. Katya, this Lancashire innings has been interesting in that it has felt like they have at times almost been on the cusp of not quite folding, but handing the total control to Surrey, but they've just about kept themselves in it and threatened to get into a really good position before the wicket of Eve Jones, but just have to consolidate once more after that wicket.
Yeah, it's actually got a very familiar feeling to the game on Tuesday. It feels almost identical. in some aspects of that game on Tuesday. Neither side quite getting on top of the other. Essex, see, even I'm doing it now. Lancashire losing wickets at times where they've just threatened to kind of wrest that control away from Surrey. Priyanaz Chatterjee's been outstanding.
Oh, slight misfield, and it's another single for Lister. 2 to her score now, both via Surrey misfields. They've not been perfect in the field so far today, Surrey. A few misfields allowing Lancashire to add, you have to say, about 10 runs to their total so far. Oh, beats Lister on the inside edge. Johnson, rather.
No, they haven't been perfect in the field, but there's a bit more intensity on display here today, I've noticed. A little bit more hustle in between the overs and in the field.
Oh, close again. Gregory to Johnson. Gregory's bowling such a good spell here. It's 2 runs from the over. She's not a huge turner of the ball. And that one just skids on. And Johnson just gets a bottom edge on it. It prevents the ball cannoning into off stump.
She's very threatening on that under edge, Danny Gibson. We've already seen her get one like that today. Difficult to pick that skiddier one she bowls that goes straight through. She bowls lots of lovely loopy stuff and then fires that one in.
Chatterjee to continue. Yeah, that is the ball that I feel like we've seen loads of in the last 15 overs. Surrey seamer bowling just full of a length with 4 fielders in the ring in front of square, and the Lancashire batter finding one of those 4 fielders for no run. And there we go again. It's really disciplined bowling from Chatterjee. Bowling to a field. Might look simple, but her control of line here is what is making these dot balls possible. No width. She's not getting too leg side. And really restricting the run scoring opportunities for the new batter, Lister. As I mentioned in her previous over, Scotland International to Scotland International.
I think particularly in the last 15 overs or so, we saw some loose stuff, a little bit of loose stuff early on from Surrey just warming into the fixture, but the last 15 overs or so they've been really, really tight, really, really disciplined. And that scoring rate has stayed below 4.5 and over. Those dot balls have ramped up. If you mix in those wicket-taking deliveries, it's been a really, really good performance from the attack.
Bit of width this time, and it allows Lister to take a single. I think that delivery is actually a really good illustration, even though that's the worst ball that Chatterjee has bowled. So I think that's a really good illustration of how well she has bowled, in that up to that point offered no width at all, but just the first opportunity of width, Lancashire able to get that run. Field goes back for Johnson, mid on drops to long on. Finds a single.
Yeah, I think the one that gave it away really was Ellis Reckles. That wide stuff straight down the throat of Maitland Brown. The rest have been products of a really disciplined effort from Surrey.
Oh, quick single. Shy at the stumps. But they get through unscathed. 3 singles to complete the over. Lancashire 1-6-1 for 5. Bit of hit and run there, you felt, from Lister. She went as soon as ball struck bat.
What do you think Lancashire will be happy with from here? 13 overs left in the innings. 5 wickets down. Looking at Kate Cross, Tara Norris come in and after this.
That is a question that Phil Walker will answer, because he's on for the rest of the Lancashire first inning.
Thinking perhaps getting up towards pushing 250 maybe, Phil?
We'll be delighted with 250. Be thrilled with that. Yeah, give it a bit of whack. Why not? One bounce. It's in the agricultural book, I would say, but mightily effective against the spin. And Danny Gregory into her 9th over, 3 for 33. She's had the squeeze on Lancs all afternoon.
Yeah, it's one of the longer boundaries that as well. She's done well to get that. Almost went for 6. Not far off. Just prompting a bit of a change in the field there. Alice Davidson-Richards. Danny Gregory. Pushing that fielder on the leg side a little bit finer. She knows what she wants.
That's a beauty. Perfectly landed and pitched, and it spat and turned. That's a great comeback. Yeah, really good bounce as well. That kicks off the seam. Not an enormous amount of lateral movement, but with that kind of bounce, perfectly landed. And again, quality stuff.
Yep, the flatter one again.
She seems like she's maturing all the time now. Danny Gregory, 27 years old, really coming into the prime of her career.
Yeah, if we're saying that Lancashire have been teetering a little bit in this innings, I don't think they'll be that... what's the word I'm looking for? I think they'll be seeing this surface and thinking there is a decent amount in this surface for us. Bowl well.
Yeah, so going back to that question, the 2 games before this that I've done here on the stream have been cagey, lowish scoring affairs that the team batting second have prevailed by just 3 wickets in both games. Surrey chasing in both of these, but it's not been a given, it's not been a stroll in those 2 wins that Surrey have racked up. First against Yorkshire, they bowled Yorkshire out for 185, and against Essex, good solid sweep off the stumps, but swept on length. Elisa Lister showing a bit of impetus here into double figures quickly. Grace Johnson as well, played tidily actually for 39 from 53, good on the eye. Yeah, and the Essex game, Essex made 227, and again Surrey, their innings ebbed and flowed, and they had a bit of a collapse in the middle order, and in the end they looked at Cranston and Chatterjee to get it done, and they did so. But the point is that a score anything around 200, 220 is, you're in the game, it's defendable here. And if you can winkle 1 or 2 out early on, then Surrey have shown that they're not cast iron on these chases, albeit that they have got over the line in both. So that will be encouraging to them. But also for Lancashire, they have to believe, and they're in a cautiously tidy position here. And it does. Oh my word, what a snare that is. Paige Schofield, thank you very much. I was just about to say that it's just evaded the fielder, but what a take. One-hander on the move, on the run, didn't even need the dive. And she's absolutely ecstatic as well, you would be. I think she's almost slightly surprised herself to have plucked that out of thin air. Katya Witney.
That is outstanding from Paige Schofield. She's quite a tall fielder there. Quite long levers as well, and she needed all of them there. One-handed, dive, running backwards. That is absolutely perfect.
Done with style as well.
Saw a similar one actually on Tuesday from Alice Davidson-Richards in that same vein. One hand.
Yeah. So Grace Johnson, she thought she'd cleared her. She thought that was going to run away for 4 to take her into the 40s, but she goes 39 from 56, 5-4s, batted nicely, just at the wrong time for Lancs. They've given another one up. 6 down now for 167. And so the game shifts again. Kate Cross, the great Kate Cross, joins us. She's seen it all 1,000 times and more. She'll know exactly what's required here. They've got to bat their overs. Good old-fashioned diktats here and mantras. 11.5 to bowl, still for Surrey. And Lancs will know that they have to eke out every single available run here. A leg by here, a no ball, a scampered couple into the outer. It's not going to be big shots. They don't have the wickets in hand. But they have to keep believing that they can get up. Just a run a ball from here will take them up to around 230, 240, and they'll take that. Wide ball.
They will, but I think what Lancashire will have in the back of their minds is that the last 2 matches they've played, both of which they've lost, they've struggled when posting scores around 220, between 220 and 250. Against Warwickshire last time out, albeit in a shortened innings of 42 overs, they posted 226. Warwickshire ended chasing that down with 9 balls to spare, and then previously posted 251 against Essex, and they chased that down with 3 overs to spare.
Good by Monaghan, full and straight. Yeah, good point. There's life in this track, though, as we've seen. Definitely for the quicks. Kate Cross should enjoy it here. It's been a bit of movement all day. Good bowling conditions, quite cool. Gentle breeze, cloudy. And as we saw right up top, another wide. It's been a feature today for Monaghan. Her radar's been slightly off. Struggled to get going initially. 2 overs for 20s. Come back decently, but does have that in her today. Just the one that just falls away in her action a touch. Sprays it a bit down the leg side. But yeah, as we saw early on with Maitland Brown's absolute jaffer to pick up the first of the day. There will be something to offer with a new ball. And that's another one. Touch and go perhaps, but no complaints from the bowler. And so 3 wides to follow immediately after that wicket.
Yeah, she's just struggling with her radar here a little bit, Monaghan. Perhaps struggling with the timing of her release. I thought she was really good a couple of days ago against Essex, 2 for 45. Bowled really well, but she's just struggling a little bit here. 1 for 38, 6.2 overs. Just needs to land one.
Playing a miss. So a runner ball gets them up to 239 from here. I'd say that's a pretty competitive score based on what I've seen here at the Kia last couple of games.
Kate Cross no slouch with the bat either. 34 last time out against Warwickshire. I remember one game in the Ashes in 2023. I think I was there. It's all blurring into one now.
Already.
Don't.
The big wahoo appeal. Certainly a swipe across the line. Umpire unmoved.
Let's have a look. It's a decent shout.
Certainly is. Perhaps just a tiny bit high. Scamper through for a leg bite. So certainly no bat. Brings Cross back onto strike. Lisa Lister has certainly shown endeavour so far. She didn't like that. It's well bowled. Nasty one. And that has struck her. Taken her by surprise as well. It is the end of the over. 11 to come still.
Yeah, awkward that from Kate Cross. Very awkward length in short.
Here's this catch again. I love the reaction. It's real nonchalance and style. That's a fabulous snare. She's actually crunched it quite well with that short arm jab. She's sure that she's got enough of it, Grace Johnson.
I always think what's really impressive about those ones when running backwards is you almost lose sight of the ball. Or to keep an eye on the ball while you're running backwards.
Yeah, it's
No mean feat.
Totally. There's been a couple of really, really good, very clippable moments from this innings. Gregory again. Oh, she's put her down. That was a chance, you know. Lowish, but eminently catchable.
Yeah, that always happened in slow motion.
Yeah, she'll be cranky there into her last over. She should have forfeit. She should be taking that. Big swipe. 4 deliveries to go. It's been a fabulous day's work for Danny Gregory. But she should have picked that one up. And she knows it. It's interesting talking to Kirstie about Danny Gregory earlier, and she said that if there's an area of her game that she can still work on, it's fielding off her own bowling. She's much improved in the outfield. She's a really quick mover across the ground, so no problems there. But her hands off her own bowling is an area to improve upon. And there's just a little glimpse of that there.
Yeah, just a little blip on an otherwise incredible spell of bowling from Danny Gregory. It's hard to fault her in any other regard today.
Indeed. So, Cross on strike. She's on the sweep straight away. It's been a pretty profitable shot all in today for Lancashire.
Yeah, I'll go back to that thought about when I saw her in the 2023 Ashes. She played some wonderful scoop shots, ramp shots.
Yeah. Also, there's not been a reverse sweep that I've seen against Danny Gregory all day. But with that, just that one fielder at backward point on the offside, a very short boundary, and no one finer than that. I'm thinking that that might have been an option for the right-hander. Kate Cross is a good sweeper, as Katya acknowledges, so perhaps she can, once she feels comfortable against the slow bowlers, if there's going to be any more to follow here after Gregory completes her spell, then that could be an option for her. 1 delivery to go then. She's been superb today. And there it is. Signature. Dropping it beautifully onto her length. Nothing doing. Dot ball to finish. 3 for 42. Superb work. She will know it could have been 4 for. But so be it. Them's the breaks. She's really growing into her work this year. That's her 3rd 3 for. And a back-to-back 3 for here at the Kia Oval. So brilliant work.
Yeah, it must rankle as a bowler when you've bowled a really, really good spell and then in the last over, that's what you'll be thinking about in the field for the next 10 overs, that catch.
Yeah, exactly that. But she can be pretty pleased with how it's coming out. More than pleased. Monaghan it is. Continue her work into her 8th. Inconvenience Kate Cross at the end of her previous over. Bit of pace. Lister again showing her intent. It's not always come off, but you can't fault the intentions here.
Yeah, that one just hit quite hard on the bat. Not timed. Monaghan could do with a tidy over here. And the 3 wides in the last over.
driven hard. What a shot. One of the shots of the day. Just a half little step into the shot as well, and then crunching it straight back past the bowler. Mid-off was deep, but could do nothing to cut it off. So, second boundary to Lister, on to 15. Good stuff.
Just a little shuffle down there from Alyssa Lister.
Yeah.
Manufacturing that ball to where she wanted to hit it. She's shown the intent to counter-attack, which I think is a good option, given how little batting Lancashire have to come. They need to maximise their run-scoring chances here with these two before you get into the tail proper.
Pick up a single into the onside. Tidy batting, good stuff. I had a net Katya on Thursday afternoon, and my body is starting to feel it.
Is that why you're dancing
I'm
next to me?
just trying to stay loose. I'm on my feet. I'm out on my feet. Yeah, my shoulders. I did far too much bowling. Bowling's a mug's game at the best of times.
I didn't know you bowled.
Well, this is it, you see. I went with Taha Hashim, Guardian writer, formerly Wisden staff writer, of course. And we went to Kennington Park, just round the corner from here, to these fabulous nets, by the way. ECB have installed them recently. 4 really, really good quality nets. And we just had an hour or so bowling to one another. I woke up yesterday feeling fine, oddly fine. But today is a different story. Tickled fine. That will run away, I fancy. Yep. All good stuff. Off the bat as well. Yeah, very, very useful runs for Lancashire, who have been hanging in today, you fancy, all day long. They lost one immediately. Then they lost 2 quickly. 59 for 3, 83 for 4. It could have been one of those days, but yeah, they've stuck in well. 184 for 6. 9 to come after this. Kate Cross into her work. First boundary to her. And she's running on the shot, but good judgment. So she'll retain the strike. 185 for 6. 41 gone.
How have you gone so far this season, stiffness aside?
I haven't played, you see. This is...
Oh, that's a mug's game.
This was my first net. So I haven't
Are we
picked...
mid-May, first net?
I know. Well, I've been busy. I was looking to play today, but the job comes first.
Yeah, you'd rather be at the Kia Oval.
Sitting here chatting away with you, Katya. It's always a good Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, when I used to play, I remember first game of the season, used to keep wicket, and then the next day I'd walk down the stairs backwards.
Well, if bowling's a mug's game, then wicket-keeping's off the charts. Right, so another bowling change, of course. Danny G threw her 10. It's going to be ADR for her first bowl today. Couple of cheeky little medium-pace dobbers she's going to get through here. Powered, of course, by SSE Energy Solutions. In she comes. And that's full, but clothed, frustratingly, for Kate Cross, just to mid-off. So, she's off and running. Big, beaming smile as ever. She's a bundle of energy and joy, is Alice Davidson-Richards. She's a fabulous character. She just loves it. Little hop and a skip into her run-up. This is driven hard and past mid-off this time. Crunched by Kate Cross. Second boundary in quick succession. It was there to hit, and she did so. 189 for 6. Tidy little partnership.
Yeah, she had an interesting day out with the ball on Tuesday, did Alice Davidson-Richards. Got taken out of the attack.
If she's going to bowl these full block hole attempted deliveries, then she needs some protection. That's better. Still tickled fine, tidily enough. Yeah, if she's going to look to bowl full against the right-handers, up around off stump, then I'd be tempted to bring one over from that leg side. There's 3 on the boundary on the leg side. And bowl those tight offside lines. Short this time. Good change up.
Yeah, it was interesting when she got taken out of the attack earlier this week. Alice Davison-Richard bowled her second beamer of the first ball of her second over. I think it was Kalia Moore who bowled the rest of that over, including the free hit. I might be wrong on who the bowler was. But it seems a bit of a harsh job having to take the free hit when you haven't bowled the ball that earned it.
Another short one. So she's now bowling to her field. Much better ploy to bowl heavy balls here to that leg side field. Still 7 taken from 5 balls so far. Blank's doing it well just now. Partnership up to 25. Ailsa Lister has looked busy all day. Again, going for her shots, not always coming off, but she's prepared to give it a go. Scampers through off the... In fact, there was a little bit of glove, bit of bat perhaps. Certainly the umpire thought so. So, not 193 for 6, 8 to go. Yeah, just a bit of glove onto the body. So it looks like another change here. I'm going to perhaps hold Monaghan back for a couple. She's been whipped out, and I think Chatterjee's back into the attack.
Yep, she's got another 3 overs left, Priyanesh Chatterjee.
Yeah. So climate change will not wait. Powered by SSE Energy Solutions, all bowling changes across the match and indeed the season, powered and supported by our friends SSE Energy Solutions.
Be interesting how Lister and across the side to go about Chatterjee.
Cuffed away for a single.
It's been exceptionally hard to score off over the course of this innings, at a time where they'll be looking to push that score as far as they can get to it. Still got 2 overs of Maitland-Brown left as well. I think towards the back end of this final 8 overs. So I know those will be difficult to face too. Difficult to score off. Just happy to work the singles at the minute.
Yeah, I think it's not a bad ploy. As we say, a run a ball from here on in gets them up to a competitive target.
I'm all for you staying loose, but I think the lunges in the commentary box are a bit much.
Just avert your eyes. Full, airborne, but shy of mid-off. Scampered single. So, 3 singles from the first 3 here. Should I sit down?
Do you know, I'm not controlling. I'm not going to have any say on what you do with your own body, but
I didn't realise Kirstie was behind me. That's probably more than strictly necessary. She's just trying to watch the cricket. I shall sit down. 4 more. Swept fine by Kate Cross. She's playing a handy role here. You fancied that this is the kind of thing that she fancies. She can really get her teeth into. Innings on the line. 6 down. A clear vision on how to play Play containing cricket. Just pick up what's available. Get down the pipe and then take it from there in the last couple.
Just signal to the dressing room after that shot, Kate Cross, perhaps signalling for a change of bat at the end of the over.
Sounded a bit plinky, that one. Yeah, she's after something.
$200 now for Lancashire.
And again, running on the shot. That would have been a stunning piece of work. Is that Jemima Spence there? Katya? Can't see under the cap.
Looks like Alice Monaghan.
No, Monaghan it is. Yeah, correct. Stunning piece of work. Let's have another look at that. All in one motion. Can't get it on that angle. We'll get a better angle for you because that's worth watching again. We'll keep looking for you, folks. In the end, the throw was quite errant. Didn't threaten the stumps, but the movement into the ball and the fluidity of that piece of work was superb.
Yeah, it's good intent from Monaghan.
Here we go. Yeah.
Her knee just hit the ground as she was throwing that ball, perhaps jarred the throw slightly. If you look, there you go. She releases it just after that knee goes into the turf.
Brown. Last two. Another change. SSE Energy Solutions powering these bowling changes for us. She's going to tear in from the Vauxhall end for the last 12 for her. And she's been taken downtown. First delivery, almost like Kate Cross was waiting for the shortish delivery, the rising splice ball, and she slapped it contemptuously past the two fielders on the onside.
Yeah, that just sat up nicely. Bit of a hoik, but doesn't matter how you get him. It's a good length for Kate Cross, that. It's over the fielder. Judged it very, very well.
So, first blood to Kate Cross. Yeah, knew it was coming, as did the batter. Found the gap, will run away for a couple at least. Settling for two. She was waiting for that, Katya.
She was, and she took the risk. Landed in between those two fielders on the leg side boundary.
Where do you go here if you're Maitland Brown? She's bringing deep third up into the ring.
I think Kate Cross will be waiting for the full one.
Airborne straight to Paige Schofield. 3 catches for her this innings. Well bowled, Maitland Brown. Just took a tiny bit of pace off it. And Kate Cross's tidy cameo, 25 from 19, comes to an end at a tricky time again for Lancs. It's been a story of the innings just as they start getting real steam behind them.
Yep, love it when a plan comes off. A little bit fuller, a little bit slower.
Yeah.
Just plinked it.
Nice. Still useful hand. 20 balls, in fact, for her 25. 4 fours. 7 down then. 207. Another wicket for Maitland Brown. What a star she's become in this side.
Yeah, bowled really, really well today again, Maitland Brown.
So, just 3 to go. Tara Norris, she can swing a bat. Again, experienced cricketer. Let's present another challenge for Maitland Brown and the left-hander to that short leg side boundary now for the southpaw, and so you imagine she'll want to angle it right across the lefty. Not give her anything to hit. into the natural left-hander's arc. We shall see. Yeah, that's bang on. Tidily played. Got to run it. Does do.
Yeah, not sure whether that was a genuine chance for a run out. Might have tried at the stumps if it was. Chatterjee calling for it instead. Good take actually from Chatterjee. That was quite a low throw that came in. Just rearranging the field slightly for the right-hander, Elsa Lister. That fine leg side fielder who was on the boundary just come into the ring. It's an attacking field here.
Again,
Well
going for her shots, chancing her arm time after time. She's still there.
That was a very good stop by Kira Chatley. Just went through the batter, skipping along the ground. She judged that very well. Last ball of Maitland Brown's over. It's been a fruitful one.
Slower ball again. Brilliant stuff. Dot to finish. 6 to go.
Yep. Sorry, we'll look at that last over of Maitland Brown. Got Priyana Chatterjee, those two bowling in tandem. Very difficult for these two batters.
77 for 3. England women. Over in Cardiff. Alice Capsey. 19 not out. Just joined by Freya Kemp. Heather Knight made 28. Jodie Grucock 10. And Emma Lamb, who we'd have seen here if it had been another week, missed out early on, made just 7. So England plodding along in that one at the moment. Good to see Jodie Grucock getting a go. Not quite hit her straps yet in her second ODI, but as Yas and Kirstie were saying earlier, good to see England rewarding form.
Well, it's interesting because she's opening the batting again, Jodie Grucock. She wasn't down to or carded to open the batting in Northampton, but did open the batting in Durham. Alice Capsey back in the side.
Ringing the changes. Monaghan back into the attack. All bowling changes, of course, powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Running on the shot, got to be quick. Couldn't quite get it out of her hands there. Chatterjee, she'll be a bit cranky there because there was a chance with a quick release.
Yeah, they haven't hit the stumps yet, sorry. Some difficult chances, but with one stump to aim at.
Yeah, not a bad move though to get Lister back on strike. You fancy she'll swing for the hills. There you go, of course, lets it go by. Standard stuff, thanks very much.
Just having a word there, the two batters. Tara Norris running down the wicket. Perhaps discussing at what point they'll take the run.
Got airball, got a lot of it. What a shot that is. Shot of the day. She knew it soon as it left the bat. An imperious straight 6. Fielder right on the boundary rope. Had to just watch it sail past her.
Yeah, you heard that ping off the bat. What a lovely sound. Clean,
Oh.
crisp swing. Hold the pose and watch it sail over that rope.
Yeah, yeah. That's one for the ages.
Tara Norris is running down the wicket there.
She'll be telling her grandkids about that one. Stuck it out the keer over. That shot will get bigger and bigger as the years roll past. It'll be clear in the SSE stand by the time she settles down to tell that one years from now. What a shot it was. I love the finish as well.
Yeah, I'm more impressed by how quickly Tara Norris was running down the wicket to try and take the single.
Can she go again here? Tries it. Oh, just on the bounce. Didn't carry to Danny G. Should pick up the single though. On to 27. Fabulous cameo now.
Yeah, had another swing. Looking to flay it through that offside. Just get to the edge. Not quite a chance. What do you do if you're Monaghan here?
I'd throw it full and wide outside off stump. Squeezed into the offside. Just a single. So, ooh. Have to hurry back. She's fine. And so, yeah, the new batter will retain the strike. Perhaps not ideal.
Yeah, Lister was looking for the second there. Sent back by Tara Norris. Lots of discussion going on out of the middle between this pair about how they want to play this final 5 overs.
Well, Ailsa Lister has played with real endeavour right from the moment she came out. It was apt perhaps at that scythed edge that fell just shy of Danny Gregory, with a reminder that Gregory put her down off her own bowling. A pretty simple caught and bowled chance from Gregory's final over that if she had taken that, then this innings may well have been wrapped up by now. Anyway, another change. SSE Energy Solutions bringing all of these changes for you. Kalia Moore still with 2 to bowl, back into the attack.
Yeah, tempo-wise at the minute, regardless of the wickets they've lost, it's pretty much a perfectly tempoed 50-over innings. Got the build phase through the middle, just accelerating towards the end of the innings.
Slap through the covers. That will run away. What a shot. Sprawling dive. Great effort. Sophia Dunkley, but nothing doing.
Yep, slowed it down, got a hand to it, couldn't prevent it going over the rope. She's a good fielder, Sophia Dunkley, moved quickly to get to that, but couldn't quite stop it.
Yeah, indeed that. Weren't not too many other players that could have even got a hand to it, but just not enough. Really hit hard. Lancashire, keep on coming. This is good stuff.
Yep, 220 with 5 overs to go. That didn't look on the cards 10 overs ago.
Goes again, stumped, beautifully bowled, got to go. Just got a bit too excited. Ran straight past one. Second stumping of the afternoon for Kira Chathley, who's had a good day behind the stumps, notwithstanding that drop, albeit off a no ball. Standing up, she's been excellent all day.
Yeah, Tara Norris had boundary eyes there.
Yeah, exactly that. Well put. Exactly that. Still, Ailsa Lister is still there. She's just hit the shot of her life the previous over. And so the job of 10 and 11 here is to stick with the form woman. Grace Potts and Hannah Jones, final 2 on the card. It will be Grace Potts.
Quite a leisurely stroll out to the middle there from Grace Potts. Not in a hurry, just to slow the game down a little bit.
So, Ailsa Lister no doubt saying, stick in, girl. This is mine. This is my day. Been a good over.
Just got entangled there. Clear Moore and Alyssa Lister.
Yeah, I think it rebounded off Lister's bat. So it would have been cheeky to say the least if they had taken a single. Probably best all round that it was a dot ball given air and slapped into the covers, but another dot. So can she get out of this over just with that boundary 4 conceded? tossed up, and it does actually squeeze past the fielder at backward point. That'll run away for very useful boundary. So the wicket, but 8 runs from it. I'd say Lancashire will probably take that at this stage. 4 to go. 2 wickets still in the hutch, and Ailsa Lister to face up.
Yeah, that'll be frustrating for Clearmore. Not much wrong with that final delivery, but no fielder there for it to run away. Had it just been that 4 earlier in the over and then the wicket, you would have said that was a very successful over for Surrey, exactly what they would have wanted. But regardless of the wickets they're taking, the runs are coming very, very quickly. For Lancashire. Yeah, we're looking at a final score of around 220 just a few overs ago. Now they'll have their eyes on 250 if they can possibly get there, if they can get Ailsa Lister on strike. And those boundaries, if they can keep coming, that's what they'll be targeting.
Indeed. We're at the point where just assume that SSE Energy Solutions are sponsoring every single over from here on in. It's another change. Chatterjee back into the attack.
Yeah, so she'll bowl this one and then she'll bowl the penultimate one if we get that far. That's what you'd think.
Plinked into the offside, no run.
Yeah, a good start from Chatterjee.
Yep. She's pretty accurate. No great pace at all, but thinks her way through it. Drag down this time. She'll have to bowl that one again.
Yeah, she'll be annoyed with herself there, Chatterjee.
Yeah, just lost her action. Goes up for it. Confident appeal. Denied.
Yeah, nothing doing. Looks like the bat hit the ground there. Saw a puff of dust come up from the pitch. Let's have a look.
Yeah, it's a good shout. Katya. That just shaving the pitch itself. And a useful dot ball would have been marginal, but just inside the blue tram lines.
Yeah, hasn't quite got her radar this over, Chatterjee.
And that one will be. She's trying to bowl to her field. You can understand the thinking. 5-4 offside, huge boundary out to the offside. She doesn't want to lose it down the leg, but just losing her radar here.
Yeah, she's trying to counteract those boundaries that Ailsa Lister has been scoring from the straight stuff. But the execution isn't quite there. And those are 3 freebie runs.
And now the full one. But she doesn't get much of it. That'll be frustrating for Ailsa Lister, because it was there to hit. Over hits this time, and so trickles up to long on.
Yeah, leaving Grace Potts with 2 balls to face from this over from Priyanaj Chatterjee. She negotiated the last 2 very well. Just look to block these 2 out.
Playing a miss. So 2 fielders behind square on the offside. That you fancy will be the most likely area for Grace Potts to get it away. An outside edge, thick edge, a steer. There it goes, but straight to the fielder. So, a couple of useful dots to finish off.
Yeah, decent over in the end from Chastity, just the 4 off it. From a 9 ball over. It's a pretty decent return. 3 overs left of this. The first innings of this match. Lister back on strike.
Maitland Brown has one more over, and we're going to see it sent down right now. And so all together now, SSE Energy Solutions bringing you every change of bowler.
They're interesting. Chastity just running down to have a conversation with Maitland Brown about the field here.
Yeah, a lot of arm waving and conflabbing. Currently, Katya, we've got 2 fielders out on the hook. All the way out, that huge boundary. Ailsa Lister's on strike. She's shown that she can give it a fair old heave. And a long on as well. ADR is right in front of us as we look. No fielder on the boundary on the offside. ADR in the game. She'll have to run hard. One-handed pick-up. Brilliant work. How about that as well? Top of middle stump. Thank you very much.
Yep, just saying to Ailsa Lister, stay in your ground, don't try for the second. I'm going to hit the stumps.
I wouldn't mind seeing that replay again. Superb work in the outer. This is the standard.
Yeah, and crucially for Surrey, that means they've got Grace Potts. They've got potentially 5 balls at Grace Potts.
Now, they're bringing ADR up and they're moving cover point out to the boundary. There's only one fielder behind square on the offside. And she's cleared ADR. She's got to turn on her heels. That will run away for 4. Who saw that coming? Fabulous stuff by the number 10.
Yep. Alice Davidson-Richards brought up. No problem. I'll go over ahead.
Yep. Exactly that. I think Grace Potts herself rather surprised herself to see that one flying off the middle. Highest score of 7 this year coming into it. Well, she's gone one better. 8 from 6. Tail wagging. 16 balls left of this innings. Full, slapped into the onside.
That is a brilliant couple of balls from Grace Potts.
Yep, it's exactly what you're after.
Get the boundary, get the single, get off strike. You're right on that she was surprised how well she hit that 4. You can almost see in her follow-through.
Definitely, yeah.
Didn't realise how well she'd middled it.
Yeah. So the field reverts. Cover point comes up. Does she give herself room here? Yeah, she does. And nicks it. So she hasn't died wondering. Been a very useful cameo again. Lower order. Shown some spunk out there. Lister goes for 29, but it's been a very useful hand, and she will always have that 6 over long on.
Yeah, last batter's come out. Hannah Jones. Numbers 10 and 11. Yeah, barely realised she'd nicked that. Coming down the wicket.
Yeah, just lost her shape on it. She didn't need to try and stick it into Pimlico. She could have just, if you like, checked that shot and still beaten the infield. Easier said than done, of course, when your beans are going. So, 10 and Jack are with us. Hannah Jones joins Grace Potts. And the name of the game is to use up all of these 14 deliveries.
Yeah, Grace Potts should be saying, get me back on strike, I'll go back over Alice
Yeah.
Davidson-Richards' head.
Broughton on 3 for. She'll fancy this. They're taking it and they'll get home. Oh. Okay.
Yeah, hold the pose, Maitland Brown. Just a little plink there from Hannah Jones. Tip and run.
Yeah, they'll take 13 more of those without a doubt.
Just slipped over fielding the ball there, Maitland Brown.
And again, canny cricket. So, 2 to go. 2-3-6 for 9.
Yeah, and that's Maitland Brown done for the day. Brilliant day's work, 3 for 44.
Yeah, 3 for 44, Maitland Brown. 3 for 42, Danny Gregory. Been the standouts today. Everyone else has picked one up, apart from ADR, who bowled just that one over. So it's going to be Chatterjee. No need for a change of bowler. Sorry to let you down, folks. Let's say it anyway. SSE Energy Solutions, they're there for us all the time. So she's going to bowl out. And another errant drag down outside off stump.
She's really searching for that wider delivery, Priyanaz Chatterjee.
I'm not sure. Not sure she needs to, especially really, because again, just with those two fielders behind square, any kind of bat on it, it will run away. Just try and concentrate on hitting off stump. Clubbed up to long on, but one bounce, so.
Yeah, I think you can really overthink bowling at a number 10 and 11 batter.
Exactly that.
Just bowl your best ball. These two look happy to take the singles. Maximise scoring potential off these final couple of overs. See if they can get to that 250 mark.
Yeah, they've done it well. 83 for 4. This innings could have fallen over in a heap. Running on the shot. As well you might. As long as you go up early, tend to make it.
Yeah, it's been a really well-constructed innings, this from Lancashire. They've lost wickets. That'll be disappointing for them, but they've found a way to scrap and to get up to a score that looks more than defendable.
And again shy of ADR at long on. So, 5 from 4, with a couple still to come. And repeat dose.
Yeah, it's well played from these two in this over. Chatterjee's got one ball to come. Final ball of her spell, 41 for 141, sorry, so far. And that's her done for the day.
Yeah. Always a useful foil in this attack. It's a very varied attack.
Yeah, just got away from her slightly towards the end of that spell with those wides coming in her final 2 overs. Very tidy figures before that. Still tidy figures. But should have wanted to be a bit more accurate there towards the end of the innings.
Yeah, but whatever happens in this game, Lancashire can take heart from how they've fought across this innings. Coming here on their uppers, really. Lost their last 2. Picked up just 2 wins from 7. Depleted lineup. No Emma Lamb. No Lewis either. So, it's going to be Clearmore. The final bowling change of the innings. SSE Energy Solutions, of course, bringing it all to you. She's going to go right arm round to the two right-handers. Try and squeeze them for room. Driven hard, but straight into the stumps at the non-strikers. So frustration for Grace Potts, who hit that clean. That would have been at least a couple, maybe even better than that.
Gregory get a hand to that? Not quite. Sorry, clear more.
Yeah, I think they would have run away for 4. Hit that clean, even with ADR at long on here. Tickled fine. Will beat Sophia Dunkley. She pulls it in quick across the ground, but that'll be a couple.
Yeah, and I wouldn't underestimate the impact of momentum here for Lancashire. Yes, Surrey have taken a decent amount of wickets, but Lancashire have had the better end to this innings. And going into the chase, that's a decent start for Lancashire, who will have been worried about coming in under par.
Playing a miss. You asked me at the start of this stint, 250, and I thought that was perhaps a little bit optimistic when we got together. Got 6 runs to get and 3 deliveries to get right up there. I said at the time they'd be thrilled with it. Well, they should be if they can get there now.
Can't quite penetrate that ring of fielders on the offside.
So, 2 to go. Tossed up, hit hard, but we do have a long off in place. So just a single. 2, 4, 6 for 9.
Right, let's have a swing then. Grace Potts hit that beautiful boundary a couple of overs ago. See if you can go again. A boundary will get them to 250. Alice Davison Richards remains out this time.
And gone up for it. No bother. Dot ball to finish. And so, not much doing from the final over, but they have batted their 50. So that is an achievement in itself, considering where they were at 83 for 4. I think both teams can be relatively satisfied with that. Lancashire for having fought hard to get up to 246. Surrey for having kept them broadly in check. Perhaps home side slightly more frustrated not to have effectively killed the game off. They brought Maitland Brown back when Lancs were 4 down. Looking to try and prize this one completely open, but the lower order fought hard. So here we are then. Katya. Sarah Smale went early on with... She could do nothing against one of the all-time Jaffas from Maitland Brown. A classic, a signature Jaffa. Swinging late, pitching middle, hitting the top of off stump. The bail trimmer. Eve Jones and Ellie Threlkeld played nicely together. Put on 52 before. And really this was the hinge point of the early part of this innings when Threlkeld just steered a wide one from Chatterjee to Maitland Brown at backward point. She was so angry with herself. Could barely drag herself off 20 from 30. Danny Penner came and went, and then the lower order scrapped hard, as we say. Really, really good hand by Grace Johnson, 39 from 56. Couple of 20s, Ailsa Lister and Kate Cross, and of course Eve Jones, top scorer in the innings with 69. 2 standouts, Katya.
Yeah, Maitland Brown and Danny Gregory, 3 wickets each. 3 for 42 from Gregory, 3 for 46 from Maitland Brown. Maitland Brown, as you say, with the ball of the innings early on. You won't see another one as good as that. And Danny Gregory, a really, really solid day's work again.
Yeah, so there you go. Intriguing cricket match. We've seen chases be quite heavy weather for Surrey in the 2 home games, most recently against Yorkshire and Essex, but they got home in both of them, 7 down. This will take some chasing here, no doubt about it. Do stay with us for all the live action. That'll be coming to you in about 30, 35 minutes. But before then, we're going to take you back to Second Glance, one of our in-house shows that we produce. And we've got 3 episodes back to back which really do capture the story of the season, both on and off the field. And we'll be kicking off with that right now.
Really thrilled to be back. Love playing cricket with these boys and love playing cricket at the Oval. So yeah, really excited to be back and getting stuck in with the lads.
Lost again. I don't win many.
It was a really high scoring affair. Surrey lost the toss, were put into bat by Leicestershire, and they made 520. The biggest positives for Surrey are kind of the players who are back in town, Jamie Smith and Ollie Pope. Jamie Smith, he's really risen to the occasion. A new position in this Surrey team, he's batting at number 3. And to go on from his century against Warwickshire, he just looked all class here at the Kia Oval.
A young man showing that he's still evolving, he's still developing, he's still trying to be a better player than he was last week, and hopefully next week he'll try and be better again.
Similarly for Ollie Pope, he missed out last week at Warwickshire, and that can be difficult because it means even if you feel all right in yourself, there might be murmurings from other places that he's still not found his form. But then to come in again at number 4, peel off a century, peel off another unbeaten 60 in the second innings as well. It's so comforting for him to be back at home where he's at his best, really.
I wouldn't say I necessarily felt at my very best throughout the innings, but I tried to just find a stubborn side to me to find a way to get through the kind of challenging bits. I know my best is good enough for kind of any challenge, so yeah, it's important for me, so when I'm not at my best, to find a way to get through, get starts, and then once you're in, batting does become easier. Have always been amazing to me, and the way they've treated me over the last 4 years, it's been a real good place to come back to. I owe this club a lot, and to pull on the 3 feathers is always such an honour, so yeah, it does mean a lot. Obviously one of my favourite grounds, or my favourite ground here, so to do it in front of a good crowd today was awesome.
With the ball, I guess it didn't look at first like it was really that easy to score runs. Kind of the wicket had been a bit too paced. And so we felt quite confident going into Surrey's bowling innings, but Leicestershire batted really, really well. Rishi Patel, Stephen Eskenazi and Ben Cox all making centuries, and they got 690 on the board.
Yeah, as a collective, we're pretty disappointed with the way we delivered them 2 sessions. We don't normally go back-to-back bad sessions, but I feel like we were off the ball a bit today. By no means we're out the game at all. You know, you've seen what it's like at the Oval. It can happen really quick, especially if you stack the balls in the right area. You know, it could be, you go bang bang and you're all of a sudden in the driving seat again. It's just a case of doing it better for longer periods.
Probably look at times when we've probably lost games or found it quite tough to win games over the last few years that I've been here. You know, the guys are pretty good at just wearing that on the chin. I mean, obviously it helps, we've got such a talented group. It does make things easier, there's no denying that, but I think just their ability to move on from adversity is probably one thing that sticks out for me.
Assessment of those 4 days?
We did some things pretty well, but we also are not quite up to our standards in other disciplines. I'm always going to err that our destiny is in our hands and we allowed people to play very, very well on our patch. We've got to stop being reactive, we've got to be proactive. That's something we spoke about pre-season. The question is that a physical thing or is it a bit more mental in how we are getting ourselves into the moment and getting ourselves into our work?
Yeah, it's an honour to play in this dressing room. We've got a lot of experience, I said, people we've played with for a long period of time, and as a group we've had success in previous years.
You know, I thought we stuck at it pretty well all day. I thought, you know, we probably could have been a little bit better in that first session, but yeah, I thought the guys really improved today. It was hard to sort of get those edges and chances to the fielders, and I thought they batted very well as well, so credit to them. There was a bit of an inspirational effort by Jordan Clark and Fish at the other end as well through that middle period. Got the breakthrough, and we sort of, I feel like we gained some momentum from that and bowled pretty well the rest of the day. So I'd probably say it's a pretty even day and we've got some work to do in the morning.
Cricket's weird. We went past the edge quite a few times in that period. I mean, I had a close LBW shot in the first few overs, which could have gone either way because we wanted to try and open them up quickly in the morning. It wasn't the case, but you know, the guys really battled away and made sure we keep hammering those areas, and sometimes you get the reward.
Lawrence, he's been one of Surrey's stars this year, and it wasn't just with the bat where Lawrence shone. He was also really useful with the ball. He managed to get Noah Thane, then Sam Cook out in consecutive deliveries. An amazing catch from Rory Burns, diving away to his right. And Jamie Porter coming in at number 10, I think it was, almost gave a chance for Dan Lawrence to get that hat-trick as well, but just beat the outside edge.
The Ageas Bowl, Lancashire playing not Hampshire dismissed in their first innings for 214.
They're up there with one of the strongest bowling units in the country, definitely. Especially the new ball, old ball, they've got the spin attack, they've got a lot of variety, and I think, yeah, as a batting unit, we know the sort of qualities they possess. We're looking to, again, assert a bit of Surrey dominance on them at times.
I think Popey and Sims' partnership was really important. They got through a really tough bit when the bowlers were fresh and the ball was still hard, and I think that nullified a lot of the threat.
Moving on to the mission two, Surrey, number 28.
We knew Essex were going to come pretty hard at us at the start of the day, and there was still a little bit of life in the wicket, so today was all about getting through that first 2 hours, and thankfully we did.
As you look down our order, you've got people that complement each other in different ways, people that attack, people that maybe sit in and take a few more balls, but I think that's great as a batting unit that we're sort of able to adapt to most situations and surfaces that are thrown at us, and that will be important, not just in this game coming up, but throughout the season as well.
Dan Lawrence scored his second century of the season to go along with his opening match one against Warwickshire. And he's been so stylish and elegant throughout the whole season. Famously a risky player, and often using angles against the Essex seamers to try and access the leg side. He kind of rattled along at a rate of knots when Essex were bowling incredibly well. Since Dan Lawrence joined Surrey, he's averaged 55 in first-class cricket, and obviously he's an Essex boy coming and playing against his old county here at the Kier Oval, and he's put in another amazing performance for Surrey. Dom Sibley scored his own century. He finished on 100 off about 280 deliveries, a real marathon from the Surrey opener. 27th first-class century in total, which is a remarkable record for a player who's been around for ages. I remember being here as a fan when he scored that 200 against Yorkshire, I think when he was like 18 and still at school. So it's amazing to still be coming here all those years later and still be seeing him scoring runs.
I suppose looking back at it, and in the moment, I'm not sure we could have done a lot more. 22 wickets in the game, how do you double it? I don't have an answer right now, or else we wouldn't be having the conversation about a draw now. We would have done it in game. I think the bowlers, unfortunately, have a tough job most of the time, and that just showed how tough it can be when things just don't go your way. It's just the way that we find ourselves at the minute. We shall get our head down, we'll have a look at some footage, and we'll see if we can get a bit of a plan together to try and take the wickets required to win games of cricket. But certainly, the way we went about our business, I have nothing but praise for.
I've always enjoyed playing here at Surrey, and I think that's one of the things that whenever you're away, you're always looking to come back and play games of cricket here at Surrey, here at the Kier Oval. It's obviously a fantastic place to play. We had a great crowd in last week. And now that the weather's hopefully getting warm, we can keep seeing more people coming through the gates, and I think that's important for the support of everyone, that even though we're standing out in the field and it may be looking like a long time, but we're appreciative of all the support that we've had over the years, and hopefully this coming season as well. But I think, yeah, it's, as you say, it's the people you play with, the friends you make, and a chance to really enjoy your cricket.
Sussex provide quite a stern challenge, to be honest. They've started well. As much as we respect what Sussex will bring this week, we want to kind of focus and concentrate on ourselves and what we do really well here, and that's yeah, bowling in partnerships, hitting that length that we know does a little bit here, and then batters, yeah, going about what they do here and getting through that new ball and then cashing in and going big. So yeah, that's all we'll be looking to do. Respect the opposition, but yeah, take the game on and be positive and try and get a win here at the Oval this week.
What a club to be making a debut and an amazing day for it as well. So enjoy every bit of this. I'm sure there'll be plenty more games over the next few years. Go lads.
Yes, boys. Get that on the website.
That's two on the spin. I'm getting dizzy.
Two in a row?
New technique.
The big launch is really doing bits for you.
Get it as high as possible.
What's happening through your head when it goes out that high? Just zero thoughts?
Well,
waiting for it
he
to
called
come.
heads, and every time I thrown it this morning, it's landing heads. Pretty pleased it came out.
Unreal.
Maybe just keep the sides a little bit, just a little bit up, yeah. Fuck that day line.
Yeah, no, when you've got the new ball here at the Oval, it's exciting. You come in excited, the weather's been good. So yeah, you're just coming in with excitement that you try and get the team off to a good start and set the tone, really. You're trying to send a message a little bit to their opening batters and to their whole team on the balcony, because usually the first few overs the whole team's watching that. It's trying to stamp your authority and send a message to the batters. You're not trying to just loosen into it really, you're trying to make them play, make them have decisions of whether to leave it or play it, and yeah, hopefully you can get one that does a little bit from a good length and you can kind of send them on the way early doors.
One of those days where I just, I felt like it was going to come out quite nice. Obviously helped by the pitch this morning. In terms of rhythm, I felt fine. Just, nicer when you get the ball to nibble a little bit. But yeah, I certainly feel like into it now.
Yeah, the feeling like when you do that, when you're, I don't know, grafted for maybe 12, 15 overs and not got a wicket, not look like getting a wicket, and then you finally get that wicket. It's kind of better, it feels better than when you get like 5 for, because you know how much you've put in, you know you've tried to be living in the right area. Once you get that wicket, it's a bit of a relief really.
Dom Sibley and Rory Burns had a really difficult 10-over period to negotiate at the end of the first evening. Ollie Robinson and Finn Hudson-Prentice bowled really well for Sussex, but the two Surrey openers were able to get through to the close unscathed, and then they really kicked on the second day.
Yeah, we talked about it this morning about our mentality, and I think those two really dug in deep and hit the bad balls, and we weren't going that slowly, to be fair. Like, even last night, the way that they fought out those 10 overs, I think it was something to behold, and I think Sibs got his rewards at the end, and Burnsy obviously got 60 odd as well. The more pressure I put on myself, the worse it gets. It's just almost playing how I am, and I've felt like I've been playing well the last couple of weeks, and it's just not letting the occasion get to me and just see it as another game of cricket. I knew my time would be coming, and I just had to be in the best position I could be in to get some runs out there, really.
Now it's the time of Adam Thomas. What a moment for the boy. First time he walks out here at Kia Oval.
Thomas was really tested early on. He was greeted by the high-class spin of Jack Carson, Ollie Robinson, who's played 20 tests for England and averages 23 with the ball in Test cricket, and Henry Crocombe, who's one of the quickest county bowlers on the circuit. All of them bowled to Thomas very early on in his first innings in first-class cricket, and he withstood that early pressure well and then went through the gears.
It's not a surprise to us because we work with him every day and we've got lots of work done, but you never know until somebody gets an opportunity how they adapt to the extra pressures, and as you go through the different levels. He dealt with it pretty well as far as I'm concerned.
When you're at your best as a bowler, for me especially, it's like you're not really thinking much technically. Your action feels really good. Sounds pretty self-explanatory, but I look at the pitch. Some people look at a big picture. So yeah, as soon as I get to near the umpire, I'm looking at the pitch to try and find my length of where I want to hit. And then, yeah, the rest kind of just unravels, your action unravels. It doesn't feel too fast, doesn't feel too slow, just the perfect timing. And then that's where you get your snap and your rhythm and your pace, and usually your movement comes from there as well. So for me, when I call it like being dialed in, you kind of dial into your area and you're just a robot. You keep turning around and doing the exact same thing. When you're bowling your best, you don't think at all really what's going on. You know that you're going to hit that area. You get in the battle. You're smiling with the batter. I'm not someone who abuses batsmen. I'm more like a wry smile to show that I'm on top, kind of thing. So yeah, that's probably me at my best. But everyone's different. Some people like to get a bit more riled up and in the battle. But yeah, mine's a bit more like a silent assassin that just smiling at them. So yeah, that's the kind of way that I am at my best.
I always think that it's a group of bowlers, not one individual. Yes, he gets the wickets this game, and it was a wonderful fight for that first inning. There's no getting away from it, but the group were magnificent. They keep putting their body on the line and they keep going to the well, which is credit to them why we get over the line.
The game was pretty much done when Surrey struck twice with that second new ball. Ollie Robinson fell early and Crocombe was the last man to fall. Matt Fisher getting a deserved third wicket. He bowled really well in the game, 6 wickets to go alongside Jordan Clark's 8 who took 5 in the first innings, 3 in the second. Those two brilliantly led Surrey's seam attack this week. They had to work very, very hard to take 20 Sussex wickets. They managed to do it, and that will give them real confidence going into their fixture next week.
Umpires returning to the field, Julia Jarvis and Grace Mowbray. Lancashire back to the field led by Ellie Thrower. To open the batting for Surrey, number 66, Alice Monahan, number 47, Sophia Doherty.
Welcome back then, folks. Should be a good one, this. Surrey don't have to worry too much about the run rate. Keep wickets in hand early on and see where they get to. They just need 247. The pitch has offered a bit to the seamers, certainly initially. Who can forget that delivery that Maitland Brown found early on in the piece? It's going to be Dunkley returning to the team. And Monahan in good form to get us going for Surrey. It's been the left arm of Norris to take the new one from the pavilion end. You imagine that Kate Cross will do the business from the Vauxhall end, but that remains to be seen. So, Surrey's off and running with a wide down the leg side. Bit of movement though, first up.
Yeah, there was definite movement around first up in the first innings, wasn't there? Good signs for Tara Norris, the in-swinging left armour.
And she's gone up for that. Perhaps a little inside edge. Definite swing, though. Going down on the angle. But significant movement in the air. Look at this. Promising signs. So, just get that line right. Get the big booming in-swinger into Sophia Dunkley. Just like that, but driven beautifully and unluckily. Almost takes out leg stump as she looks at it down the other end.
Yeah, change at the top of the order today. Seeing Sophia Dunkley back in the squad. Managing her workload, ECB. Very quiet in the field today, actually. Nice to see her settle into her innings.
So they have two fielders right in there, just for the little dink into the onside, which is a shot that Dunkley favours against, and will do especially against the left arm seamer. But Lancashire have really populated that area. They've got a mid-on, a straight mid-wicket, and a conventional mid-wicket, plus a deep square on the boundary and a long leg. So it's a 5-4 leg side field, which suits the left armer's angle to get that ball coming into the pads and right into the middle of Sophia Dunkley's bat, but drilled straight to mid-off, so she stays on naught.
Yeah, I like the two mid-wickets, effectively. I think Sophia Dunkley's had to work a lot on her game and her balance with her head. Ever so slightly, at times, if she's not in good form, can just find herself falling over. So that little chip into the leg side.
She's away now, though. She'll pick up at least 2 into the offside. Might even look to come back for 3. Just settling for the couple. Didn't get much of it, but enough. Big open spaces initially with that leg side heavy field. So anything through the offside tends to bring her some fruits. Couple then to get going. Been a quiet year for Dunkley, really. As Kirstie says, they've been managing her workload. Misses out there. So first one gone, 3 for no loss. Yeah, played just the one game so far, right at the start of April. Made a breezy 31 against Warwickshire. We've not seen her since. Had some 1 or 2 niggly injury problems, but she's back now. And I guess good timing as well. Named in that World Cup squad.
Yeah, I think this is a really nice opportunity for Dunkley to get some time at the crease. I'm sure she'll play her innings the way that she normally does and won't be thinking too much about scores, but there will just be that voice in the back of the mind.
Going to be Kate Cross then, as we thought. Alice Monaghan played nicely earlier in the week against Essex. Picked up 49. So she's in decent nick. Not yet broken 50 this year. That'll be 4. There to hit, but really good movement into the ball. Kirstie next to me is aping the shot. Good transference of weight.
Yeah, that's all it is.
Yeah.
It just leans on that. The outfield does the rest. Beautiful gap there through that cover region, which Kate Cross knows. She's left it there for that reason, but she's just slightly over pitching on that occasion. She doesn't have a lot of space to work with on that boundary side.
That's a bit better. Just putting her length back a touch. She's got a slip in. So she's going to have to gamble a little. Encourage the drive. And seek the nick.
Okay, Cross has been juggling commentary herself and playing.
Wide ball.
She's been doing a little bit of coverage on some of the England games when it's not been raining.
Yeah, they can't catch a break at the moment, the England women's team. So where are we at now? Delayed 77 for 3. And from what I gather, it might be quite a lengthy one. Second game wiped out completely. And the game that they did get done, playing a miss by 1 wicket, of course. Charlie Dean getting them home was their first game, Katya tells me, in 6.5 months.
Yeah. Well, time will tell. And if England win the World Cup, then it'll have been a genius plan. And if they don't, then we know why. We've already got a predetermined outcome as to why.
Diplomatically put as ever. More runs into the onside this time. Tidily played round the corner.
Yeah, I think we can expect to see a very different approach in Surrey's batting innings as Lancashire took. Both batters like to score and accumulate quickly and rotate the strike. Dunkley will always be looking for singles and boundaries. She's busy at the crease.
Dunkley, as we say, made the final squad, of course. Just quickly worth running through that squad again. 10 for no loss, 2 gone. That's Siva Brunt, of course. Skipper, Lauren Bell, Alice Capsey, Tilly Courtine Coleman. What a story that is for Surrey. Alice as well, of course. Charlie Dean, Sophia Dunkley, Sophie Eccleston, Lauren Filer, Danny Gibson, Amy Jones, Freya Kemp, Heather Knight, Lindsay Smith, Izzy Wong, and Danny White Hodge. 4 Surrey players in the squad. My question to you, Kirstie, is if you could have picked one more player, I'm not saying who you would have replaced them with, but if let's just expand that squad. Let's say you can play with 16.
See, I'm really bad at this because I always can never work out who's missed out.
Okay.
Even today, I was looking through the Surrey 11 and I was like, who's missing out today?
Well, I was interested by quick single, one of those where you just look up and you just know if your partner is alert to it, then you can just get it done. Yeah. So I heard you talking to Yas about Davina Perrin. I thought it was a very interesting conversation, actually. And I'm not suggesting that that's your answer, but you know,
I don't think it would be
Perrin-like players, I suppose. Players that have been discussed, perhaps players that are playing in the current 50-over side that haven't made the cut. That's a better place to start.
I mean, yeah. I mean, to be honest, I think it's a really well-balanced team with all-rounders. You've got your specialist bowlers and batters that can be relied upon consistently. I think there are some really exciting seamers in the setup at the moment. I think there are a few on the circuit that would be worth having a look at.
Such as? Misfield at extra cover, disappointing. Should have stopped that. Pushed through for 3. Yeah, Monaghan coming back to the danger end. It's her shot, her runs, scampering back for 3.
Do you know who I really like at the moment? And she really impressed me last season. Is it Phoebe Turner?
Okay.
Durham Quick. Love the fringe.
Half the battle.
Well, yeah, but really, really impressed me last season. She's tall, she's got pace, she's got bounce. Yeah, I was right. Yeah, Phoebe Turner, and I think she will be nipping at Lauren Filer's heels. I'm absolutely certain at some point.
Interesting. Haven't seen too much of her, to be honest. But I saw that she smashed a quick 100 in her last outing for Durham against Yorkshire a couple of weeks back.
Yeah. I think it's difficult. Oh.
Nicked, but no slip. Probably on the way down anyway. Frustration, though, for Norris, who's inconvenienced Sophia Dunkley once or twice here.
Genuine edge there from Sophia Dunkley.
It would have carried, in fact, comfortably to first slip.
As soon as she's felt that hit the edge of the bat, she's looking back straight away, just hoping it's found a gap, which it does. See, I always feel with England's squad selection and 100 and franchise cricket that if you're a bowler, you're more likely to get a break than if you're a batter. And I think that's just the way it goes. You know, if you're a young bowler, new on the scene, it takes one spell.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
And your name is out there. But to be a batter...
Shot.
Oh,
shot for four. Sat up and begged, but deposited.
If you're a batter, you're not coming in franchise cricket. You're not coming in. Let's just see this replay again.
Lovely shot.
Just hands through that ball, finds that gap beautifully. You're not guaranteed to come in above 7. And then if you're playing in a franchise, the number of balls you're going to face 5. Your role is to get your opposition on strike, the batter at the other end on strike. So it's really, really challenging to get that exposure, and that's something that this county setup is now doing. I think Paige Schofield hasn't had the start to the season that she would have liked, and had she had, maybe she would have been a bit more in contention. Had a bit of an up and down BBL campaign.
Yeah, she played that remarkable innings against Yorkshire, 84 I think it was, off no more than about 50 balls. But you're right, aside from that, that'll be 4 more. Cut and paste job, that. So Kate Cross is struggling. She's found no consistency at all yet. That's slightly short of a gallop. Maybe she just needs another over or two to get that rhythm going.
I was quite interested by the choice of ends actually here with Tara Norris and Kate Cross. Kate Cross naturally away movement from the bat, bowling to the shorter boundary, and Tara Norris natural in movement, in swing, again bowling straight and into that shorter side of the ground.
That's better. That has moved. You're absolutely right. It's a very good point, Kirstie. Yeah, you have to factor in the lopsidedness of this ground on this pitch.
But the wind, if we're looking above the pavilion, the flags are blowing strongly across the ground, so that's probably factored in a little bit into the decision making for both swing bowlers, swinging the direction that the wind is going.
So you just can't get any pressure here. Can't join them up. Kate Cross just at the minute.
What about yourself? Who do you think, if you could have that 16th player, who would you? I haven't answered your question at all, because my honest answer is I don't know. I probably would go with Paige Schofield. It's so difficult unless you're an all-rounder to really find that solid spot in the squad.
Gone upwards and over the infield. One bounce for, deliberately played again, short and wide, and there to be hit. It's Dunkley this time. But that's now 4 boundaries just in the first couple of overs from Kate Cross. 3 in the last. Not quite what she needs, to say the least. Dunkley will be thankful for it. Needs to get back in rhythm.
think there were 12 boundaries in Lancashire's innings at the halfway point. So Surrey well on their way to exceeding that within the power play.
Yeah, it's a good question, I suppose, and it's a slightly unfair one as well, because if you're just adding another player in, then you can afford that player to be a fantasy player, I suppose. I understand all the arguments about Davina Perrin, and I respect them, and I respect the caution that we are currently adopting, and I understand that if you're looking at cold, hard numbers, she doesn't average what, say, Grewcock is averaging this year in domestic cricket. She's gone well, by the way, as Perrin. She's made runs every time she's gone out to bat, but she hasn't made the big hundreds that get people really sitting up and noticing. But I think she's such an extraordinary talent, and I think she is something unique in English cricket. And if we are allowing ourselves a fantasy player, then she would be my answer. And I know that sounds a little bit route one, but I think she does things that no one else does in English cricket. Good stop at backward point. And I know she's raw, and I know you may have to allow for that and allow for a player to fail and fail better at the top level. And I know she's unproven, and I understand all of that. But the nature of 20-over cricket for me, especially in England, is that you have to factor in that you're going to fail 3 times and break a game open on the 4th. Shoveled into the gap, nicely played. Such a natural timer is Dunkley. Not much of a delivery by Tara Norris in truth, swinging into the pads and then down the leg side, so it's a free hit for her, but still right out the screws. Yeah, so I just think that she offers something in 20-over cricket that is dangerous, you know?
Yeah. I think for me, I look at the squad, and we obviously see some stalwarts from times of past.
Mm-hmm.
Two players that have really excited me this season have been Lauren Filer, and it's just to be clear, I'm a batter. It's very rare I get excited by bowlers. Lauren Filer and Lauren Bell, I think, have been incredible this season. So I'm really, really excited for them, and I'm sure they probably have their tails up going into that competition completely.
Driven hard, part stopped. Tidy work by Sophia Dunkley, who's already starting to time it very nicely here. So she's looking in good order. It's really good signs for Surrey and, of course, for England as well. Mahika Gore, out of the ODIs, picked up a foot injury a couple of weeks ago, actually. But she's looked like she's developing at a really promising and good rate. Perhaps this tournament may have come a tiny bit too early for her, but if she were fit, she offers that point of difference with the left arm angle. I wouldn't mind having a look at her as well.
Yeah, and then I think for me, I think Danny Wyatt-Hodge has had an incredible couple of seasons, especially since moving to Surrey. She's been phenomenal. So I'm really excited for her in a Home World Cup. I think that's going to present challenges for her that she's never faced before, because obviously she's got a young child expected any minute. So, you know, that's going to be a real challenge and the focus there. But she's an absolute professional, so I've got no doubt that she's going to be performing and firing on all cylinders. And then I think, for me, if I'm being perfectly honest, I think Charlie Dean, you always know what you're going to get with Charlie, and I think the rest of the squad are undercooked. And that is a concern for me.
Mm-hmm.
With the exception of Tilly Courtine-Coleman, I think there is some real undercooking in that team. Amy Jones hasn't played a lot of cricket at all. Obviously Nat Silverbrunt's not played a lot of cricket at all. Sophie Eccleston, similar.
Yeah. So, Alice Capsey is the reserve keeper in this squad, right? You've seen her up close. Do you think that she is a legitimate, obviously she bowls as well, but do you think she's a legitimate keeper option in international cricket?
I think that Charlotte Edwards wouldn't risk it if she didn't think she was capable of taking the gloves. And I think you have to give credit to the head coach in those decisions, that they absolutely would not put someone behind the stumps that they didn't think, should they need to, could fulfil the role. She took the gloves a couple of times in Desert Springs for Southeast Stars when there were some injuries there. She grew up as a keeper, then changed into off spin, and she's an incredibly talented human. So I have no doubt, if called upon, would be absolutely fine.
Meanwhile, 4 more. Dunkley's just standing on her leg stump and waiting for the width that Kate Cross is serving up here. She's already into the 20s. Just with that touch of class. Reminds us what a good player she is.
She's really struggling to find her line, isn't she?
She is indeed. I mean, it's not that short, but she just hangs back, cuffs it away behind square.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a potential change of ends at some point. I have confidence that she can adjust her lines, but she's just not finding that rhythm yet, is she, Phil?
No, indeed. She's really struggling here, but of course as the spearhead of this attack, it would be a big call to take herself out of the firing line here. She just needs to keep working on it. Smashed hard, this time in front of square. Painful to watch, really, at this point for Kate Cross. She just can't land it at all where she needs to. Glorious shot nonetheless.
Sophia Dunkley's just having a net at this point.
It's a fabulous shot. Hit hard, as hard as anything's been hit today. But at the moment, sorry,
No,
Kirstie.
you go, sorry.
Sorry, off to an absolute flyer here. 1 delivery left of the 6th, and they're already on 47. And the field is changing at a rate of knots here, but I'm afraid it's the old adage, keep the fielders where they are and bowl better. So, further fortification in the offside, and that's better. Still another tough over, 29 now. Cross has conceded from just 3. Tara Norris not going much better either, 18 from her 3, so it all adds up to a pickle for Lancashire.
Yeah, and if you've not played for a while, not played county cricket for a while, this is certainly the situation you'd like to find yourself in on your return.
Yeah, absolutely, as we say. Dunkley not played in over a month. 11th of April was her last outing. So she'll be loving this. So, can they start to join a few up? Extend the string. Is that the terminology, Kirstie? Is that what you said?
Yeah, stringing the dots together.
Yeah.
A bit like building making a friendship bracelet.
Nice. Nice. That's a good start to this, her 4th. Got to see it through. Got to play intense cricket now of Lancs. They're already well behind the 8 ball, and so they've got to play desperate cricket. Got to try and prize something open here. Frustration, you can see it in the bowler. Just having a word with herself. Can be hard to control the swing early on, especially from that angle.
Yeah, I think the lacquer might well and truly be off at least one of the balls.
Leg side. Stifled appeal. That's better though. Just want to start that another 6 inches across towards that 5th stump line and then get that ball swinging back in, and then it'll be lethal. Because Monaghan does tend to play from the crease. Minimal feet movement. Does make her a possible candidate for the leg before. Full this time, and again, leg side. Trying for the big booming sand shoe crusher. But it started too straight, and she's, yeah, the wry smile, the slightly baffled look. She just can't control the swing. It's hard yakka at the minute. Kate Cross is just taking this ball up to the umpire and inquiring as to its health. And so, the umpires will confer. And we'll have a nice undulating stoppage. Looks like perhaps it's been scuffed up a bit. Some of the leathers looks like it may have come off. How's yours doing? Yeah. Looks like a whole heap of nothing.
Oh, we
So,
get a change.
yeah.
Wow.
Interesting. So, this ball has swung appreciably this over for Tara Norris. But perhaps too much, Kirstie.
Do you think the batters should get a say and get to look at the ball?
I guess it's the umpire's decision.
But it only gets brought to the umpire's attention if the bowlers identify it.
True. True, true.
Because if I was the batter, I'd be saying, absolutely, don't give her a new one. I'll keep that one all day, please.
Well, if you were to talk to our Australian cousins, then they're still wondering why in hell they changed that ball in the final Ashes Test match at the Oval in 2023.
And also, the bowlers chose the ball in the first place.
This is true. This is all
and,
true.
And now, they don't choose the next one, do they? The umpires now decide which is the best fit based on the condition of the ball.
That's right.
So sometimes it's better the devil you know.
Yeah, indeed. There's a baffling randomness to this whole affair, though. You would think you would simply have a ball with a 5 next to it and a 10 and a 15 and a 20, and you just say, right, that's your replacement ball. If the ball that you are replacing falls into that number or adjacent to that number. But no, it's done purely on look and feel.
Give it a sniff as well while
Give
you're
it
there.
a sniff, yeah. Flick it up off your forearm.
Yeah.
Roll it down the back of your leg. And throw it to the bowler and say, all right, this one will do. Cricket is a bizarre and beguiling game, is it not?
Yeah, and Tara Norris has looked at that ball and I think she's just grimaced and thought, I don't know if I'd have picked that one.
Better the devil you know as well, you say. Yeah, exactly that. Anyway.
Sophia Dunkley just having a couple of words.
Yeah, the world keeps turning, folks.
It's a fickle sport, cricket. Now, this could be a stroke of genius or a bad craftsman blaming their tools.
Yeah. Well, something has to give one way or t'other here.
Yeah, and there's been a break now, so it's really important that Monaghan and Dunkley can just refocus.
Look at her, she's saying it's going to swing miles. She's got a new one in her hand, new vigour, new energy. Let's see what it does to her. That's not bad. That started bang on line. And again, as we were saying, Kirstie Monaghan, she's a back foot player, isn't she? And does tend to stay in the crease. Makes her very, very dangerous on the cut. But it does also offer the bowlers something. She does tend to show her stumps. Strong on the drive, as we saw earlier in the piece. But this has been a good over, albeit with a couple of different balls. More of this needed. find a way here. Could be that Cross's time is done for the moment. Have a look at a slower option perhaps from the Vauxhall end. Oh, it's so frustrating for the bowler. Last delivery of the over. It's been a good one up until now. She lets it slide down leg side and it runs away for 4 more. 50 up, 7 gone. Absolute flyer.
Yeah, Ellie Threlkeld is exceptional behind the stumps, but can't quite extend her arm. Goes goalkeeper style.
Yeah, did that even...
It's given us runs.
It did carry, you know.
It did.
She's almost...
It's done her for pace.
Dived past it perhaps as well. She got there, no doubt that she covered the ground amazingly well.
Well, perhaps that ball is just a little bit harder than it had been. And she was standing maybe just a half foot too close. Let's have a little look at this replay.
Yeah, let's have another look. Kirstie, what do you reckon?
I think it's done her for pace.
It would have been a screamer, but she does get there.
Oh, it's gone low as well. I think she's risen up out of her stance a little bit too early, and it's kept a bit lower.
Yeah, these are the quarter chances you have to snare when you're defending 2-4-6 at the Oval. Right. Grace Potts then, replacing Kate Cross, and on the money, straight off. How does Dunkley play this? Because she'd have been aching for this experience for the last month. World Cup year, player in her prime, and she's had to bide her time to get back to full fitness and availability. Now she's in. 26 from 19. She's feeling that sublime joy of getting a couple away. Can she just rein it in? Again, just trying to throw a bit too much at it there. Getting a bit excited because the beans will be going. We've all been there. And she will be ticking in the best possible way, but you have to just temper that energy at times as well. She's got to start. Can she now settle in, cruise along?
Yeah, and I think her mindset will be thinking about T20 World Cup. Scoring quickly.
So there's more of the same. That will run away. That's 4 more. On to the 30s now. So do you think that is a conscious thing? Do you think that she will know that in a few weeks' time she may well be opening the batting for England in the really big stuff, and so in her head this is 7.5 overs into a 20-over game? Do you think she may be thinking it like that?
Perhaps not, but if it was me, I think I would be thinking about what is to come and how I can benefit both ways from the opportunity that's presenting. And I think the way that she's batting, I mean, Lancashire are allowing her to score quite freely.
It's good. Solid.
I think at the moment she's balancing it really nicely. She's being given the opportunity to score, so she's not having to force anything. She's going at an excellent run rate. Had Lancashire been a bit more disciplined in their bowling attack, she might be forcing a few more shots, but there's no need at this time.
And again, but this time she does perish, falling away in the shot. And her strength can so often be a downfall. Sophia Dunkley has to go for a bright and breezy 30. It's been good to watch. But just as we were wondering if she could just rein it in, play within herself, having got that start, she loses a bit of shape, nicks off. And Lancashire, boy, did they need that.
Yeah, they did. It just looked like she was leaning back a bit on that. The width wasn't quite there, and she's just leant back to create a bit more width. Nick one behind. Lancashire ecstatic with that wicket.
Yeah. Bit of away movement. Zips off the pitch. Easy snare behind the stumps. Paige Schofield is the new woman. So, as we said, she's had a slightly in and out year, but when she's good, there are a few better. She's had a quiet couple of weeks, 18 and 1 in her previous 2 knocks. As we mentioned earlier, that 89 here in mid-April against Yorkshire was a knock from another plane. It really was extraordinary. At one point, she was on for the fastest List A 100 ever posted in this country. In the end, she went for 89 from 42 deliveries, 17 fours and 2 sixes. She'll settle for that again. So, first over, Grace Potts, and a successful one. So, surreybroadcast@gmail.com, folks. Any thoughts on that England squad? We'd love to hear from you. Any queries? And let's extend that as well. In our fantasy world, you can pick 16. We've already got 15. So, who would your 16th woman be? So, 57 for 1. Lancashire just about hanging in there. They will be eyeing up the old 1-2 here. Paige Schofield faced just one delivery. Monaghan not out, 23. She'll be facing up. Change of bowler. It's going to be Grace Johnson. Batted nicely earlier for 39. So she'll be feeling good. Tight offside field. No boundary rider on the offside. So anything that breaks the ring will rush away. That was there to hit. Bit of a loosener. Yeah. So, deep third, backward square leg on the boundary there. Your only 2 fielders outside the circle. Can be an unforgiving place to bowl in the power play here. Accuracy is all. She's lost that one. Got to get loose.
Yeah, extras have been a little bit of a ugly rearing head at the moment in Lancashire's bowling innings. I'm actually wondering if there's been an over that hasn't had an extra yet. Bear with me and I'll find out for you.
Bit of movement this time. That's better. That's the line. That's good. So, the weather at the moment is okay. It's a tiny bit gloomy. Not much breeze. The weather maps are suggesting a bit of drizzle, a bit of rubbish could be in the area. Another dot ball. We may be fine. There's absolutely no guarantees. It's not imminent. But our producer Jake has sent us the dreaded sheet that reads to me like it's been put together. Well, it's like reading Stephen Hawking's books. Makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. So, Kirstie, if it does start raining, it'll be over to you. You've got this email as well, or this WhatsApp as well.
Oh no.
Yeah.
It's like a Fibonacci sequence, this.
Yeah. Over by over par scores. DLS. And all its myriad mysteries.
Well, they're ahead of the par score at the moment, that's all we can say.
I could have told you that. Yeah, I could have done that one.
We've got a scoreboard that will always tell us as well. And that's
This
where
is
I
true.
like to look.
And so, at the moment, we're well ahead of it. As
Yeah.
anyone who follows the game will know that 60 for 1, off to a flyer inside 9 overs. So
It's that wickets column that skews that data. Don't know how, don't know why, but it does.
airborne, but no danger, no fielder there. Certainly not for the catch. So 9 gone, 61 for 1. Schofield's off the mark. So yeah, who is your 16th player in the England squad? Surreybroadcast@gmail.com. I've gone for Davina Perrin. Kirstie's picked everyone and no one.
I'm going to have a think. I'm going to have a real think. Going to look at some squads.
Just the final thing on Perrin. I know she hasn't necessarily made the statement score, but if you've asked a player to go out and be more consistent, I know she had an in and out winter, but since the start of the One Day Cup, she's not really missed out. She may not have gone on, but she scored a good lick, and she's got in every time she's batted. But anyway, enough of that. You don't want to hear any more from me. Let us know what you think. Grace Potts to continue. Yeah, and I do wonder, they did have a slip early on, but only for a couple of overs, I think, Kirstie. And
yeah,
at this stage, Wickets is going to get this done, right? Because you don't have enough runs to play with, really.
It's back in now.
Yeah.
I think I think the bowler has to take a bit of responsibility for that, really.
Mhm.
It's not just the captain's job, but you've got one nicked off in your last over. You've seen the over that's gone just before, where it was very fruitful down through third.
Yeah, also
you've got to back yourself.
Totally. So, slip in for the new batter, Schofield. But just watching the way Monaghan plays, stays leg side, frees up those hands, trusts the bounce, trusts her eye, always brings a slip into play, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's just any new batter at the crease, or you've taken a wicket, it's a really good opportunity to reset, pile the pressure back on. Even on the set batter, that set batter doesn't want to be going 1-2 like you've outlined. Just puts that little plants the seed of doubt.
So 3 deliveries remaining in the first power play here.
Oh,
and that's flown from nowhere. She's getting good bounce here and carry. You saw it with the wicket. Seen it here again. Good genuine nick earlier in the piece. She's getting some movement. Quite a tall bowler. High action as well. That's a beauty, isn't it? Running the fingers down the left-hand side of the ball just to get that away cut. Get another one in. Get another slip in. She's looking good here. Grace Potts, really good. And again. Can she get out the over? One to come.
imagine Kate Cross is standing at mid-on thinking, hang on a minute, are you bowling from the same end that I was bowling from? Yeah, you're absolutely right, Phil. Can she get out of the over here? I think Paige Schofield, you just got to survive this ball. Move into the next phase outside of the power play.
Got her. 2 down. Brilliant stuff, Grace Potts. Deserves everything that comes her way. This has been a super little spell. 2 overs, 2 wickets. Schofield goes. Lean trot continues. Surrey now 62 for 2. How quickly things change.
Yeah, I think that was absolutely my curse as well, wasn't it? Just see her off and get out the over and into the next phase. Need to say it a bit louder down the ground.
So 49 for no loss after 6 overs. Surrey were.
It's just held in the surface there, I think. Schofield's given it full face, but just held and moved away a little bit off the seam. I think a big thick outside edge. Call it extra cover.
Yeah, Pretty easy catch in the end. Dollied up. It's one of those when you get back in the dressing room and you think, why didn't I just go through with it? Slightly tentative. So, it's going to be ADR.
Surrey like to get everyone involved, I think, when it comes to run chases. It's
Yeah.
real team effort. I think
Yeah.
that's the way they like to do it. Everyone gets a turn.
Everyone has a run out.
Yeah, play nicely together. Lancashire are also a very vocal team. I don't know if it's northern teams in general. They always seem to be a bit louder. But they're always very vocal, and they will certainly be letting ADR and Alice Monaghan know just quite where they are.
So is this your experience then? The further north one goes, the louder the teams tend to be?
Absolutely, yeah. Lancashire are very vocal.
Historically?
Yes, yeah, historically.
Others?
Yeah, Yorkshire too.
Right.
Yeah.
What about out west?
Not as much.
Okay.
Yeah, not as much.
And down south it's all very shake hands and crest sandwiches.
Yeah, Hampshire are quite loud. Hampshire are quite loud.
We're just ticking them off now.
Yeah. Yeah. I think Surrey have got a reputation for being quite nice.
Right.
And it's something that was worked on quite a lot, actually, in terms of,
Okay.
starting to not intimidate batters, but intimidate batters with your presence. And that was, from a Southeast Stars type setup.
Oh my word, she's bolder. What a jaffer. We were saying how Monaghan does tend to stay in her crease and leave her stumps exposed. Well, now she's gone for 26. Grace Johnson's having a good game here. She's picked up her first, having made 39 earlier. And Lancashire, well, after 6 overs, they were looking in a right old mess. 4 and a bit overs later. They've picked up 3 for 14. Brilliant stuff. And this game is suddenly wide open.
Yeah, brings Kira Chatley to the crease sooner than she was hoping to, I'm sure.
Yeah, obviously no Danny Wyatt-Hodge. That's a beauty. Yeah, look at that. That has swung. We did say these are good conditions for swing bowling. We saw it this morning. That is a beauty because it swung late. Nothing wrong with the shot, really. Played the line. Just defeated by that late swing and movement. So, suddenly, 2 batters yet to face a delivery are together in the middle. Kira Chatley. So, Surrey need a partnership here. Madeline Brown is down to come in at 6. Jemima Spence playing as a specialist batter in this game at 7. Eilish Cranston played really well, very intelligently the other day. An unbeaten 38 to ensure that Surrey settled the nerves against Essex. So she's very, very useful to have down the pipe at number 8. Priyamnaz Chatterjee as well played well the other day. So Surrey do bat all the way down. As you said, Kirstie, tongue-in-cheek at the time, we do like to give them all a game. You didn't want to mean it though, did you?
And I didn't want to see it either.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't. But I think that's. And I spoke early on in the first half of the game about how this element of Surrey's game has really developed over the last year or so. In the ability to lose wickets and rebuild and still win games from dicey situations.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And that's the story of those 2 games we keep referring back to, the Essex and Yorkshire games, exactly that. Won them both by 3 wickets, having had to hold their nerve down the pipe. So, Chatley's the mark. ADR yet to face. She will join it. So these two, Grace Johnson and Grace Potts, have really changed the whole complexion of this game.
Who'd be an opening bowler? Grace squared.
This is it. Good again. It's amazing, isn't it? How that expectation courses through a cricket team. You can't lie. The body language always tells a story, both good and bad. And now you look at them and they are perky, vocal. There's an energy out there now. Just let that one go, but within the bounds. And so a dot to finish. Another successful over. 3 successful overs in a row now. $182 needed. 65 for 3. This one is anybody's.
They do, however, find themselves in a position where, yes, they've lost some quick wickets. However, they are above the required run rate. Whereas, had they lost those wickets and not been going as well, might be feeling a little bit more pressure.
Potts, obviously, to continue. 2 for already. That's a glorious shot. Taken at the top of the bounce. Davison Richards climbing into that. Touch of class.
Yeah, and this has been the difference between the Surrey bowling attack and the Lancashire bowling attack, is the amount of width on offer. Surrey bowled very much stump to stump, but Alice Davison Richards there just manages to just stand on top of the bounce and just punish that through that cover region.
So just to illustrate how quickly these games can change, the DLS par score is now 86. Surrey, of course, well shy of that now. How quickly these things change around. It's a trite point, but how critical wickets are in these games, especially 50 overs, ebb and flow across the course of an afternoon. And you're never out of it. That's the beauty of these games.
Yeah, there's been some interesting talk in recent times about DLS par score, and actually it is a one-size-fits-all equation. But women don't strike at a rate the same as the men, and therefore DLS par score of 86 is probably pushing somewhat at this stage for a women's game. Thoughts? Oh, that's a good ball.
That is a beauty. Yeah, I think I've thought this before. I think it's absolutely fair enough. I think if the average scores differ from one version of the game to another across the genders, then you would think that the maths would reflect that. To me, that's common sense. It should be done on the median scores. And of course, there are differences in average scores from one format to the other.
I'll take a quick single in the ring there, Alice Davison Richards. Despite the direct hit by Lister. Safely home.
Got to keep the intensity up here as Grace Potts. Just one delivery to come. This over hasn't had quite the same venom as the first two. Get another slip in. Come on, live a little. Nicely bowled, turns her around a bit. Another one ticks by, 12 gone, 70 for 3. Another fascinating game here at the Kia Oval. These 50-over games are really throwing up all kinds of stories. I'm going to take a bit of a breather. Kirstie, a few more thoughts from you, then it'll be Yas.
Yeah, they certainly are. Johnson to return, not return, but continue from the pavilion end. What's been a good bowling partnership between Potts and Johnson, which is exactly what Lancashire need right now. Welcome back, Yas.
Afternoon, Kirstie. There's a conversation downstairs about whether or not Surrey will go and get the bonus point. That conversation has very quickly changed.
Yeah.
Slip in now for Johnson. Yeah, this game looking very, very different in a very short space of time. Only 15 minutes or so ago, Surrey 57 without loss in the 8th over, off to an absolute flyer. 4.2 overs later, they've added just another 13 runs and they've lost 3 wickets.
Yeah, it's interesting. You say going out to get the bonus point. In general, that's not this team. I can't speak for all the other teams, but wouldn't come out with that in mind. The general way that they would approach it is, let's see how we go. And if we're going well and getting close, then make us aware of what we need, how many overs and what we need to do it in. But if not, we'll just win the game first.
That's a lovely shot from ADR. Width from Johnson, slaps through extra cover for 4. That'll make her feel good.
Yeah, width will certainly be punished here. Driven beautifully through that cover region. We are outside the power play, but Lancashire is still opting just to have 2 fielders outside of the ring. So they've got a square leg that's fairly straight, pretty much bang on, and a deep third.
Boundary prompts a change in field though. Slip has gone out for an extra person at cover. And he goes straight to that fielder. First ball. Both Johnson and Potts have this natural away movement from the right-handers. Another field change. Cover drops out of the ring. Quite an interesting field position actually. Sort of hovering 30 or so yards away from the boundary rope, but outside the inner circle.
Yeah, it's an interesting over here from Johnson because she's got 4 dots on a boundary. It's frustrating from a bowling perspective.
It's a lovely shot again from ADR. This time slightly over-pitched by Johnson, who's looking to bowl attacking areas. But slightly too full, and it's a second boundary in the over. 4 dot balls, 2 boundaries, 8 from it. Surrey 78 for 3.
Yeah, and Eve Jones is fielding at extra cover, but she's had some shoulder issues, so she likelihood of going to ground and risking that shoulder. So piercing that gap, if she can beat extra cover, and she's got enough on it, she's picking up 4 through that gap. Really nicely played.
Yeah, again, you can see the natural shape, though, of what Johnson bowls to right-handers. Both those boundaries, sure, they went for 4, but you can see how she could create trouble with that angle.
Yeah, and just to compare and contrast the Lancashire innings and the Surrey bowling attack compared to what we're looking at now is where Surrey were only bowling a string of dots and then...
What's a beauty from Potts.
Goodness me. And then Lancashire picking up a couple of singles. Surrey are weathering a few dots, but then picking up a couple of boundaries. So where Lancashire are building a little bit of pressure, the valve is quite quickly released through that boundary escape. And it's really hard then to stay on top. I think Surrey will want to be rotating the strike still, reduce the number of dot balls, but those boundaries are certainly alleviating any pressure.
Bit shorter. Chatley doesn't quite time it, but she'll pick up at least 2. Think about 3, but they decide against it. Yeah, I wonder also if that's a reflection of the match situation in a way, where I felt like, sorry, and they did this job actually very well, with their more seam-heavy attack than they've often had this season. They were relatively defensive in terms of how they bowled in the middle overs. They had fielders out square early on outside the first power play. Lancashire aren't really afforded that option at the moment, given the flyer that Surrey got off to. Their only way of winning this game is picking up wickets, and they've been much more attacking with their fields outside the power play. But the flip side of that is, any width that is offered, that is likely to go for 4.
Yeah, it definitely is. And it's really challenging as a team that maybe you've not set the most challenging total for the team that you're facing. But you've got to be aware of actually, where may I concede boundaries? And I think, goodness me, she's done it again. And I think what Surrey have done really well is restricted boundaries and bowled defensively, and said to Lancashire, if you want to score a boundary, you're going to have to take a risk.
That's another beauty, and also another sign of the life of this pitch.
Yeah, the carry through
Real
to
lift.
Ellie Threlkel, but I think I'd be a little bit worried if I'm fielding it. Second slip. I'm a bit too close there.
Yeah, similar length delivery, not getting up quite as much. So life in this pitch for the Lancashire seamers. Really impressed by Potts. Really good spell this. 2 wickets, but threaten the outside edge of Chatley twice already this over. Picked in an England test squad a year or so ago for that tour of South Africa. Didn't get on the park, but clearly on England's radar.
I think they're colder than they're letting on.
They're relatively well layered up, to be fair. And it is cold outside.
I think that might be Maddie Blinkhorn-Jones. I can't tell. She's had her head turned. Might be able to see again. I'm almost certain it is. No, it's not, but it's a good look-alike. Wow.
Change in the bowling attack for Lancashire. Kate Cross is on from the pavilion end, replacing Grace Johnson, who bowled arguably the delivery of the day to dismiss Alice Monaghan. Cross, expensive first up, 29 runs coming from her first 3 overs. Didn't quite get it right first up with a new ball.
Yeah, really struggled in those first 3 overs. Persevered. Change of ends, I think, might be the right decision. I think she's going to hope so too.
Yeah, it's the kind of delivery that you might get punished by in the power play, but at this stage of the innings, with a fielder out patrolling the offside boundary, goes for 1.
Yeah, I'd love to see the stats at this point of number of balls hitting the wickets from a Lancashire perspective as opposed to a Surrey perspective. Very different in terms of bowling attack with a lot more swing. Davidson Richards is a fantastic one-day player. There's a format designed for this batter. This is absolutely it.
Yeah, you sense that. Sure, she started briskly, but she's going to really take ownership of this run chase. One of the quirks of this Surrey squad is that player availability changes so much during the season. And a Surrey top 6 in mid to late May looks very different to a Surrey top 6 at the start of April. But ADR is a constant throughout. And you might see Maitland Brown come in at number 6. She's someone who at times has been carded in at number 9 when the England players have all been available. Surrey needed to rely on their lower order last time out against Essex here.
Yeah, and it is a really fluid batting order. That's a really well run single there. Good game awareness from Alice Davidson Richards. Kira Chatley quick on her toes to set off for that run. Yeah, they have a batting lineup where almost anyone could open the batting. And all the way down to, I'd probably say, number 10 really today. Anyone could come in at any point. So you've got Katya Moore, who's scored 100 in a South East Stars shirt. Ailish Cranston can open the batting and has opened the batting in T20s. Priyanaz Chatterjee as well has proved her worth in terms of what she offers with the bat. Maitland Brown speaks for itself really in terms of what her all-round abilities are.
Oh, beaten again. Such a good spell this from Potts. 2 wickets, 2 key wickets. But she looks really threatening, challenging a third. She beat Chatley's outside edge twice in the previous over. And this time it's Davidson Richards who plays a misses.
Yeah, I think it's just a case of just one more. How many overs are they going to bowl her? What would you do, Yas? She's bowling well, but...
Yeah, I was just about to ask you the same question.
Well, you go first, so then whatever you say, I'll see what I want to say.
Not to overplay it, but this feels like such an important phase in the game, and she's bowling so well, and has looked so close to picking up a third wicket. I'd be tempted to keep her going for a while. Drop short. Well, maybe not if she bowls like that. That's the first short ball really that Potts has delivered. It's been an outstanding spell, and Davidson Richards rocks back and pulls it behind square on the leg side. But you can sort of sense from what Lancashire themselves are doing. It's the 16th over and there's still a slip in place for Potts. So a real reflection of how well she is bowling and that she's looking to attack. Again, comparing the two innings, Lancashire, by being more attacking, you can see that there's more in it with the ball at the moment. You know, it's a green pitch, there's a bit of nip off the seam. Potts and Johnson have been able to swing the ball. Oh, that's a lovely shot. Commanding cut shot. Push off the back foot. Through point for 4. Not loads wrong with the delivery.
Yeah. Alice Davidson Richards is a taller player as well, so she can climb on top of bounce nicely. And she's got such great hands. All she really needs to do is find the gap. race across that square.
It's an important shot because it's removed the slip. So Lancashire, after back-to-back boundaries, slightly more defensive and left alone by Davidson Richards. Yeah, it's not just the runs that are important with shots like that. If you can force the opposition to go on the back foot just a little bit, because especially with that second boundary, that delivery is not miles off the ones that have just missed the outside edge. So if you can punish actually quite good and threatening balls, that changes the dynamic between batter and bowler. And she'll take the single. 9 runs off the over, all off ADR's blade. Sorry, 92 for 3. And just building a little bit of momentum after that triple strike.
Yeah, I think it's a shame really that slip's decided to be taken out of the attack there. I understand it to a certain extent. The pull shot, that was a poor delivery and it deserved to be punished, and nothing you can do there. The follow-up was just missed her length. But the next ball, she's straight back on her length. And I just think you've got to be brave sometimes. You're bowling a really, really important spell. The pressure's on. Take the risk.
Well, given that delivery that leapt off a length in the previous over, I'm not sure Lancashire should mind seeing ADR take on that shot.
Yeah, absolutely. And show that solidarity for your bowler. You know, back your bowler.
Talking about the DLS par score a few overs ago. Surrey bang on the money now. 92 the par score after 16.1 overs. 92 for 3 is the score. As that demonstrates, this game very much in the balance, but from Lancashire's point of view, you kind of don't want these two to settle in at the crease for too long. It's not a massive total that they're defending. 246, just 155 runs required. Boulder! Cross strikes. ADR, who's looked so dangerous across her 24 balls at the middle, departs. Lovely bit of bowling from Lancashire's star seamer. And Lancashire have a 4th, and it's a big one. Oh, that's a lovely delivery. Just nips into ADR. He's looking to drive down the ground. He clips the top of the middle. Lovely piece of seam bowling.
Yeah, right where you were just talking about that DLS par score, and you just then see it jump from 92 to 118. It's a real shame that for Alice Davidson-Richard, she was looking well. It's just settling in and starting to build a partnership with Kira Chatley, who's not faced a lot of the strike. So another rebuild due. And this is what Lancashire need to hold on to. This is how they can win this game, by taking regular wickets and not letting partnerships build. Surrey be very, very aware of that.
Now Maitland Brown comes to the middle. In at 6. As we said earlier, at times this season, been carded in as low as 9. She's had a few starts recently. Scores of 27 not out against Durham, 31 against Hampshire, 29 against Essex. So fairly consistent last couple of weeks with the bat, but job to do here. 155 runs remaining. It's funny how you can say exactly the same score and runs remaining, but it can sound very different very quickly. Big, big wicket, that. Not just the name, and it's how she was playing as much as anything else.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. She was looking really fluid, but and this comes back to what we were talking about before in terms of the number of deliveries being bowled at the stumps. The minute you stop bowling at the stumps, you take away one of your wicket-taking options. I think Lancashire need to just finally tune that a little bit more.
Brown off the mark. Again, I wonder if Lancashire could be a little bit braver with their field. The new batter, Brown. Field spread out. No discernible difference between the fields with Chatley and Brown. Was able to drop that into the offside for an uneventful single. Chatley now on strike. Defended into the leg side. 1 run and 1 wicket from the over. Surrey 93 for 4. Well, it was Cross who made the breakthrough in that over, but at the other end, Grace Potts has bowled a brilliant spell. 5 overs, 2 for 22, but it's not just the 2 wickets that have fallen. She's really threatened the outside edge, beating Kira Chatley twice in 1 over, and you can see the natural shape that she gets. Bit of bounce, extra bounce with that second delivery, and then beating ADR as well. Really good spell. It looks like we're going to get change in the Lancashire attack. We were wondering in the last over whether Potts would continue.
Yeah, Hannah Jones coming into the attack. Lancashire for a very long time. I think she came through their youth setup. It's well known across the county circuit. Built a reputation for herself for bowling an incredible number of Yorkers. It can be challenging to play sometimes, but there was a season, I think, that the number of balls that she bowled that got underneath the bat it was outrageous. So let's see where she lands her first delivery.
Well, she'll start to make the Brown. 6 fielders inside the ring. Right on the money. First up. What do you make of the decision to turn to spin at this point?
I think it's an interesting one. She's spinning the ball away from the batter, bowling to the short boundary.
Oh, Brown looks to be inventive early on. Ramps it away for a couple. Quite an interesting shot because there's not loads of pace to work with off the spinner. Play that shot off a seamer, and that, if you middle it, that'll fly away.
Yeah, I think I like it as an option. It's a good option to manipulate the field and bring that extra cover out into a short 45, and then open up your scoring options in front of the wicket.
She goes again. And picks up 2 more. You can see why she's playing the shot. There's a vast gap that she is targeting at the moment. Likely be plugged now. Yeah, field change. There were basically 2 fielders at short backward point inside the ring. One of them's moved to fine leg now.
Yeah, she's going to have to adjust her line now. She doesn't have those 2 backward points, so she's going to have to bowl very straight in at the stumps.
We talked about boundary dimensions already today, but that's probably the shortest hit. As you see now, Brown on strike, her backward point region. It's a very, very short boundary. Oh, it's a misfield. And that we thought, that'll really frustrate Jones. It's a decent delivery that's driven to Tara Norris amid off, and it's gone straight through her for 4.
It's twice we've seen that today.
Sorry, 100.
And that boundary brings up the 100 for the home side. 146 more runs required for victory. And Jones finishes off her first over with a single. 9 runs from it. Surrey 102 for 4. Change in the commentary box. Katya Witney will join me for the next half an hour or so. That'll be a very frustrating over for Lancashire. Jones didn't do a lot wrong. Just taken the all-important wicket of Alice Davidson-Richards. And that over ends up going for 9 after that misfield. They look like they're having a lovely time.
Yeah, well wrapped up. I've put a jumper on since my last stint. Temperature has definitely dropped. Very interesting passage of the game here. Saw those 2 wickets go down. Again, almost quite similar to Lancashire's innings. These partnerships start to build.
There's that single that's available in the offside again. I wonder, could they plug that gap to batters who haven't been out there for that long? Brown's faced 10 deliveries. Kira Chatley's been there for 33 minutes and only faced 13 deliveries. Starved of the strike.
Yeah, I'd be having a word if I was Kira Chatley.
Beaten. Really good from Kate Cross.
Yeah, she's just so good, isn't she? There's not a lot more to say than she's just so good.
It's been a really impressive display of seam bowling over the last 45 or so minutes. From the 2 Graces, Potts and Johnson, and now the England star and Kate Cross. Highlights reel, lots of plays and misses. A couple of really eye-catching wickets as well. Johnson's delivery to Monaghan, and crosses one to Alice Davidson-Richards, just nipping back into the England batter.
Yeah, plenty of batting to come for Surrey, of course, but not with Danny Wyatt-Hodge today. Scored a lot of runs this season as Danny Wyatt-Hodge. Just Kira Chatley eager to get on strike.
Yeah, with this new partnership just developing, I think Lancashire will be trying as hard as possible to prevent those quick singles just when the ball is just dabbed into the offside. Good fielding at mid-off.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Lancashire manage their bowlers through the next phase. Expect maybe one more from Kate Cross after this. And holding her back for the end of the innings. Perhaps using her in bursts to break any key partnerships.
Driven aerially, not miles away from the fielder at backward point. But it's another single. 4 runs from the over. Surrey 106 for 4. It's an interesting conundrum for Lancashire actually, because realistically, given Surrey's run rate at the moment, you almost don't want to be planning too much for how many overs bowlers have left from the 42nd over onwards. And Lancashire have used 5 bowlers so far. We've seen 19 overs bowled, 18 of them have been bowled by seamers, and the seamers have looked really threatening.
Yeah, regardless of the wickets they've lost, it's been impressive from Surrey to keep that run rate about 5.5, well above what they need. Force Lancashire to bowl them out.
Good alert running again from Chatley.
Again, it's what we saw on Tuesday, albeit on a slightly lower total than today. Essex needed to find those 10 deliveries.
Yeah, the absolute flyer that Surrey got off to has allowed them the opportunity to have a period of consolidation where they can afford to undergo a period where they don't actually have to take too many risks. As you say, the required run rate has been hovering around the 4.5 run per over mark for a while now. Brown started quickly, 13 of her first 14 deliveries in the middle. This is good from Jones. 11 runs from her first 10 deliveries, but 4 of those were through a routine misfield. And there's that lap shot again. This time it's Chatley that plays it and picks up 2. It's an interesting shot. So we saw Brown play that exact shot in the previous over from Jones when Lancashire had this exact field. And she played it twice in 2 balls. And Lancashire then moved a fielder to fine leg to cut it off. And that's exactly what they do again here. And again, it's the same fielder. They had 2 fielders behind square on the offside in the ring.
Yeah, and then that opens up that area behind square on the offside. Feels like a premeditated plan from these two. To play that shot to the spinner. And manipulate that field to what they wanted.
Yeah, I like that field that they ended up settling on because it's almost backing the bowler to hit their lines. Having those 2 fielders behind square on the offside, that's for the width ball. And just having one there was almost saying to the bowler, like, I back you to bowl tight.
There's a bit of a conflab going on there in the middle before this over. Deciding he might bowl it.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to have another change in the attack. It looks like Tara Norris is going to come on for a second spell. So short, sharp burst from Kate Cross. 2 overs for 6. But more importantly, claimed the wicket of the dangerous Alice Davidson-Richards. It was going so well. 23 of 25. Norris in, keeper up. Oh, it's a beauty first up.
Yeah, I like this from Lancashire. Tara Norris struggled at the start of the innings. Look at this delivery again.
Or maybe not.
That'll sting. Well timed that from Maitland Brown. Did well to get a hand to that, Tara Norris.
Yeah,
shake it off.
This is good for blanks. Yeah, I think you can tell from Tara Norris's expression there. I would have stung. But saved runs, possibly 4 of them.
Yeah, that's one of those ones on a cold day that hits your hand hard. Just hurts that much more. Just saying, Tara Norris struggled. And Safar Duncan and Alice Monaghan got off to that really good start. But bringing her back in when a few wickets have fallen down, and Surrey looking at having that period of consolidation, just brings her back into the game.
Really good start this from Norris. 4 dots in a row. Yeah, slightly different game for Norris now compared to when she was bowling in the power play. More protection, 4 fielders out. Just have to keep her up. Pinning Brown to her crease. It's actually a very similar field to how Surrey operated with their seamers at a similar phase of the Lancashire innings. Where there's a lot of protection, square and behind square on the boundary. And the fielders in front of square are all in tight. I don't know if we could get it on the screen, but cover is really close, as is mid-wicket. It means that Very difficult for the Surrey players to just pinch a cheeky single. With another dot, and it completes a maiden over. Good stuff this from Lancs.
Yeah,
Surrey 110 for 4.
Yeah, very strong comeback there from Tara Norris. Sorry, just rotating the singles in the last over. And all of a sudden that run rate comes down. Just one over of maiden over, and that run rate sits at 5.24. The required run rate goes up. Not that that's a problem for Surrey, but it shows what even a little bit of pressure can do. A couple more overs like that. Suddenly, that period of consolidation doesn't look as comfortable.
It's another long conversation at the start of an over. I don't think there's going to be a change in the bowling attack, but 4 Lancashire fielders converge for a conversation. Just working out their exact plans. Leadership group of skipper Ellie Threlgold behind the stumps, but also Eve Jones amid off. Just making sure that Hannah Jones is happy with the field and happy with the plan. And yeah, different type of bowling, but similar plan to Chatley, where you've got a mid-wicket that's in really tight and you've got 2 covers in as well. That gap at fine leg has been plugged too. So Lancashire a little bit more aggressive with their field in the middle overs here. Oh, inventive from Chatley. What a shot that is. Reverse sweep, past, short third for 4. Good release of pressure.
Yeah, very inventive. Just wondering what Phil said in the Surrey innings about no one trying to reverse sweep Danny Gregory. And that's that bit of inventiveness from Kira Chatley. It's a real engine room, that, isn't it? You've got Kate Cross in on the ring. You've got the senior pro in Eve Jones, Thrackle behind the stumps.
Yeah, another team meeting off that boundary.
Got Tara Norris there as well. It's a huge amount of experience.
Another slight change to the field, bit more protection, square on the offside. Full toss doesn't get punished. Chatley will be frustrated. Over pitched from Hannah Jones. That's clipped straight to mid-wicket. It's a lovely shot. Timed nicely from Chatley. Just one. But yeah, it's been a clear plan from Surrey to attack Jones behind square. Made on drops for Maitland Brown, who uses her feet, well fielded at cover. Strong right hand. Saves 3.
Yeah, it's just that manipulation from Surrey. Yeah, that ramp shot out in the previous overs to make that change in the field. And then when you've made the change in the field, you've pulled the fielder out behind square, play that reverse sweep, get a boundary and force another rethink. Oh, and then by the way, I'm going to come down the ground as well and hit you in front of square.
There's the Yorker that Kirstie was talking about with Hannah Jones. Famed for the regularity with which he bowls the Yorker. Darted in to Chatley's toes. Play and miss from Chatley. Completes an eventful over, 6 from it. Surrey 116 for 4.
Yeah, good response from Jones in the end. Chatley middled a few in that over. Some tight fielding. Going for the boundary off the first ball.
Yeah, it's a good little battle between Surrey, both Brown and Chatley, and Hannah Jones. They've looked to be creative. Jones has got it more than a runner ball, but you feel like she's still very much in the game. Surrey taking risks against her. Norris is going to continue. Made an over last time to Maitland Brown, who was on strike again. Really tight line in the previous over from Norris to Brown. Stump to stump. Let her fielders in the ring do the rest. Oh, what a shot. What a shot that is. 2 fielders back behind square, but neither of them can get anywhere near it. It's a shot that we've seen a couple of times already from Brown against the spin of Jones. First time we've seen it against the Pacers.
Yeah, I'd like to see that again. Here we go. That is incredibly bold from Maitland-Brown. Getting her head right in the line of fire, trusting her bat to do the rest.
Yeah, she goes early and does really well to adjust at the last second, because you could tell that she wasn't sure herself which way she was going to go.
Right in the block hole.
You said risky, physically risky, but I wonder, given how often we've seen it already from Brown, that this is one of her trusted shots.
Yeah, well, I just don't know how you physically maneuver yourself.
That's a lovely shot from Brown. That'll be 2.
Switch off from a ball coming directly at your face.
Really absorbing cricket at the moment. Mini swings of momentum here and there. Let's have a look at that Maitland-Brown boundary again.
Just gets her head out of the way.
Yeah, you can tell from the reaction of Ellie Threlkeld there, there's not a lot you can do about it. It's pretty much exactly where Norris wanted to deliver the ball. You know, ordinarily, when you see a field with a deep fine leg, a deep third, you'd say that the field is almost set for that, but that was played almost directly behind Brown. Interesting to see the wagon wheel later on. Played a miss. 6 runs from the over. Surrey 1-2-2 for 4.
Yeah, another fruitful one for Surrey, with the boundary off the first ball of the over again. Only chasing 250 odd, well, less than 250. Once you've got the boundary off the first ball, doesn't really matter what comes in the rest of the over.
They're back on the park in Cardiff. They're now playing a 33 overs a side game. England 113 for 3 in the 24th. Surrey's Alice Capsey is going nicely. 36 not out of 37 deliveries. She's alongside Freya Kemp, who's 19 off 25.
I know we've saying it a lot, but there is a lot of discussion going on in between overs out in the middle. Between every over, the entire engine room is getting together and deciding how they want to go. There's an acknowledgement that this is a critical point in the game and how they're going to manage it.
Yeah, it's also interesting how often, not just that they're coming together, but they're deciding to change things. It's a slightly different plan almost every 3 balls, especially with Jones bowling. That's nicely bowled from Jones. Bit of air. Brown had to use her feet to get to the pitch of the ball.
It's good though, I like it, like not letting the game drift at all.
Yeah, as we said in Jones's previous over, she's been expensive so far, but she looks threatening, so they've had to take risks to score quickly against Jones. Proper Q-ender from Chatley.
Yeah, looking to reverse again, didn't get that one quite right. She wants to get it fine of that fielder behind square. Needs to almost get it higher up the bat to create that angle. Just toe-ended that one.
Yeah, but another sign of just why this is such an absorbing battle between Jones and the 2 Surrey right-handers. Bit of air again. And Chatley manages to squeeze that past short mid-wicket for a single. She'll retain the strike. 3 runs from the over. Sorry, 125 for 4. They're beyond the halfway mark now. 122 runs left to get on the DLS par score, by the way. They are 1 run off it. DLS par 126.
Kira Chatley's had a lot more of the strike in the last few overs. She might have been getting a little bit bored out there, but had a lot more to do. Rotating the strike with Maitland Brown.
Yas Rana's gone. I'm back. Yeah, really interesting game. Just having a chat with Kirstie at the back of the box. There's a really fun ebb and flow to these games because it's not dominated by power, as you tend to find with the men's game more and more. Stifled appeal, then you just get a little bit more light and shade, I suppose.
Yeah, don't know whether there was a little something on that. Maybe it was 2 pads, had a couple of noises.
Yeah, may have just pitched it slightly outside as well. Hope our cameraman's okay up there. Look like Attack of the Shakes.
I think there's quite a strong breeze out there if you look at the flag on the pavilion.
It's definitely picked up.
Makes life more difficult out in the middle.
Where's your money, Katya?
Too close to call.
Come on.
This is the game. Ask me again in 5 overs.
Bowler's end. Good throw. Just missing.
They've run really well together, these two. Seeing that, Kira Chatley in particular has always been looking for the singles. That was another example.
Yeah, so Surrey bat deep. As we saw in the game against Essex, Cranston and Chatterjee got it done. And good hands, wide delivery, but good hands.
She's frustrated with that, Tara Norris.
Yeah, there's been a few. She just lost her radar. Yeah, she's gone 4 wides now in her 6 and a bit overs.
Yeah, and pressure was just starting to build over the first 3 balls of that over. 2 dots and a single. That's nicely played.
Yeah, delightfully played.
Running it off the face of the bat. Again, always looking for the second. Really good running from these two.
Yeah, so as I was saying, Jemima Spence due in next. Really good young natural stroke maker. Irish Cranston, Kalia Moore, Chatterjee and Gregory. You'd say that Gregory is the authentic number 11 in that, but Chatterjee showed that she can bat very, very well the other day. Playing a miss. So you'd say that Surrey are probably slight favourites at this juncture, but we've seen across the 3 games here at the Kier in the last few weeks that things can happen quite quickly. Run rate is well within reach, so there's no concerns there. Quick scoring ground, of course, so if they bat anywhere near up to 48 overs, then you feel like they'll have hauled in the target comfortably by then. So it does come down, for me anyway, to wickets.
Speaking of wickets, England have lost another.
So it's a 33 over game?
33 over game. Freya Kemp, I guess, attempting to move the innings on, goes for the big shot. Capsey's still there, 44 not out of 43 balls. Batting at number 4, giving an opportunity in that top order with Nat Brunt not in the side.
So, yeah, as we just take a quick drink, just have a look at this partnership and the early stages of the innings as well. Sophia Dunkley played really nicely. Great to see her back. We've missed her. She's been absent for over a month. She climbed into a couple of wide ones against Kate Cross, but then went too hard to Grace Potts, who came into the attack and got a bit of bounce from the Vauxhall end. Paige Schofield just didn't get into that drive, moving after the fact and lobbing it to extra. That was suddenly 62 for 2, and then beautiful delivery to remove Monaghan. Grace Johnson picking that one up, and she's had a fabulous game herself. ADR came in and played a couple of nice shots through the offside, as she always does. She's really good to watch. Punchy player through the offside, but with a touch of elegance as well. Kate Cross, who took some tap initially, 3 overs for 30, came back in to the attack and cleaned up ADR with a good one, top of middle. She went for 23, and at that point, Lancashire were well in the box seat. 92 for 4, Surrey were, but these two have then taken it on. It's now 129 for 4 at the halfway point. It's an extraordinary shot. Almost kamikaze, foolhardy shot, but brilliant if you can get it done, as she does. Just gets her head out the line right at the death there. So these two going okay at this stage, as we say. Quite a long batting lineup as well. So Surrey will be feeling cautiously confident that they can overhaul this tricky little target. Now, I asked Kirstie this earlier. Don't know if you were in the room or not, Katya.
I had one ear on the conversation.
Okay. Do you have a 16th player for me?
I do. I find it quite conflicting, to be honest, because maybe conflicting is the wrong word. That makes it sound grander than it actually is. But
that's what we do.
England are my 16th player is a bowler. It's Alexa Stonehouse. He's a very exciting left arm seamer. You ask anyone on the England or the county circuit who's an exciting young player coming through, they'll tell you 2 players. They'll tell you Jodie Grewcock, and they'll tell you Alexa Stonehouse. She's been involved over the winter in training camps. England have got so many exciting fast bowlers coming through into their ranks. You've got Izzy Wong back in the squad for the T20 World Cup. Mahika Gore is injured at the minute.
Yeah, and just briefly on that, a foot injury, how bad is it, do you know?
I believe it's a fracture, but I'm not entirely sure.
So it could be quite a while then. Okay.
But you just think a left arm coming into that attack, you've got express pace with Lauren Filer, you've got Lauren Bell's in swingers, and she's added the out swinger into that as well. It was so successful in the WPL. Having a left arm over from Alexa Stonehouse would be a really good addition. But in reality, if you're having a 16th player, I'd quite like another batter in there.
It's a slightly silly question, I suppose. Yeah.
Maybe that's reflective of the up-and-coming young players as a whole, though. We've said it a lot that England have really struggled to find those exciting young batting talents. Davina Perrin accepted, although she's not quite delivered on the opportunities she's had over the winter in the WBBL and in those training camps to really fully demand inclusion into that squad.
Going to be a change of bowler. Grace Potts, who really prized open the door for Lancashire in this innings, picked up 2 in her first 2 overs earlier in the piece. She's got 5 under her belt. Shoveled into the onside, that'll be 4. So a loosener for Potts, all valuable runs. Kira Chatley moves into the 20s.
Yeah, Alexa Stonehouse, of course, of this parish, but on long-term loan at Warwickshire. So it's quite funny she got called up to the England squad during the ODIs.
So if it were a batter, in fact, let me ask another question. If one of the out-and-out batters in the side, say a Sophia or somebody like that, happened to do a mischief, God forbid, and glorious shot, 4 more, long half volley, but she's climbed into that.
That's imperious from Kira Chatley.
You hear it from the back of the box, Kirstie saying the sound of that pinging off the bat. Fabulous shot. So, momentum now, all with this Surrey pair. Back-to-back boundaries. Grace Potts, slow to get going. into her second spell here. So, yeah, say something unfortunate happens to one of the out-and-out batters. Who are you bringing in?
To the squad?
Yeah.
I guess you're struggling beyond the names that have already kind of been in and around that group. I think you'd struggle to, should Paige Schofield score a few runs in the next few innings, I think she'd be right in the mix. Even if you think that England have moved on from Tammy Bowman, she was left stranded on 98, or 99, sorry, the other day. So a couple of big innings from her and she'd be really hard to ignore, especially the T20 World Cup. You'd want that experience to come in.
Is Emma Lamb explosive enough?
I think Emma Lamb could have a future in the T20 format. I don't know whether that's how England are viewing her at the minute.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think it's out of the question. I think you're really looking at role, though. So if one of those openers, unless it was an opener that did a niggle or had a mischief, I'm not sure you're looking at Emma Lamb coming in. She has to bat at the top of that order. And I think that's what really, why she really struggled last year, is that she was being batted completely out of position.
Yeah.
And now they seem like England are giving her a run, an extended run at the top of that order. She hasn't quite found her rhythm yet.
Nor as Grace puts in this first over back, but this is better. Second half of the over. Damage already done, though, those 2 fours. Lancashire can ill afford errant overs such as we've seen here and there.
You've also got Charis Pavley.
Yeah.
Who's exciting. She was called
She's
up
in
as
really
injury
good
cover.
form.
Really good form. Scored 100 the other week.
Yeah. Just good that they have options, isn't it? We can talk about these players in the round.
Well, they do have options, but I think it comes back to the conversation I was having with Yas earlier, that you're at such an interesting point of the cycle where you've got this start of the new 50-over World Cup cycle, but you've got the culmination of a T20. I mean, you can call it a T20 World Cup cycle to come every 18 months now, so it's not really a cycle. But that in itself, you almost have to constantly be at a point where you can field your best ever T20 side, while also be developing players in the 50-over format. It's another conversation out there.
A few hardy souls, meanwhile. Yeah, it's a bit chilly out there. The sun has packed in for the day for sure. The lights are on as well. It is gloomy. No imminent threat of rain, but there was some talk, maybe in around half an hour, on the radar perhaps. And so we will keep an eye on the DLS pass score. Surrey require 110, change of bowler. So Hannah Jones into her 5th over, left arm spinner.
Change of ends for Hannah Jones.
Yeah. So the pass score's 129. Surrey are on 138. It's probably feels about right, that. Surrey with their noses ahead, nothing more. Couple of wickets, of course. Tossed up, slapped back straight to the bowler, no run. So I don't mind this. I think it's a good option to get the left armour from the pavilion end, turning it away from the right-handers, encouraging the cross-bat shot to the short boundary, or indeed the little paddle.
That's so fine.
Yeah.
Almost over the keeper's shoulder.
Yeah, I didn't get quite enough of it. But without the slip, as long as you pick the line right, it's a relatively stress-free shot. Both of these players have got the reverse out. Nicely played, that'll be 4. Glorious. Half a step out to meet the pitch and then punching it Aussie style through the gap. Eye of the needle stuff. 51 partnership now from 62 balls. Timely affair. This is becoming a habit for Surrey in these run chases, that the middle order finds a way.
Yeah, you say Surrey with their noses in front, but these two are inching that forward with every boundary they pick off. 6 already off this over with 2 balls to spare.
Yeah, what a cricketer. to have in your ranks, Maitland Brown. This is not a game that she fails to leave her mark upon.
Yeah, she's been in the wickets in every game she's played in the One Day Cup so far.
Yeah.
In the runs here, coming in at number 5. That's a gift.
Yeah, clubbed into the onside, but they do have a fielder at cow, so thinking better of it, just a single. Didn't get all of it. It was there to hit. So, another one rolls past. 144 for 4. That deficit coming down all the time, 103. 23 overs still in the bank.
Got bad news for you. Alice Capsey's out.
Right.
And England have lost Danny Gibson, and they're 131 for 6. 27.3 overs.
Yeah, it's a nasty one when you have to go back out in your first innings in a 50-over game after the rain, and always feel like the DLS, while it does a remarkable job, no doubt, it can be very difficult for the batting side, whose innings is truncated by the rain, to get back out there, pick up the rhythm. Always feel like it benefits the team batting second. So who's in now, sorry? Better. Who's in now?
So it'll be Amy Jones.
Yep.
Down the order, actually. Freya Kemp and Danny Gibson coming in ahead of Amy Jones with Charlie Dean. Charlie Dean managed the end of that chase up in Durham. She managed it well, although I do think some of the praise was overblown in terms of how she managed that chase. Ignored that the game would have been over had Nancy Patel held a simple catch off Charlie Dean. But she was very impressive in the way she managed the side, especially during the fielding overs.
Yeah, she's got a lot of supporters who acknowledge her cricket brain. I think it was inevitable that Siva Brunt would take over, but there was certainly a lobby for Charlie Dean.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting the way she's developed into this vice-captaincy role, because last year when Siva Brunt was named new captain and Charlotte Edwards came in, they had almost like a leadership group. Kate Cross was part of that group, Sophia Dunkley part of that group, Charlie Dean as well.
Short one.
Oof.
Keeper. Oh, she just didn't pick it up. She did not pick it up. Brilliant bowling by Potts again, who can really slip it. She's bowled with some good pace today.
Yeah, she'll be frustrated with that 1/8 record.
Yeah, it was like she just did not pick it up at all. Oh, agony for the keeper.
Perhaps to be kind, grey clouds, white ball. Perhaps lost it looking up.
Yeah, it's not a criticism really. You see it in football, don't you? Sometimes when the ball goes up and the player can't quite get their bearings and work out where it's going to land.
I've just nodded along to you like I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, okay. I've got to know my audience better there, haven't I? Not your game, Katya, and all credit to you. Yeah, but again, a crucial moment in this run chase. Had that dropped in the mitts, then it would have shifted the dynamic again here. As it is, still just 4 down. Requirement 101.
Did that just potentially hit the helmet for Kira Chatley?
Yeah, I was sure she gloved that, but perhaps not. Let's have another look on the replay. Let's have a look here.
Yeah, it's come off a helmet.
It has come off the helmet, in fact. Yeah, I was sure that was off the glove. Okay, well, apologies to the keeper. There was no chance to be taken there.
Yeah, she'll just have to go through an assessment here, Kira
Yeah,
Chatley.
she will. That was quite a clang, in fact.
Yeah, they're worse when you get them on the grill. Even if the grill slightly less impact than the helmet, you feel like you've got that ringing in your ears.
Yeah. She seems entirely at ease, but of course we have to go through the protocols. Rightly so. Replacement lid. Chatting away to Maitland Brown, so she's fine.
Saw one of the umpires get hit in the head during the Roses clash in the One Day Cup a few weeks ago.
I didn't see that.
Yeah.
Was it bad?
It was. It was a nasty blow towards the end of the game. Mahika Gore batting.
Umpiring at the non-strikers.
Umpire at the non-strikers just came off. Jess Jonathan got a hand to it, but it hit the umpire square on the head.
Ricochet, right.
A nasty blow. Lanc's assistant coach had to come on and umpire the rest of the
Really?
game at square leg.
Well, you're seeing it more and more in the franchise leagues and the men's stuff that umpires have their shields now. Rod Tucker in Australia never leaves home without his. As well you might. Anyway, after all that, she's fine. But a really nasty bumper by Grace Potts. I've been impressed with her today. First time I've seen her in the flesh. Tall, high action as well. Really, really smooth through the crease. And she has that one in her locker. When she picked up Monaghan earlier, that was with a really rising, steepling ball outside off stump.
Yeah, she was key for Lancs last year in their trophy winning campaign. Their standout bowler, Fee Morris, also one of their standout bowlers.
Yeah, correction. It was Dunkley, of course, that she got rid of earlier. There's a lot to like there. It's been a feature, actually, of the games that we've done here, that the short ball is becoming more and more relevant in women's domestic cricket. More and more a weapon. We saw in the Essex game that Essex's opening bowler, Kopak, really got it to talk. Kate Kopak off the middle of the pitch. Little cheeky one round the corner. Pick up a single. We've seen it again today. Been used liberally across both innings. Really, really good to see that now. A key feature.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about the next kind of evolution of bowling in the women's game, I think more and more bowlers developing their outswinger is going to be really, really crucial. We've seen in-swing dominate the women's game. Look at Anya Shrubsole, awesome in-swinger. Lauren Bell, of course, brilliant in-swinger. And looking over the next 10 years, I think the development of outswing is going to be something to follow.
So, Jones to continue. Getting a bit gloomier now out here. Still no obvious imminent threat of rain, but those lights beginning to take effect.
Yeah, it just adds another dimension to this partnership. Both pushing forward, keeping that required run rate down, and also one eye on the scoreboard. Where are we?
Yep. So they've got a couple of overs at least to play with. They are currently 15 ahead of the DLS required rate. Funneled into the onside. Good from Hannah Jones. Enticing Brown out of her crease. Not quite there to the pitch. Yeah, good over this. Just a couple from it. Key last delivery. Yeah, just giving us some cover at long on now. So mid on goes back. Extra cover comes up into the ring. Got to get it on the stumps. Can't bowl wide here. with the field as it is. She's done it well. She's done it really well. Very good over. Just a couple from it. This is what they need here. Target is down to 2 figures, but Lancashire still well in this game now.
Yeah, just need to start rebuilding that pressure that they built a few overs ago. Had to release a good few shots from these two batters. Looks like another discussion there out in the middle. I think we've got several conversations going on at the minute. Just deciding who's going to take that ball next.
Yeah, so I guess the thinking is that Grace Potts has been your most likely today, but she's only got 3 left. And as your quickest and most effective on this track, perhaps they're thinking of just holding her back for a potential break in the partnership and then unleash her against the new batter. It's a risk, but these are the decisions. So Fee Morris for a first bowl of the day. Tidy start.
Yeah, I mentioned a few minutes ago that Fee Morris was really important for Lancs last year. Took 15 wickets in 13 games. Bit of a slower start to the season so far, with the ball anyway.
Big fully this time. That's in the gap as well. That will run away. Yep. Picks up pace.
Sorry, it's 150.
So 150 up. These two doing very, very well. Much needed repair job.
Yeah, a gift there for Kira Chatley. Just put it away. It's interesting that they've decided to make this change now. You mentioned that Grace Potts doesn't have as many overs left, but this chase isn't going to go the distance. Might not need to worry about that too much.
No, indeed. Got to go for the jugular, really. Saw it the other day in that Essex game where Grace Scrivens, Essex skipper, was perhaps guilty of thinking about taking the game deep. And before she knew it, she had no runs to play with. So there is a bit of drizzle now making its way across the ground. We can see it on our screens. It's got noticeably darker here. Groundsmen are up and about. Not with any great urgency. It's very light at the moment. You can see a few spectators heading for the hills. We move on. Lovely shot. And there will be a single. Frustration for the bowler. Got to protect your own figures. First rule of fielding.
Yeah, it's a very fine drizzle at the minute, and you can see some lightness over there towards the left-hand side as you're from the pavilion.
And another full one. Oh. And another misfield.
Can't afford those if you're Lancashire.
No, you can't. And that ball is now going to be juiced up on an outfield that's just taking a little bit of rain now. Okay. 157 for 4 from 30.
The runs just keep flowing. What a performance it's been. Very eventful innings here in South London. That's out and he's off in celebration.
So there you go. It all kicks off on Friday afternoon with that double header against Lancashire. The Lightning and the Thunder. Bringing it all down to South London. First time those two have faced each other in the group stages, perhaps ever. There's going to be one hell of an event, that is. And then the rest follow in quick succession. There are tickets available for all games, not many. So if you fancy getting involved, come down for a proper good knees up here. Those Friday games are very special indeed. Yas and I will be covering the men's game in the evening. And we'll have every ball, of course, from all the women's games as well. Do go to kiaoval.com for all the details, all the ticketing. Yeah, brollies are up.
For what it's worth, I do think we're currently in the darkest part of the cloud. If you can just stay on for the next few minutes, it might lighten up.
Yeah, and there's no imminent concerns for player safety. It's very, very light, and both teams will want to stick this out. Surrey are ahead of the rate at the moment.
Still a few hardy souls out in the seats, out in the uncovered seats.
Yeah, but summer just refuses to get going, doesn't it? Twenty-three runs up on the DLS, which currently is at 139. So if a wicket falls, we'll keep updating you on that. But as things stand, you can be sure that Surrey are ahead of the game. It's gone quite quiet as well. The field was abuzz when Surrey lost those three up top quite quickly at 57, 62 and 62. Nicely played to the pitch, punched down the ground. These two are relatively untroubled now. Another one rolls along, 163 for 4, 31 gone.
Yeah, quietly good over that. 6 runs off it, 4 singles and a 2.
Yeah, and they're the kinds of overs that as a fielding captain, it just takes a bit of your soul really, because there's not much you can do to defend when players are just tipping it around a big ground on a flat track, and they're both in, and they're ahead of the rate, and they know they don't have to play outside of their comfort zones.
Fee Morris is going to bowl another here. Thought perhaps she might be given the one over, but she's back for a second. That's well played. Thought about coming down the track, but it wasn't quite there. Nestles it into the offside for a single.
Yeah, we're moving towards that point where Ellie Threlkeld really does need to make a play. Grace Potter's looked you most likely. Who else might you turn to?
Turn to Kate Cross. She's got 4 overs left. Senior pro, get the job done.
Yeah, good shout. Bit of nip off the pitch, juiced up with this squally shower. Yeah, those two for me, because at the moment this is all too easy. She's trying to steal a few overs here as the skipper, but I'm not sure she's got enough runs to play with. 82 needed now, 83.
Yeah, the comparison to Scribbins the other day is a good one. I think she gave herself 3 overs in the end, so the maximum should have been 2. She missed out there.
Yeah, just dropped on her. Bowled. Beaten her in the flight. False shot. Little inside edge. That almost squeezed through. Clubbed into the onside, and that has enough on it. Couple of bounces, 4 more. Frustration for the bowler. It's been better in this over, but these two in this form, they will punish anything that's there to hit.
Full bunger that as well. Slips out of the hand. Thank you very much.
This is it. It's a tough gig now with a wet ball, trying to bowl finger spin. She's not bowled an enormous amount of late.
Yeah, you You can see her working on it with that towel after every delivery, trying to get it dry, trying to get some purchase on it.
Got to be the seamers, isn't it? Now or never. This is too easy. So, 142 is the DLS. Surrey miles ahead of it now. They can probably even afford to lose a wicket and still be comfortably ahead of the rate. But again, as Katya rightly points out, there is a bit of clearer sky just out to our right as we look at it. So I don't think there's any imminent danger of us heading off. It's got slightly brighter.
Here we go.
So here we go. Bang on cue. Kate Cross it is. Dice rolled.
Yeah, now or never, had to be. Times of crisis, you throw it to your biggest, your most experienced, the one who you think is going to get the job done for you, and there's few better to do that than Kate Cross. She bought a beauty earlier on today. Let's get rid of Alice Davidson-Richards.
Yeah, she came back really well. 3 overs for 30 up top, 6 overs for 35 now.
And again.
That's a cheeky shot. But Chatley, who's played enterprisingly for 44, has earned the right to play it. And there's logic to it as well. Deep third is quite wide, so there's a vast open space. No one catching really. So all you need is a little tickle and that will fly away. Does she try it again? No, she'll just clobber her through the covers. Won't go for 4. It's a lovely shot. It's best I've seen her play in a while here.
Yeah, I just feel the intensity's dropped for Lancashire. You noticed that earlier on when they were taking wickets, and even after they were taking wickets, even when that partnership was building, there was still an intensity in the field. They were still up for it. They were still running between the wickets, running back to their marks. But that intensity, it's just dropped as this pair have put Surrey further on course for that win.
Yeah, only 2 wins all year in this competition. It does play a part. As we were saying, Kirstie and I earlier, your body language always betrays you and tells the truth. And this team, they're just searching for the right formula at the moment.
Yeah, we've mentioned they've had some really unfortunate injuries come into play, especially that one with Gabby Lewis. It's their batting that's probably looked the most vulnerable over the season so far. They've not got Mahika Gore anymore. Even before the injury, she was off with England.
Yeah, they've been hit quite hard. If you look at their squad with everybody fit and available, it's a very good one.
Boosted by Kate Cross back in this season, obviously. Her first year as a professional Lancashire player.
That's remarkable, isn't it?
Mm.
She's tried it, and it may well... just shy. I thought she was going to throw herself at it for one moment. Could she have done Katya?
It did look like that. Coming down here, it looked like potentially she could have run in, but it would have been a hell of a catch had she attempted it. Yeah. Chatley's determined to play that shot against Kate Cross.
Yeah, Hannah Jones, it was down there under the high ball. I guess Chatley's expecting that to go more to the offside.
Looking at her, I think...
inside edge, down to the leg, where there is a fielder.
Looking at her, I think she came in slightly too hot. Potentially in danger of overrunning it. Then just pulled herself back, and by the time she'd done that, it was too late to go for the dive.
Yeah, 2 more hard run 2 at the end of another profitable over for these two.
Kate Cross isn't satisfied with that. Big sigh at the end of the over. Chatley just 3 away of a half century now. She played beautifully well. Played herself in, then caught up with the rate. That's what we can expect from her.
She's had a good day. 2 stumpings and a very fluent knock here. It's been a slightly slow start for her with the bat this year. Made a good 58 against Durham in mid-April, but had 3, well, in fact 4 quiet games either side of that. So she needed a score here just for her own confidence. Kept well and batted beautifully. More runs. Happy just to keep it to a single.
Fee Morris on for a third. Again, you thought maybe bowl your big guns from both ends. Try and hit this pair at all times.
Driven hard up to mid-off. Almost too well. No run.
It's got a bit brighter out there in the last few minutes.
Yeah, I think we're going to be all right.
It's another single straight to the fielder.
So, getting a bit ahead of ourselves, but we're sorry to win this one. Then they move up into joint second. And they're just starting to come into form. They had that blip, 3 defeats in a row. Arrested the slump against Essex, and now they're looking in good shape to make it 2-2 at home.
Flatter that one from Morris.
And again in the gap, that'll be 2 more. Yeah, you just feel like these are ineffectual overs from Lancashire's point of view, and that is 50. Really nicely played by the skipper. Had a fabulous game here. Kira Chasley came in at a tricky moment for her team and has played as fluently as at any point this year. More runs this time. She's got that shot away with absolute conviction all day. Just a little short arm jab off the leg. She'll retain the strike. So 3 innocuous overs in truth from Fee Morris. Surrey 180 for 4. And cruising now.
Yep, that's a big old conversation happening there.
Got to be now. Grace Potts has been the star from this end. So 1 more from Kate Cross from the pavilion. And then let loose Grace Potts, I would suggest. We shall see. Just been a sense of a lack of belief in the last hour or so. Forgotten how to win of Lancashire at just now. Short one. Worth a go. Paddled into the offside, into the onside rather. Like when someone drags one down in a net and you're just trying to knock it back to the bowler.
It's well bowled from Kate Cross. Just hanging that length outside off stump. Not giving anything away for free.
Yeah, it's a last throw for her, really, into her 8th. Been a contrasting day for her. Should be the first to say she bowled as badly as she's probably bowled in her professional career in those first 3 overs. She just could not get it right. Drag downs one after the other and carved and scythed away through the offside, but she came back second spell brilliantly.
Yeah, and that's the period of play that's really made it hard for Lancashire, getting away to that fast start. When you've got 250 on the board, it then becomes harder to catch up later on, especially when you've got the depth that Surrey have. It's another single.
That's a nasty one thrown in from the boundary, right on the bounce to Threlkeld. You don't do that to your skipper. Yeah, having to dig deep here. He's cross. Running in with great heart as ever.
Very good over this. One ball to come, just a single off it so far. But runs don't matter. Lancashire need some wickets. And they need to break this partnership.
Oh, burst through the hands. What a moment. Cross is out on her back. She knew it. Pure instinct. It was hit hard. It was hit clean. And they either stick or they burst through. For Lancashire, it's been that kind of day, a nearly day. Kira Chatley then. Just her second 50 of the year. And it's been full of impudence and class. First to play the reverse sweep all day. It's paid off for her. A couple of lovely punch drives through the covers. The odd ramp shot as well. Just 63 deliveries. And an apposite time for her team. Surrey are developing a habit of navigating these tricky run chases. There's our wagon wheel. And so we have our request. Grace Potts back into the attack, and already there's a different energy. Playing a miss for Chatley. Yeah, just looking again at that wagon wheel. 5 boundary fours all around the wicket. It's been a very good knock. This here is the game for Lancashire. If they're going to get anything from this, it has to happen and happen quickly, and it's going to happen from the bowler we're watching right now. She's been good, Kirstie.
She has, as she so often is. Captain's innings so far. Exactly what was required.
Yep.
It's good that she's been supported really nicely by Maitland Brown at the other end. That takes the pressure off. Really dynamic between the stumps, these two. They won't have batted an awful lot together as well, but they've really just gelled early on that.
Yeah, Maitland Brown came in the middle order as well against Essex. I think it was at 5, just checking. Yeah, she came in at 5 in that one. Came in at 6 here. And so they see her clearly as an authentic all-rounder. She made a breezy 29 against Essex. Unbeaten 14 and a 31 in the 2 games before that as well. So not only is she a gun new ball bowler who leaves her mark on every single innings that she bowls in, but she's now also offering real sturdiness with the bat. What a cricketer, what a signing.
Yeah, it's her final game. She signed for the One Day Cup for the first half of the season.
Will we see her again this year, do you know?
I'm not sure. I don't think she's involved. She's obviously, there's a different player coming in for the T20s, I believe.
Yeah, well, I'll be very surprised if we don't see her in a Surrey kit again at some point this summer. They've really unearthed a good one here. She's played, of course, for Australia A numerous times.
Would she, had she qualified as English, be your 16th player, or would she be in your playing 11? I've not seen a lot of her T20
No.
play.
No.
She's similar to Nat Sciver-Brunt in her all-round abilities, isn't she? Obviously, Nat Sciver-Brunt with the bat is probably topping the chart a little bit more there, but in terms of what she offers and where she comes in, there are some very clear similarities there.
Yeah, she's been a real revelation with the ball. Picked up wickets everywhere she's gone.
Yeah, it's so
15
important.
wickets now. 17 wickets, in fact, correction. 17 wickets this year in the tournament. Going at just a tick over 5s as well, economy rate. Average of 23. She's one shy of topping or joint topping the tally, the wicket-taking tallies around the grounds. So yeah, what a signing.
Yeah, so important for Surrey. Obviously, they started the season hoping to have Tash Farron, hoping to have Rhiannon McDonald-Gay. And obviously, things changed quite quickly. And their seam attack looked fairly depleted. So she's been a revelation, like you've said. Oh,
And another one burst through the fingers. That was a tough one. Did well, really, to get much on it. Full dive.
I think she's jumped too early.
Okay.
I think she's thought it's coming at her quicker than it has, and she's gone too early. Let's see.
Fee Morris in at mid-wicket.
Oh, I don't know. That was maybe I'm being harsh. I can do that.
Yeah, it was
A lot of
tough one.
hang time.
It was a tough one. It's hit hard. And that's hit better and cleared up, and that will lollop over the boundary rope for 4 more. And so this partnership is moving on a pace. 96 now.
I feel that conversation in the middle is, you see, what you didn't do, Maitland, was you didn't quite get underneath it and get over it. And what I did there was I actually, although I didn't hit it well enough, I did get it over the fielder and picked up the boundary.
I feel like you might have had that one that conversation before. Kirstie.
Yeah. I'm usually receiving the feedback, not giving it.
Oh, just misses the off stump. So she's living dangerously, as well she might, 57 from 72, and with the winning line not that far off now. And it's a fairly safe shot, as long as you get the line right, and as long as you're able to adjust at the death as well. Jam your bat down on it conventionally if you have to. And then just throw your hands at it and cream it through the offside. Just a single.
I'd much rather see that with this field. I think the ramps and the niche little paddles are great. They are more high risk than that conventional drive out to cover. You've got third and fine both out on the boundary, so you've got to get it really fine if you're paddling round corners to pick up a single.
Towed this time, I would say, pretty much 180 degrees in the opposite direction to where she was aiming. It runs away through straight third for 4 more, and that is the 100 partnership. These two have been simply brilliant.
Yeah, and before these two joined and Maitland-Brown walked out to the crease, we said that if Lancashire can continue to take regular wickets and prevent a partnership from forming, they'll win the game. And they have not managed to do that. And Surrey have really focused on building that. 101. Fairly even split between Chatley and Brown in terms of contributions as well.
Yeah, and whatever belief Lancashire may have had an hour ago has almost entirely ebbed away now. Take something spectacular Grace Potts has got 12 deliveries left. Squeeze through the offside. Just a single. And they'll want as well to get to the end, these two unbeaten. So do you miss it at all, Kirstie, when you're watching it? Not at all?
No, I don't. And I really thought I would. I thought I'd struggle. But I suppose actually being here and getting to talk about the game is nice because you still feel like you're involved. I don't miss the travelling.
Yeah.
I don't miss standing in the cold and my stiff back.
But you must miss that thrill of victory, surely.
The thing I miss is you're around your teammates and they're as supportive a family as you have. No one understands it like your teammates do.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's the best part of the game, I think. But yeah, other than that, no, I don't. I just shadow bat in the back of the box.
You look like you've been in good form all day, actually.
I think I have, yeah.
Had a couple of lovely shots through the covers earlier. There's her shot again. She's got a lot of it. Yeah, she's got that short arm jab away time after time today. She just plants her front foot and swivels round her front hip. Slightly opens it up. It's a really effective shot. She can basically play it against the slowies and the quicks from the same stance, the same position. Just relies on the hands coming through. It's a really useful shot. She's been excellent today, 61 now. That was short and then a bit shorter. It's all feeling rather forlorn now for the visitors. Very quiet. Where's all this northern noise you were telling me about?
Yeah, I think that probably is testament to where the game's currently at.
Yeah.
You can still hear a few chirps coming from the outfield, picking up on the effects mic, but certainly not where it was when they were 63 for 4, was it? For 3?
Yeah, 63 for 3 and 92 for 4 at that point. Lancs were in the box seat. Haven't had a sniff since. A couple of half chances blasted through the fingers, but aside from that, it's been plain sailing for these two. My work is done for the afternoon. I'll leave Kirstie to round things up, and then it'll be Yas Rana to take you home.
And that's just the way that 50-over cricket goes. You're never really sure quite which way the pendulum's going to swing in terms of who's going to win a game. That's the beauty of the game. You can dip in at one phase and Surrey can be on top, revisit in 10 overs and Lancs can be back in the thick of it. You just don't really know, do you? You've got to watch till the end.
Yeah, it's been a beautifully uneventful hour or so for Surrey. You felt that those two half chances, both with Brown at the crease, had to be taken. It's not done yet, as you say, but with 49 runs remaining, 6 wickets in hand, and plenty of time left, Surrey very much in the driving seat.
I'm such a candidate for if I'm watching a game, and it was the England game the other day at Durham, and I turned it off in the end because they were absolutely just throwing the game down the pan. I thought, I'm not watching this anymore. I cannot do it to myself. I won't do it. And then I picked up the scorecard and I just thought, I think there were about 5 overs left. I thought, hang on a minute, there's something's happening here. And I just tuned back in.
All cut firmly by Chatley. That'll be 2. And it brings up the Surrey 200. Just 47 runs left to get for the home side.
Tell you what, Johnson's done herself proud today. She's put in a tremendous shift with bat, ball and in the field.
Yeah, terrific all-round performance. Only bowling her 5th over. I guess you might think, why haven't we seen her more? But it's been a tricky balance to strike for Lancashire. A lot of really high-class seam options to choose from today. And to be fair, they've all looked threatening. Driven down the ground, and that'll be 4. Slightly uppish from Chatley. But it's past the bowler, past mid-on, and it's 4 more to the Surrey total. Chatley in her groove, 68 not out, 43 remaining.
That's a sombre-looking captain there. Just whooshes past the umpire. I feel that she almost catches a breeze of it.
Yeah, not too far from the umpire at all.
This is why I don't know if I could be an umpire, because the temptation to catch that ball would be too strong. The intrusive thoughts would take over.
Edge, but it'll run away for 4 more. Another boundary for Chatley and Surrey. Streaky on this occasion. Surrey won't mind. 10 off the first 5 deliveries in this over. Just 39 more to get.
28 for a milestone. It's not impossible.
You've gone early.
I've gone early. I just think, why not? Let's put it out there. Let's manifest it.
And she keeps a strike. That helps.
Yep.
11 off the over, 209 for 4. So I think really early, almost embarrassingly so. But I'm very careful not to say it too early.
Do you think I've gone too early? You do, don't you?
I think that single is really important.
Had she not got the single off the last delivery? Yeah, fair. Maitland Brown's at the other end thinking, hang on a minute, I'm on 48 here and it's my last game.
Yeah, these two have played the situation so well. Feels like a long time ago when Kate Cross bowled Alice Davidson-Richards. But at that point in the game wasn't even just in the balance. You'd say Lancs were probably on top at that point.
Yeah, and Surrey of old probably would have started to crumble. But this is just, and I've said it time and time again, people probably bored of hearing it, but this is just where the game has developed so much for them.
Chatley on to 74. Hand to strike back to Brown, who's on 48.
They're a team that have played a lot of cricket over the winter as well. And I think that's what's come so great from this county setup is that there are now so many professional players who are spending their winters abroad and playing cricket. And it just shows in the cricket intelligence that they've got, in the stamina that they have while they're out in the middle.
Thickish outside edge, but safe to deep third. Yeah, see, all-round depth in both departments that is so impressive. So it almost isn't a surprise that they have that resilience lower down the order, because the team is built to do that almost. Chatterjee, the hero of the bat last time out against Essex, she's cast to come in at number 10. And with the ball, loads of bowling options. Only saw 1 over of ADR today.
Continuing to look busy. Potts has been exceptional though. Excellent figures.
Yeah, you can see why England have had her on their radar previously. Chatley looks to give herself a bit of room. Gets off strike, hands it back to Brown on 49. Yeah, really impressive spell from Potts. 2 for 43. Could easily have had more. On how Chatley and Brown have played the situation, I thought they ran really well when they first came to the middle. Chatley, at that point, cluster of wickets had fallen recently, so good at just pinching singles off quite good deliveries.
Yeah, I also think they've been really good at turning ones into twos and pushing those boundary riders. The number of twos they've taken this innings compared to Lancashire, and just the intent they've run really hard.
What a day out it's been for that woman on screen, Maitland Brown. 3 wickets with the ball, 49 not out with the bat. This is supposed to be her last game for Surrey this season, but as Phil says, I'm sure we'll see her here again in the future. Tucked off the pads, and there it is. Maitland Brown reaches her 50. Her teammates are loving it. It's her first half-century in professional 50-over cricket. She gets a hug from her skipper. What a job she has done for her team. First with the ball and then with the bat.
Yeah, and there was a huge roar that came from the dugout in the dressing room, and I just think that goes to show the impact that she's had as a player coming in and what the squad think of her as a person and as a player. That's so nice to see. It's really hard to come in for a short period. You've not wintered with the team. To come in to make an impact, you've got to build relationships. You've got to learn 30 people's names, what everyone does, and, you know, find your place in that squad. But she's done it so well. Comp lab in the middle again.
They enjoy them, do Lancs.
One of those meetings that could have been an email.
Quite possibly, quite possibly. Probably won't get to the full 50 overs here, but I think were we to, I think Lancs might have been up against it in terms of getting it done before the cut-off point. Tara Norris back into the attack from the pavilion end. Potts' work for the day is done, by the way. 10 overs, 2 for 44. Picked up the first wicket to fall, that of Sophia Dunkley, for 30. And then Paige Schofield in the following over for just 1. Ooh, falls just short of mid-wicket, who loses her footing. Hope she's okay. Yeah, smile from Morris. Suggests that she's okay, but yeah, just lost her footing. We had a bit of rain earlier, so the outfield is a bit damp.
Looks like she's okay. Winded herself, actually, by the looks. Like she landed on her arm and knocked the wind out of herself. Interestingly, before that happened, I was just noticing Grace Potts down on third boundary. She's bowled her 10 overs and she's thinking, oh, just going to lean on my knees a minute. Lancashire 12th and 13th, nowhere to be seen with any drinks. Now, I'm not a fast bowler, but I know I'd appreciate a drink after finishing a 10 over spell. Not to be biased, I did notice the Surrey contingent of 12th, 13th out on the boundary patrolling, carrying the water bottles around, making sure their bowlers were hydrated. There's a fielder down then. It's an opportunity to be up on your knee and just in case anyone needs a drink. Those are the tiny little things that make such a difference.
Those are sort of things that dressing rooms will talk about.
And they get noticed as well. And I think, you know, even if you're not in the playing squad, you can have such a huge impact on a team in that 12th and 13th role. And they're really, really well valued in the team. Everyone really appreciates the hard work that goes into doing that job, because honestly, it's really hard work.
I've seen Chatley try that shot a few times today. Loves to use the pace of the ball. Even when there's protection there, still takes it on. Quite similar players in a way. Chatley and Brown. They both like to play that shot, but they're also so keen to pinch the quick single. Twice this over, the non-striker, first it was Chatley, second time it was Brown, looking for a single that wasn't quite there. End of the over, 1 run from it. Surrey 33 away from victory.
Yeah, we haven't seen much taking on down the ground, and I wonder if that's just the pitch is a little bit slower, a bit skiddier, harder to get underneath, and actually using the pace and running down to that third and fine boundary feels like a safer option. It's obviously a massive strength of Kira Chatley. She's also strong down the ground too. Is this Fee Morris back into the attack?
Yeah, looks like it.
Returning at the box lane at 31, Fee Morris.
Fourth over of the day. 3 overs, none for 20 so far. Brown goes down the ground, and that comfortably clears the long-on boundary for 6. Well, she's reached the milestone, and with the finish line in sight, she's having fun now.
Yeah, relax the shoulders. Don't let her settle into any form of rhythm. And that's how you start an over. You're fighting for every single delivery now as a bowler.
It's actually on the replay. It's a really controlled shot. Gets to the pitch of the ball, uses her bottom hand to get underneath it. Down the ground this time. Hit firmly. Well fielded at long on by Kate Cross. Means it's just a single actually. Really good piece of work in the deep. You've gone quiet on the Chatley Century Watch chat.
Oh, yeah.
Not impossible.
No, it's not. She needs to score every single run.
Nearly at snooker's required territory.
This is what I like to see when batters use their feet so effectively and use the crease to spin. Chatley just jumping back into the crease and giving herself a bit more room to play off the back foot, not getting stuck on the crease. Maitland-Brown choosing to come down the ground.
Oh, there's that reverse from Brown. Lovely shot. We saw the power earlier in the over, and now the touch. You know, often we talk about reverse sweeps being played off deliveries well outside off stump, but not a lot wrong with this delivery from Morris. Brown does so well to be able to access the quite fine deep third boundary.
That's an excellent extension of her arms there, head driving towards the ball. And all she's got to do is just tickle it round the corner.
And gone. Chips back to the bowler, and a fine innings from Maitland-Brown comes to an end. 62 off 74 deliveries. She gets a nod of appreciation from her skipper at the other end. It's not quite job done yet, but my word, what a partnership that was. They came together at 92 for 4 in the 17th over in a spot of bother. But Maitland-Brown, alongside her skipper, Kira Chatley, has done a remarkable job to get her side so close to the finish line.
Jemima Spence comes to the crease. Exciting time.
Yeah, this should be fun. She doesn't strike me as a player who takes a huge amount of time to get into her innings, regardless of the situation, let alone when it's 21 to win off 48.
Yeah, I agree. And there's something really exciting about having the potential to be in the middle when you're winning the game. No greater feeling as a batter, being in the middle for that. So I'm sure she'll be keen to see it through with Kira Chatley. If she gets to score the winning runs, even better. I think what's been great about every single batter that's come in so far from Surrey's batting side.
Charlie down on one knee, turns around the corner, but just for a single.
Every single Surrey batter's made a significant contribution at some point this innings. Sorry, not this innings, this season. Over 50. I don't think there's been many players, if any actually, that have not had a 50-plus score come into bat today.
I think it's been striking how they've really batted with intent. Even that period of consolidation, it was really clear what they were trying to do. They never have really let the game drift at any point whilst being out there with the bat.
Yeah, and that's Johan Myberg's influence. Is, you know, he doesn't mind if you get out as long as you're playing with intent. You know, he'd much rather you got out after 5 balls, but you showed really strong intent. We could clearly see what you were trying to do and how you were trying to score your runs, rather than facing 20 deliveries and just kind of being within yourself. These players have been given a license to express themselves.
Spence nearly getting in trouble second ball, spoons the ball up, and in the end, very fortunate for it to somehow land in between bowler, mid-off and cover. I think Norris can quite believe how that didn't reach a fielder.
Feels like she can't catch a break today, I think.
Oh, quick piece of work behind the stumps from Ellie Threcold.
Oh, and it's given a wide just to rub insult to injury.
Quite intrigued to see how close this stumping was. Lightning hands
That was-
from the Lancashire
yeah.
skipper. Brilliant take. So well to whip off the bails that quickly.
I'm not sure what the appeal was for, actually, because she wasn't appealing to square leg. If you look on the replay, if we happen to see it again, she's not looking at square leg umpire when she's appealing. So I wonder if she's asking for a caught behind.
Tickled round the corner for 1. Spence.
Let's take another look at this.
Good
Let's
mark.
look at where Ellie Threlkeld is actually appealing. She's asking the standing umpire. So her gut reaction is to take and break, which is fantastic. First job as a keeper, if you think that there's a whiff of something there. But no, she was asking for a caught behind.
Two more runs to the Surrey total. That's been given as a wide. So Norris will have to bowl that one again. She can't believe it. Everything going against Tara Norris this over. She reckons that came off the bat. Ellie Threlkeld can't believe it behind the stumps. She's unmoved.
Chatley wouldn't mind that being given runs off the bat either. But instead it's 2 to the total, not 1. When things aren't going your way, they really aren't going your way.
End of the over. An eventful one, but Surrey get through it without losing another wicket. Just 17 more to go.
She's still getting some nice shape.
Mm.
That natural left hand angle in. Interestingly, still bowling over the wicket and not coming around. Quite a lot of left arm seamers tend to come around the wicket. They can bowl a few variations, but Tara Norris sticking to trying to bowl her best ball.
Yeah, almost certainly going to lose the game. But you'd say that the Lancashire seamers have probably got more out of this surface than the Surrey seamers did. You'd say that Monaghan and Chatterjee, although bowled very well, more defensive spells, whereas all of the Lancashire seamers today have looked to be aggressive. It's Kate Cross back into the attack. She's got 2 overs remaining, 1 for 41 from her 8 so far. Cut aerially, just for 1. Chatling on to 79. Chipped over mid-wicket. Spence will pick up at least a couple. Didn't quite get all of it, but enough of it to ensure that the ball falls safely.
Nice glance off the legs.
Ooh. It's gone very high. Fielder come round and takes a very good catch. And Jones, it is, in the outfield. Had a lot of work to do from deep fine leg. Top edge off Spence's bat. Another wicket falls.
This is why we like 50 over cricket. There's always something happening. Yeah, playing with intent, not quite getting hold of it. You can see the idea, the execution not quite there. We'll bring Ailish Cranstone, who was there for the winning runs in the Essex game midweek. Returned after a long, long spell of injury. Has been in the travelling squad a few times. Playing back-to-back games now, which is fantastic to see for her. Real struggle with a really nasty hamstring injury that she sustained during the one-day final for South East Stars against the Sunrisers. It's great to see her back playing.
Yeah, this is where Surrey really can show off their strength and depth. To have Cranstone in at 8. Chatterjee, we think, may well be at 10. Despite her heroics last time out here. Is there another twist in the tail? Surrey need 14. Lancashire need 4 wickets. Can Cross make something happen here? She's got 9 deliveries remaining in her spell. Cranstone will be on strike. Fairly conventional field from Lancashire. There are no catchers behind the bat, but just 2 fielders outside the inner ring. Oh, that's a beautiful delivery first up from Cross.
Yeah, and I was just thinking to myself before that delivery that she can't stray too straight here. There's a 0 protection fine. That's straight on the money, round the wicket.
Oh, you'd be tempted to have a slip in for the new bat.
Good friend of mine, Ailish Cranstone. Hard to sit here and watch.
Calm head?
No. Yeah, calm head, but lots of thoughts. Lots of thoughts. Fantastic player and person. Would score 150 and come off and critique and say how she could have done it better.
Cross finishes the over with another dot ball. 3 runs and the wicket of Spence off that over. Sorry, 2-3-3 for 6. They need another 14.
One of my favourite Ailish Cranston memories is actually her facing Tara Norris at the county ground in Hove. And she swept her for 6 into the members' pavilion. And it was absolutely fantastic. I'd love to see that again today.
Well, we could get Tara Norris bowling to Cranstone in a second. Norris will complete her spell. 9 overs, none for 39 so far.
She has bowled nicely, struggled a little bit with line at times. Maybe feels the cricketing gods haven't been on her side.
Single for Chatley brings Cranstone back on strike. We'll see the field come in. Plenty of single scoring opportunities for the set Chatley, but Lancashire are going to make Cranstone really work for her first runs.
Ailish Cranston, of course, the reason why Danny Wyatt Hodge doesn't wear the number 28.
Yes. Well dug out by Cranstone. Just 4 deliveries out there in the middle. A slightly different approach, you'd say, to Spence at 7. All the time in the world for Surrey. 13 runs to get. 5.4 overs remaining. Dabbed into the offside. And Cranstone is off the mark. Yeah. That time is a luxury afforded to them, really, in part because of their rapid start. That partnership up top between Dunkley and Monaghan, worth 57 off just 7.5 overs. It's meant that the run rate hasn't really been a consideration for a lot of this run chase. Yeah, that shot that Chatley loves to play off both the spinners and the seamers. Must be so frustrating as an opposition captain, because you have your feel to stop that shot, but she still plays it.
Yeah. And she plays that shot so that she gets you to move someone, and then she'll find the gap where you've moved them from. It's just a big game of cat and mouse, I'm afraid. Who'd be a captain?
Oh, that's a lovely shot from Cranstone. Pulled hard through mid-wicket for 4. Just single figures now for the home side. 7 to win. If there's any pressure building up, it's all disappeared with that shot.
Yeah, finds that gap. Square leg and mid-wicket were quite tight together, but she's managed to thread it through. Forced mid-wicket now to sit out on the boundary. Just a slight change. Coming round to square leg and mid-wicket sitting in the ring.
Just 7 to win. Field spreads a little bit now for Cranstone, so a few more single scoring opportunities on the horizon. Backward point gets a hand on it. Again, really good running from Surrey. Cranstone immediately sensed the opportunity of picking up 2. Called early for the second. She was running to the danger end. Gets 2. It's another very good over for Surrey. They just need 5. Tara Norris completes her work for the day. Very unlucky spell. She wasn't able to take a wicket today, but she bowled well.
Yeah, she did bowl well. Lovely shape. Asked for a new ball up front. Slight issue with that, so change forced by the umpire. But just couldn't make a breakthrough. Would have liked to have seen her bowl in partnership with Grace Potts, actually. It was Potts and Johnson that bowled well together. Kate Cross is just finding her rhythm a little bit too late on in this innings now. Don't think I would be opting to sit next to Kate on the way home. I don't think she'll be taking any shared seats.
Dabbed into the offside for a quick single. Just 4 left to get for Surrey.
That rain has just started coming back down again.
Yeah.
Just in time for us to film our podcast.
Well, I think we might have to film it inside. Unsafe working conditions. Peel given.
Oh.
Cross strikes. She picks up her 3rd. It's a sharp take behind the stumps by the Lancs skipper, Ellie Threlkeld. And Lancs have their 7th.
Could they?
Stranger things have happened.
Yeah. Cranston just tried to get a little bit too funky on that one, I think. Tried to just get inside the line. She couldn't quite decide how she wanted to play that ball. And in the end ended up just nicking behind.
Ooh, that's not it. That's the boundary in the previous over. Yeah, you felt that just giving yourself a little bit of room. Had she got that away with the pace on the ball, that may well have been the match, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, looks like Moore's the new batter. In at number 9. Enviable depth to this Surrey batting order. Job not yet done.
Yeah, it must be incredibly frustrating as a bowling unit to think, geez, another one. When does it end? When does the tail start?
Off the mark immediately. Just 3 more to get now for Surrey. But on Lancs' opening spell with the ball, I think Surrey deserve a lot of credit for just how positive they were and putting pressure on Lancashire's star seamer in Kate Cross. I think got a big moment in the game.
Yeah, I agree, and that is how they go about playing their cricket. They will want to accumulate in that first 10 to take the pressure off in those middle overs.
That could be it, but well fielded, very well fielded in the deep. Moore thinks about coming back for a 3rd that would seal the game, but Chatley decides against it. Yeah, Hannah Jones patrolling the deep fine leg boundary. 2 runs to Chatley's score. She's on to 84.
Yeah, Hannah Jones has been put to work today on the fine leg boundary with Chatley paddling and ramping. She's definitely put in the hard yards trying to defend that boundary.
Field in. 1 to win. Chatley over mid-wicket. gets the job done. She finishes with a career best 50 over score of 88 not out. Surrey win by 3 wickets. It's the second win in a week for them in the Metro Bank One Day Cup here at the Kia Oval. And what a knock from the skipper, Kira Chatley. Surrey in real bother early on in the run chase. 92 for 4 when Kate Cross bowled Alice Davidson-Richards with a beauty. And from there on, the skipper, Chatley, and the Aussie overseas, Maitland Brown, in her last game of her stint with the club, put together a partnership that pretty much got the job done for Surrey. It's a really good win.
Yeah, really good win. 2 completely contrasting innings in terms of batting approaches. Lancashire left a good 30, 40 runs out there. But yeah, really good, solid win to finish this stint of the 50 over campaign before they move into the T20s next week. I think with that win, taking 5 points from it, they may move to second in the table just based on net run rate. We will see. 2 from 2 at the Kia Oval for this Surrey women's side.
Yeah, really important game for the home side. Came into it 4 wins and 3 defeats from their first 7 games. And in this game, it kind of goes either way. Lose it, and it looks like quite a middling start to the season. Win it, and it looks pretty good on paper. First 8 games, 5 wins, 3 defeats. Been a pretty good start to the summer for Surrey. But it wasn't easy going today. Lancashire, who've had a tough season so far, they remain rooted to the bottom of the table. Pushed them really hard. They recovered well after losing wickets in bursts. Eve Jones with 69. And the young all-rounder Grace Johnson actually had a really good game. 39 really important runs from number 6. And then arguably the delivery of the game to dismiss Alice Monaghan for 26. So yeah, the visitors have played good cricket, but in the end they fall just short on the losing side by 3 wickets. Kira Chatley, player of the day you'd say, 88 not out, getting the job done for the home side. That is everything from us on the Surrey broadcast. Before we say goodbye, let's have a look at the scorecard, remind you of what happened today. So yeah, Lancashire 246 for 9. Danny Gregory and Maitland Brown with a pair of 3-fers. And Surrey got the job done with 4 overs left spare and 3 wickets left spare, thanks largely to that partnership between Kira Chatley and Maitland Brown. A reminder that we've got loads of cricket here coming up on the Surrey live stream in the next few weeks. We've got the double header, women's game, then the men's game next Friday in the Blast. We've got a women's Blast game against the Bears the Wednesday after that. Another double header, Sunday 31st of May. And then the London Derby in the men's competition against Middlesex on June the 3rd. So much cricket coming your way here at the Kia Oval and on the Surrey live stream. That is everything from us today. I've been Yas Rana, alongside me Kirstie White, Katya, Witney and Phil Walker in the commentary box. Thanks to producer George, director Mark and all the camera crew for all their work today. And thank you for tuning in with us. We'll be back next Friday for that double header